Shocking. Global shock. Daddy Ma spent $1 billion on 10 super treasure maps and finally dug up the 9 Revolution Golden Elixir, achieving immortality. Latest news. An expert in the Demon City dug up 100,000 zombies. Currently, the city has fallen into chaos. Great news. A high school senior used a treasure map to dig up an ancient golden elixir. From now on, his fate is in his own hands, not heaven's. Going viral among 1.4 billion people. Someone used an advanced treasure map and dug up a fairy. They are now married. Beyond your wildest imagination. Citizen Zhang used an advanced treasure map and dug up an entire ocean. Currently, Xuanwu City is completely submerged. Rumor has it that netizen Yi used a super treasure map at the foot of Mount Tai and dug up a Mercedes-Benz. The car is suspected to belong to a powerful figure and carries an extraordinary aura. Pony Ma of the Nanshan legal team dug up an emperor penguin, the unluckiest in history. Citizen Wang used 300 treasure maps in a row, and the total value of the items found was less than $1. Celebrate for the human race. Celebrate for Great Xia. Citizen Yang used an advanced treasure map and dug up the God Elephant overpowering hell strength technique. Celebrate for the human race. Celebrate for Great Xia. Citizen Duan used an advanced treasure map and dug up half a volume of the Classic of the Way. Shocking. Global shock. A reader on Fankey used an advanced treasure map and dug up an ancient dragon corpse. Suyu kept refreshing the news online, feeling completely dazed. This was a world called Blue Star, very similar to the Earth of his previous life. But 3 years ago, everything changed because of the appearance of treasure maps. Someone used a treasure map and dug up tens of thousands of zombies, plunging the entire city into a massive panic. Someone else dug up billions of terrifying poisonous insects, turning a whole city into a human forbidden zone. Another person dug up hundreds of thousands of minotaurs. They occupied a city and established a minotaur kingdom. Of course, some people dug up secret manuals and spiritual pills, gaining incredible and terrifying powers that could move mountains, fill seas, or even change the heavens. It was because of them that the sparks of humanity still flickered on Blue Star today. Meanwhile, the government had been trying to control the treasure maps, but every attempt ended in failure and sometimes even caused major disasters. Treasure maps gave everyone a chance to change their fate against all odds. No one was willing to give up that chance. Someone waiting for death in a hospital holds a treasure map. They are going to die anyway, so why not dig? Someone paralyzed for life sees the chance to change their fate right in front of them. Do they dig? Someone too honest gets bullied. Do they dig? Eventually, the government had to give up on regulation. After a long time, Suyu finally calmed himself down and stared silently at the 3 treasure maps on the table. Using a treasure map might yield secret manuals or spiritual pills, but more often than not, it unearths unknown dangers. According to official big data statistics, the probability of an ordinary person digging up something safe is a measly 10%. This means that 90% of the time, it's dangerous. And that 90% risk ranges from personal injury to disasters that could affect a city or even the whole country. When that happens, it's not just one person suffering, but millions or tens of millions of fellow citizens. As for the probability of digging up something good, it's only about 1%. It couldn't be any lower. Of course, these are just big data statistics. Some lucky people might find treasures with every map, while others might die on their very first try. These 3 ordinary treasure maps were obtained by Suyu's predecessor before he transmigrated. Because he was afraid of digging up unknown dangers, his predecessor never dared to use them. Should I dig these 3 treasure maps or not? Suyu was incredibly conflicted. The risk was too high. If the item found wasn't valuable, it was just the loss of a map, but at least he'd still be alive. But if he dug up 100,000 zombies, Suyu didn't think he'd survive. Maybe I should sell the treasure maps? Suyu thought about it and felt a bit tempted. According to official guidance prices, a basic treasure map is worth at least 100,000. 3 would sell for at least 300,000. In reality, many people would scramble to buy them, even if they cost 200,000 each. For an ordinary person, that's a very substantial amount of money. Being an ordinary person and living a quiet life might actually be nice. Just as Suyu thought this, he shook his head. No, absolutely not. Am I really willing to be a nobody for the rest of my life? Besides, even if I don't dig, others will. If someone digs up 100,000 zombies in my city, it would be impossible for an ordinary person like me to survive. Ding dong! Suddenly, a notification popped up on his phone. Suyu quickly clicked to read it. Citizen Shu dug up a dragon at the Passion Island Foot Spa. Currently, 30 people have died and over 1,000 are injured. Reading this, Suyu's face turned pale. If I remember correctly, Passion Island Foot Spa is only about 5 or 6 kilometers away. Boom! Suyu heard a loud explosion and looked out the window. A giant dragon had crashed into a building. The building collapsed instantly, and countless people fell from the sky like stones, letting out piercing, desperate screams. The giant dragon was completely unharmed and flew off into the distance, leaving a trail of destruction and casualties in its wake. On the streets, pedestrians saw this and fled in terror. Oh my God! It's too dangerous. I really wanted to be an ordinary person, but reality won't let me. I'm not selling the treasure maps anymore. Even if it kills me, I'm going to dig. Su Yu made up his mind. He gritted his teeth, rolled up the 3 treasure maps, and rushed out the door. He couldn't stay in the building until the dragon was dealt with. If the dragon hit his building, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Once outside, Su Yu didn't hesitate and ran in the opposite direction of the dragon. 20 minutes later, Su Yu finally stopped. He looked back and saw that the dragon hadn't come this way, which let him breathe a sigh of relief. This place is... Suddenly, Su Yu realized something. He quickly took out the 3 treasure maps, examined them carefully, and stared at a spot dozens of meters away. The coordinates for one of the treasure maps are just dozens of meters away. Should I actually dig? While thinking, Su Yu had already walked over. But now that the moment was here, he was still conflicted. For an ordinary person, digging a treasure map came with a 90% risk. If luck wasn't on his side, he was as good as dead. Even if he didn't die, being crippled would mean his life was over. I haven't even found a wife yet. Su Yu was extremely torn and thought to himself, if only I could see what I'm digging up in advance. Just as he thought this, Su Yu suddenly froze. He rubbed his eyes hard and focused his gaze again. 99 zombies are sealed here. Once opened, they will eat you until not even a scrap of bone is left. A row of clear golden words floated before his eyes. Is this a hint? Su Yu was stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. I can see hints? If that's true, then this is going to be amazing. This treasure map can't be opened. Forget 99 zombies, I couldn't even beat one. Now I have 2 treasure maps left. Since I can see hints, I have to give it a try. Su Yu's predictive vision creates a crucial case of information asymmetry in this chaotic world. While others perish in a lethal lottery, he can finally bypass the statistical trap of the treasure maps and turn systemic risk into personal leverage. These treasure maps represent a terrifying form of radical individualism where one person's quest for power can cause mass casualties. By gaining information superiority through hidden prompts, Su Yu is no longer gambling, he is hacking the system. Su Yu was very excited right now. As long as he could see the tips, then digging according to the coordinates on the treasure map would be 100% safe, wouldn't it? 30 minutes later, after some wandering, Su Yu arrived at a location a kilometer away. This was the spot marked on the 2nd treasure map. A lake is sealed here, inhabited by 75 mermaids. Their upper bodies are fish, and their lower bodies are a pair of beautiful long legs. They are full of desire for humans and are insatiable. Are you sure you want to open this treasure map? Su Yu quietly finished reading the tip and felt a massive headache. He had come all this way with great effort, only to find there was still danger? Oh my God. This is terrifying. How could I run into something like mermaids? Since Su Yu had traveled to this world, he had searched for plenty of information online, and naturally knew that there were 2 types of mermaids. One type has a human upper body and a fish lower body. They are stunningly beautiful and mostly quite friendly. But there is another type with a fish upper body and a pair of long human legs. These mermaids are full of malice toward humans, or rather in their eyes, humans are nothing more than tools. There were news reports about people digging up treasure maps and finding the latter type of mermaid, only to be worked to death in the end. It was said that a tall man who originally weighed 160 pounds was less than 60 pounds when he died. Skin and bones wouldn't even begin to describe him. It was truly a horrific tragedy. Fortunately, thank goodness I can see the tips. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. Su Yu felt a bit of lingering fear. If not for this ability, he would have died twice already. I had 3 treasure maps in total, and there is 1 left. My luck shouldn't be that bad, right? Su Yu couldn't help but feel worried. If none of the 3 treasure maps had any treasure, that would be extremely frustrating. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Su Yu looked up and immediately saw powerful human warriors besieging a giant dragon. Although the dragon was being suppressed, the shockwaves from the battle spread in all directions, causing countless casualties. It is too dangerous. Even if it kills me, I have to keep digging. Su Yu dared not hesitate any longer and quickly moved away. Facing such a massive dragon, he had no power to resist at all. A strong sense of crisis drove Su Yu to burst into unprecedented speed, racing toward the location marked on the 3rd treasure map. Phew! 40 minutes later, Su Yu was gasping for air as he finally arrived outside a set of ruins. Because of the dragon's appearance, the people here had long since fled, so Su Yu didn't see a single soul. I hope the 3rd treasure map won't disappoint me. Su Yu took out the 3rd treasure map and looked at it intently. A red fruit is sealed here. Eating it can make you stronger. Golden writing appeared clearly before Su Yu's eyes. Suyu's breathing involuntarily quickened. A red fruit? Eating it will make me stronger? Eat it! I must eat it! I am eating it right now! Overjoyed, Suyu didn't hesitate and immediately used the treasure map in his hand. Suddenly, a small space appeared before his eyes, where a red fruit lay quietly, appearing to be completely safe. This is the vermilion bird fruit. Having traveled to this world, Suyu had done a lot of homework and recognized it at a glance as a type of spiritual fruit officially named by the authorities. If an ordinary person consumes it, they will become transcendent and can even improve their natural talent. It is an extremely rare spiritual fruit. Immediately, Suyu stuffed the vermilion bird fruit into his mouth. Before he could even chew, the fruit turned into a warm current that flowed through his entire body. Suyu could clearly feel himself becoming stronger at a rapid pace. Suddenly, Suyu's vision blurred, and he saw 9 massive chains appearing within a certain space. Abruptly, a surge of red power struck, shattering one of the chains. Instantly, an incredibly powerful force flooded his entire body, and Suyu's vision returned to normal. Is this what power feels like? Suyu clenched his fists and thought to himself as he felt the surging energy within him. Oh my god! Suddenly, a cry rang out. Suyu immediately looked toward the sound and saw the space crack open dozens of meters away, with a zombie quickly crawling out. Without him realizing it, someone had used a treasure map dozens of meters away and dug up a zombie. Oh my god! Without any hesitation, Suyu turned and ran. Although he now possessed great strength, it was only his own perception. He had no idea how strong he actually was. Hey man, save me! Suyu had only been running for 2 minutes when he heard someone calling for help behind him. He instinctively looked back and saw a fat guy sprinting toward him. Behind the fat guy, a zombie was chasing him down. Sorry, I am running for my life too, Suyu replied. Man, save me! If you save me, I have another treasure map I can give you. The fat guy behind him said anxiously, nearly in tears. Even though he was running fast now, in just a minute or two he wouldn't be able to keep it up. His endurance was poor. But the zombie could keep up a steady pace, and when it caught up, he would be dead meat. Suyu stopped and looked back, a look of hesitation appearing on his face. Although he still had 2 treasure maps, he didn't dare use them. The only way to get stronger was to have more treasure maps. But obtaining treasure maps was incredibly difficult. Ordinary people could get 1 treasure map per year. To get more, one had to serve the country and protect humanity. It was said that even high-grade and super treasure maps could be obtained this way. However, for an ordinary person, serving the country was as hard as climbing to the sky. Just staying alive was already an achievement. Of course, there was another way, which was to buy treasure maps with money. But who would be willing to sell their treasure map? Even knowing that using it might unearth terrifying dangers, couldn't they just keep it? Suyu's predecessor had been exactly like that. Man, I am serious. If you save me, this treasure map is yours. The fat guy was almost crying as he took out a treasure map and threw it directly to Suyu without hesitation. Suyu caught the treasure map and looked at the zombie. Feeling that his speed was faster than the zombies, he nodded and said, "Fine, I'll help you." Suyu looked around, picked up a roadside trash can, and slammed it hard at the zombie. Thud! The zombie's head burst open and its body fell to the ground. After a few twitches, it stopped moving. Phew! Phew! The fat guy stopped and looked at the scene in shock. He then gave Suyu a thumbs up and said breathlessly, "Man, that was amazing! I was thinking we'd take this zombie down together, but you killed it instantly. By the looks of it, are you already a warrior?" When an ordinary person gains transcendent power, they become a warrior. According to news posted online, there are 9 shackles within the human body. As long as any one of them is broken, an ordinary person will become a warrior. Yeah, Suyu nodded and asked, "Did you only dig up 1 zombie?" Luckily, it was only 1 zombie. If there were any more, I would be dead for sure, the fat guy said with lingering fear. You are really lucky. Suyu nodded in agreement. According to records, digging up zombies usually results in at least 10 of them. Digging up only 1 was indeed very lucky for him. If there had been 10, Suyu probably wouldn't have been able to help even if he wanted to. Alright, I am off. Bye. Suyu waved and turned to leave quickly. Hey, I wanted to ask if you are collecting treasure maps. After what happened today, I don't dare to go digging anymore, the fat guy muttered helplessly.
What did you say? You want to sell treasure maps? Suyu came back again. Huh? Buddy, weren't you long gone? Why are you back all of a sudden? The fatty was quite surprised. Suyu didn't explain. For some reason, his hearing seemed to have improved a lot. Even from a distance, he could hear the fatty's muttering. That is not important. Did you just say you were going to sell treasure maps? Suyu asked hurriedly. He had run out of treasure maps to dig up, so he really had to find a way to get some more. Obviously, buying treasure maps from others was the best way. That is right, the fatty nodded. I was lucky this time and only dug up a zombie. Plus, I ran into you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. The fatty stared at Suyu and said quickly, "So I have decided to sell all my remaining treasure maps. Do you want them?" "I want them." Suyu nodded and asked, "How much are you selling one for?" "The official guidance price is 100,000 each, but I do not accept that. These things are in high demand and low supply right now, so I am planning to sell them for 200,000 each. You want to buy?" The fatty said with a smile. Suyu felt a bit helpless. The fatty was right. For ordinary treasure maps, the official guidance price was indeed 100,000. But if you actually wanted to sell them, 200,000 was about right. This item was a rare commodity. If you cannot afford it, there are plenty of others who can. If you care about 200,000, there are plenty of others who do not. But where would he get 200,000? Suyu could not help but frown and think to himself, 200,000? I could actually scrape it together, but that is my money for getting a wife. I cannot spend it recklessly, or I will never get one. Ha! Suyu slapped himself across the face and cursed, "What era is this? Why am I still thinking about getting a wife? Women will only slow down the speed of my growth." Suyu looked up, stared at the fatty, and said through gritted teeth, "I will take the maps. How do we trade?" "In the trading hall, of course," the fatty said quickly. "That is an official trading hall, so safety is guaranteed. You would not want any trouble in the middle of it, would you?" "Fine, shall we head over now?" Suyu asked. "Not now. Let us do this. Meet me at the trading hall at 4:30 this afternoon." The fatty took out his phone and said, "Let us add each other first, and I will message you when it is time." Okay, Suyu was in no hurry. After adding each other, they parted ways. 200,000, man. "Treasure maps are really expensive," Suyu muttered as he walked. Suddenly, he paused and thought about his other two maps. He could not help but get an idea. If the fatty's maps can sell for 200,000, can mine sell for that much too? If I dig up something good, I have made a profit. If I cannot, it is not like I have lost anything. Thinking this way, Suyu's mood immediately brightened, and his thoughts became incredibly clear. An hour later, Suyu arrived at the location of the fourth treasure map. "I hope the fatty's map gives me a surprise." Suyu focused his gaze. "A fragment of a Dao weapon is sealed here. You can exert 1/1000th of its power. Remember, never call out its owner's name, or he will reappear in the river of time." Golden words immediately appeared. "What is a Dao weapon? I have never heard of it. How much power is 1/1000th exactly?" Suyu frowned slightly. He was hesitating. Should he dig? If he dug, 200,000 would be gone. If he did not, what if it was something amazing? "I will take a gamble." After 3 seconds of struggle, Suyu no longer hesitated and used the treasure map. Instantly, Suyu saw a space where a fragment the size of a fingernail floated quietly. It shone with golden light like a scorching sun, extremely dazzling. If not for that, finding such a tiny fragment would have been truly difficult. Suyu reached out, and the fragment fell into his palm. The light on it quickly faded, making it look very ordinary. It was covered in complex patterns that seemed to hold an unimaginably vast power. Suyu realized he could not understand it at all. At the same time, as he held it, Suyu felt a special connection forming with the fragment. This connection allowed him to easily manipulate the fragment and unleash its power. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed out. Suyu looked back, and his face turned pale with horror. Even after all this time, the giant dragon someone had dug up still had not been dealt with. The dragon was 100 meters long, its body blotting out the sky as it came crashing through recklessly from the distance. Buildings collapsed with a crash, kicking up clouds of dust as countless people died. "Everyone get out of the way." Behind the dragon, human experts were flying through the air, shouting anxiously. There were still countless people in the dragon's path, and Suyu was one of them. At the dragon's speed, Suyu had no hope of dodging. Even though the dragon was covered in wounds, it still possessed terrifying power. Before dying, it could drag countless people down with it. This was a disaster for all of humanity. Over the past 3 years, countless people had died because of this. "I am still young. I do not want to die." Suyu was in a cold sweat. "No, I absolutely cannot die. Right, I still have the fragment. I can only use 1/1000th of its power, and I do not know how strong that is. At this point, I have to try everything I can." Suyu gritted his teeth and quickly calmed himself down. He gripped the fragment in his palm and activated its power. Boom! The world shook as a golden staff suddenly appeared. stretching across the sky and slamming down hard on the dragon's head. Bang! Before the dragon could even react, its massive head was shattered, and its 100-meter-long body fell lifelessly to the ground. My god, it's so strong! There seemed to be words on it. What? Suyu was shocked, but the next moment, he felt completely drained, his legs trembling. Is this the side effect? This is a bit too... Thump. Suyu collapsed to the ground, his whole body limp and shaking, feeling incredibly weak. Huh? Behind the dragon, 7 or 8 experts came flying in. Seeing the dead dragon, they were completely stunned. Which master did this? Someone asked. I think I saw Rui weapon written on that staff. Could it be that the great sage equal to heaven from the legends made a move? Another person added, I have not heard of anyone digging up the great sage. Everyone frowned. Do not worry about that for now. It is a good thing the dragon is dead. Let us save people first. A woman with a majestic and generous presence said, even though the dragon is dead, there is still a lot of danger. Move the nearby people to safety first, then clean up all the areas the dragon passed through. After saying that, she descended and looked around, her eyes finally landing on Suyu. The dragon was just too powerful. Look how terrified this young man is. She walked up to Suyu and, without another word, picked him up. Women are like a gentle trap. Suyu wanted to resist. He didn't want to fall into that soft embrace and lose himself in it, unable to escape. But he was too weak now to resist at all. He could barely even manage to open his mouth to speak. Once they reached a safe place, the woman set Suyu down and said apologetically, I am so sorry. We couldn't take down the dragon immediately and caused you trouble. Please accept our apologies. Before Suyu could speak, the woman had already turned around and flown away into the sky. Within just a few minutes, Suyu saw the woman and her team bringing many people over to the area. Oh, you can stand up now? Having brought another group of people, the woman noticed Suyu standing and walked over, saying with some surprise, Thank you for what you did just now, Suyu said weakly. He knew this woman. Her name was Linzi, and she was a night watchman. 3 years ago, treasure maps suddenly appeared. Countless people used them to dig for treasure, but instead, they unearthed a horde of demons and monsters, bringing about the apocalypse. At that time, the government urgently established the Night Watchman organization to protect all living beings and restore peace to the world. It is my duty, Linzi nodded slightly. Just as she was about to leave, her eyes suddenly filled with surprise. She looked Suyu over carefully and said in astonishment, I didn't notice before, but I see now that you are so young, and yet you have already broken your shackles and begun genetic evolution. I don't remember Tianhe City having a young warrior like you. You probably haven't registered with the Night Watchman yet, right? Suyu shook his head and spoke truthfully. Yesterday I was just an ordinary person. I only used a treasure map today and dug up a vermilion bird fruit, which allowed me to evolve. That is quite lucky. Linzi handed him a business card and said, Remember to come to the Night Watchman branch tomorrow. Everyone who has started genetic evolution needs to be registered. Give me a call then, and I will personally take you through the process. All right, Suyu nodded and tucked away Linzi's business card. In the distance, someone noticed this scene. Once Linzi returned, someone asked, Linzi, did you discover something? I found a young man around 18 or 19 who just broke his shackles and started genetic evolution today. He's quite a promising talent. Linzi did not hide the truth. Breaking genetic shackles at 18 or 19? Someone gasped, then licked their lips and said happily, the younger you are when you break the shackles, the greater your future achievements will be. Some people are too old. Even if they manage to break the shackles or find more treasures later, they will struggle to achieve much unless those treasures are truly extraordinary. But young people are different. Their bodies are at their peak, and their future holds infinite possibilities. The same treasure produces completely different results in a young person compared to an elderly person. Compared to the elderly, young people get stronger more easily and consume fewer resources. Everyone looked excited and seemed very happy. Now that the end of the world is here, only by sticking together can we overcome these hardships. After recovering some strength, Suyu quickly left the area. As for the dragon, although he had killed it, he had no intention of claiming the spoils of war. He had just transmigrated here. Even though he had inherited all the memories of his predecessor, he still felt a deep distrust toward everyone. You couldn't even trust people during peaceful times, let alone in the apocalypse. Suyu was very self-aware. This shard is terrifying, even if I can only use a tiny fraction of its power. Such a powerful dragon was actually smashed to death by me. Suyu muttered to himself as he walked away, but this is a 1-second burst of glory. After that 1 second, I'm completely spent, so I must never use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Right now, the most important thing for me is to collect treasure maps, find the treasures according to the hints, and strive to improve my strength as soon as possible. Strength is the only thing that gives you a voice in this world. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Suyu arrived at the trading hall on time and met the fat man. "Did you bring the money?" The fat man got straight to the point. Suyu's mouth twitched, but he still said, "I brought it." Actually, he didn't have that much money in his account, but he managed to scrape together 200,000 after some effort. This was the money his predecessor's parents had left behind for him to get married. Now, it was all gone. In the trading hall, under the witness of official personnel, the two completed the transaction. Suyu obtained another treasure map. "Good, buddy. If you want more treasure maps, you can contact me." "I still have plenty of these," the fat man said after the trade. "I'm honestly scared. I don't dare to go digging for treasure maps anymore. If I dig myself into a grave, my whole family will cry themselves to death." "How do you have so many?" Suyu couldn't help but ask curiously. The fat man smiled and said in a low voice, "I'm an only child. My grandparents, my maternal grandparents, and my parents, plus me, that's 7 people in total. Over the last 3 years, each of us got 3 treasure maps. Altogether, that's 21. How could I not have a lot?" Hearing this, Suyu couldn't help but feel envious. After the treasure maps appeared, everyone was given 1 map every year. Unfortunately, he had transmigrated into the role of an orphan. It was truly a hell mode beginning. "I used 1 map, gave you 1, and sold you 1, so I still have 18 left." The fat man continued, "But let's be clear up front. Since you saved me, if you want more maps, they are 200,000 each, and I will give you priority. But you'd better hurry. I'm going to sell off the rest soon. If you're late, I might sell them to someone else." With a smile, the fat man turned and left. How great would it have been if I had transmigrated as that fat guy? Starting with 21 treasure maps, I could have reached the top instantly. Suyu was dying of envy. Glancing at the treasure map in his hand, Suyu hurried out of the trading hall and ran toward the location marked on the map. The distance wasn't actually that far, only about 3 kilometers from the trading hall. Because he had broken his shackles, started genetic evolution, and become a warrior, it only took Suyu 10 minutes to reach the target location. Suyu first glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then focused his attention on the target. Soon, golden words appeared. "A tomato is sealed here. Eat it, and you can become stronger." Wait, what? Suyu was stunned. What was the deal with a tomato? But soon, Suyu started laughing. Who cared if it was a tomato? As long as there was no danger and it could make him stronger, that was all that mattered. Without any hesitation or second thoughts, Suyu immediately used the treasure map. A pocket of space appeared, and inside, a fist-sized tomato floated quietly. At the sight of the tomato, Suyu's eyes lit up, and his mouth began to water. Although it looked like an ordinary tomato, for some reason, Suyu's instincts told him that he must eat it. So, in the next instant, Suyu reached out, grabbed the tomato, and took a bite. It was sweet and sour, very delicious. Suddenly, Suyu's vision blurred, and he saw a familiar space. Originally, there were 9 chains here. These chains were the shackles that bound the human body. Now Suyu saw that only 8 chains remained in his body. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying force charged in violently and slammed hard against one of the remaining chains.
It shattered. There were 9 chains in total, and now 2 of them have already broken apart. In an instant, Suyu felt a surging power being born within his body, as if his very life had undergone a leap to reach a new height. According to information released online, there are 9 shackles within the human body. Every time one breaks, your cultivation level increases by 1 rank. Suyu's vision returned to normal, and he thought to himself, I shattered 2 chains, so does that mean I'm now a rank 2 warrior? Since he had just transmigrated, the information Suyu could find was actually quite limited. In fact, everything that was happening felt incredibly surreal to Suyu. Sometimes, Suyu even wondered if he was dreaming. It should be rank 2 warrior. I'll know for sure when I visit the Night Watcher branch tomorrow, Suyu told himself. All in all, there were 5 treasure maps. I've used 3, and now there are 2 left that I can't use anymore. If I don't use them, keeping them is a waste. But if I do, it's extremely dangerous even if I'm a rank 2 warrior. If I sell them to someone else and they're just an ordinary person, it's the same as hurting them. Plus, whatever is dug up might affect me too. So if I sell them, I must sell them to the strong. The trading hall is a mixed bag where it's hard to tell who's strong or weak, but at the Night Watcher branch tomorrow, they'll definitely all be powerful. Suyu thought secretly, a bold idea forming in his mind. Sell the dangerous treasure maps and use the money to buy new ones from Fatty. This way, I can keep the cycle going until I get a map where the item isn't dangerous. Man, I'm a genius. Suyu couldn't help but praise himself. Now time to go home and sleep to recharge. Suyu didn't have money for a taxi, so he had to walk. But now that he was a rank 2 warrior, his physical fitness was extraordinary. Even walking didn't feel tiring, and his speed was incredible, comparable to an electric scooter. 20 minutes later, Su stared at the ruins of his neighborhood with wide eyes and muttered, "Where is my home?" The neighborhood where Suyu lived had been leveled to the ground, and screams could be heard coming from beneath the rubble. Ambulances were parked all around the outside of the neighborhood. Officials were swarming the ruins, rescuing people everywhere, and many civilians had joined the rescue efforts voluntarily. Suyu's expression turned incredibly grim. If he hadn't left immediately back then, he'd probably be one of those buried under the ruins right now, wouldn't he? It was too terrifying, too dangerous. Suyu clenched his fists and joined the rescue team. Suyu didn't stop until late at night. Fortunately, the officials had already organized an evacuation after the giant dragon appeared. Most people had left early, but a few who were sleeping too soundly didn't hear a thing until it was too late. Inside a tent, Suyu opened his phone and scrolled through the local news. Today, a citizen surnamed Wang used a treasure map and dug up a dragon, resulting in over 1,000 deaths and over 100,000 injuries. Casualty figures are still being tallied. Due to the dragon's destruction, 23 buildings in the city were destroyed, with losses exceeding 100 billion. Currently, Wang has been detained, and the case is under further investigation. A citizen surnamed he used a treasure map and dug up 3 zombies. The zombies have since been killed, and no harm was caused. A citizen surnamed Guo used a treasure map and dug up a snake valley. Currently, the Night Watchers have organized a team to explore it. A citizen surnamed Chen used a treasure map and dug up a scroll of the Sunflower Manual. Chen has been rushed to the hospital. A citizen surnamed Zhang used a treasure map and dug up the legendary Fishgut Sword. Suyu frowned slightly as he read this. If he remembered correctly, the Fishgut Sword was one of the 10 famous swords. How much power did that thing possess? Suyu shook his head. He wasn't quite sure, so he continued reading. A citizen surnamed Su used a treasure map and dug up a vermilion bird fruit. After consuming it, he broke his shackles and initiated genetic evolution. Huh? Is this talking about me? Suyu frowned. Thinking about it, the Night Watcher Lin Zi must have reported it. No one else should have known. Suyu continued scrolling through the news. A citizen surnamed Chao used a treasure map and dug up a speaker. A citizen surnamed Duan used a treasure map and dug up a woman in an ancient costume. An ID card and household registration have already been processed for her. A citizen surnamed Shu used a treasure map and dug up a chessboard. Shu is trapped inside, and the Night Watchers are currently organizing a rescue. It wasn't until late into the night that Suyu finally put down his phone and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, at first light, Suyu washed up briefly and headed to the Night Watcher branch. Before arriving, Suyu called Lin Zi. "Suyu, you're here?" Lin Zi looked to be in great spirits. Her impressive figure was quite eye-catching. But Suyu seemed completely uninterested, his gaze clear as water. This surprised Lin Zi. Few young men these days weren't attracted by beauty. "Hello, I'm here to register." "I know, follow me." Lin Zi led the way, her figure enchanting and full of charm. Suyu ignored the sight entirely. As he walked, he looked down at his phone and messaged Fatty. "Fatty, I need 2 treasure maps. I want them today. I'll let you know the time later, and we'll trade cash for goods." "Not today, I'm in the hospital. Talk to me after I'm discharged," Fatty replied quickly. Suyu was full of questions. "What happened to you? Which hospital? I'll come visit you in a bit." "Sigh, it's a long story. If you want to come, then come. I'm at the First People's Hospital. Just come straight to room 666 when you get here." "All right." Suyu put his phone away, puzzled, and followed Lin Zi to a machine. "Give me your ID." Lin Zi reached out. Suyu handed his ID over. "Oh, only 18!" Lin Zi smiled, swiped the ID on the machine, and handed it back to Suyu. "Place your hand on it, then circulate your power within your body. This machine will detect your strength." Without hesitating, Suyu circulated the power within him. The machine's large screen suddenly flashed, and the words "Rank 2 Warrior" appeared. "Huh? It's only been 1 day and you're already a Rank 2 Warrior?" Lin Zi couldn't help but say, Most people need 3 or 4 attempts, even after digging up good stuff to reach rank 1 warrior. And you just hit rank 2 already. It wasn't exactly all at once. I dug up a tomato yesterday too, and that's how I got to rank 2, Suyu said with a smile. You used 2 treasure maps in one day, got 2 treasures, and didn't run into any danger? Linza said in astonishment. This luck is truly unparalleled. Come on, follow your big sister to get registered. Linza led Suyu away with great enthusiasm. It only took 10 minutes to finish the registration. Suyu couldn't help but marvel that having connections really makes a world of difference in efficiency. Suyu. After the registration was finished, Linza pulled Suyu into an office and said, "Now you have 2 choices." Before Suyu could speak, she continued on her own. First, you can go back to being an ordinary citizen. Well, you are still in school, so you can just continue your studies. Second, you can apply to join the Night Watchers, and like us, take on the responsibility of protecting all living souls. She paused and looked at Suyu, saying very seriously, "So, are you willing to join the Night Watchers now?" Suyu immediately felt conflicted. The Night Watchers, Great Xia's only official superpower organization. Joining them would definitely come with many perks. But accordingly, once he joined, he would have to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities, which would naturally be very dangerous. It was no exaggeration to say that wherever there was danger, there were Night Watchers. The Night Watchers are always on the front lines of combat. Many times, the people can retreat or flee, but not the Night Watchers. They have to fight to the death to buy enough time for the civilians behind them to evacuate. If you don't shoulder a gun, and I don't shoulder a gun, who will protect the people of our Great Xia? Linza's words made Suyu's blood boil with passion. But Suyu quickly calmed down. After a slight hesitation, he said, "How about you give me some more practical details?" Huh? Linzi suddenly laughed. She was a bit disappointed, but not too much. She said, "I thought you were full of hot-blooded passion, but it seems you are actually quite level-headed. However, that is a good thing. Those who are only full of passion usually end up dying a miserable death. Since you want practical details, then I will give you some practical details. Join the Night Watchers, and during your internship, you are guaranteed at least 3 treasure maps. Once you become a regular member, you will get 1 treasure map every month, which is 12 a year." Lindsay spoke quickly. That is just the baseline. For every mission you go on, the organization will also give you some treasure maps or other treasures based on your performance. Also, you should know that besides the treasure maps from the organization, the heavens also grant everyone a certain number of maps. The heavens? Suyu frowned. 3 years ago, treasure maps suddenly appeared, and no one knew how it happened. The treasure maps just popped up out of nowhere. When the time came, they would manifest out of thin air and appear directly in everyone's hands. It was very surreal. We haven't figured out where the treasure maps come from yet, so for now, we attribute it to the heavens, Lindsay explained. Suyu nodded and asked again, where do the treasure maps rewarded by the Night Watchers come from? According to what he knew, there were currently only 2 sources for treasure maps. First is waiting for the heavens to distribute them, 1 map per person per year. Second is like the Night Watchers, participating in missions to protect the country and the people. After the mission ends, they receive treasure maps. It seemed those were also distributed by the heavens. Other than that, there were no other sources, at least not that Suyu knew of. That, I don't know either. Lindsay actually shook her head. I have only heard that the Night Watcher High Command seems to have special channels to acquire treasure maps. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded and asked, are there any other benefits? To be honest, he was already tempted. But he knew that since Lindsay was inviting him to join the Night Watchers, it meant he had value. So he wasn't in a hurry and wanted to get the details clear first. Any other benefits? Lindsay took a deep look at Suyu and said, an annual salary of 1.2 million, a 200 square meter luxury flat, with utilities, property fees, broadband and phone bills all covered. We even give you a car, and the organization reimburses your gas money. Also, if you want to get married, the Night Watchers will even help introduce you to potential partners. That good? Suyu couldn't help but ask. Naturally, Lindsay nodded. All right then, I'm in. Suyu didn't ask any more questions or hesitate. He agreed immediately. No matter what world it is, being within the system is always the best. The Night Watchers are the only official superpower organization in Great Xia. So it was destined that he would find a way to join them. Not to mention, by joining the Night Watchers, he could obtain even more treasure maps. The money in the house didn't really matter to him. The key point was the treasure maps. Great, come with me to handle the paperwork. Lindsay was very happy and pulled Suyu along to complete the procedures. In less than 20 minutes, Suyu had successfully joined the Night Watchers, although for now, he was only an intern. These are the keys to Unit 808, Building E of the Night Watcher family quarters. Everything is inside, you can just move in with your bags. As for the car, you will be assigned one after you become a regular member. This is your Night Watcher ID. Remember to keep it on you. Sometimes having the right ID is very important when getting things done. Also, this is a Night Watcher watch. It integrates positioning, communication, and emergency signaling. Unless there is an exceptional circumstance, do not take it off. This is the Night Watcher uniform. You don't need to wear it normally. Only for special occasions. You can just leave it at home. Lindsay paused and said, "Alright, you can leave now. If there's a mission, I will notify you." Suyu felt a bit dazed. It happened so fast. To be honest, he had not yet adjusted to the change in his identity. Sister Lin, Suyu organized his thoughts and said, "I have 2 treasure maps I am planning to sell. Do you have any channels for that?" "Huh?" Lindsay stared at Suyu in surprise and asked, "Treasure maps are in high demand but low supply. You are actually going to sell them?" Suyu smiled awkwardly and said, "I've already dug up 3 treasure maps. My intuition tells me that if I keep digging I might run into danger. So I am thinking of selling the remaining maps. I will wait a few days until I get new ones before digging again." Suyu made up a lie. There was no other way. He could not tell her the actual situation. Lindsay gave Suyu a long look and said, "Since you want to sell them, that's fine too. There is no shortage of people looking to buy these things. Wait a moment, I will make a phone call." As Lindsay spoke, she dialed a number. Soon, a bald man walked in and said to Lindsay with a smile, "Captain Lin, why did you suddenly ask me to come over?" "Lei Gang, I heard you've been buying up treasure maps everywhere lately?" Lindsay asked. "That is true." The bald Lei Gang rubbed his head and laughed. "My cultivation reached a bottleneck recently, so I wanted to buy some treasure maps to dig and see if I can find something good to help me break through. There are 2 treasure maps here. I will sell them to you for 500,000. "Do you want them?" Lindsay said. "Captain Lin, you are being greedy." The bald guy curled his lip. "The market price is only around 200,000 each, so 400,000 for both. You are trying to rip me off for an extra 100,000 right off the bat. That's too much." "So do you want them or not?" Lindsay asked impatiently. "If you don't, plenty of others do. I recall your rival also seems to be buying treasure maps. If you're not interested, I'll just sell them to him." All right. Out of respect for Captain Lin, I'll take both maps." The bald man spoke helplessly. In the eyes of ordinary people, treasure maps were indeed quite expensive. But in his eyes, let alone 200,000, even 500,000 each would not be considered expensive. Once something good is dug up, its value would be enough to purchase over 1,000 treasure maps. Soon, Suyu received a text notification that 500,000 had been credited to his account. "Young man, Captain Lin is a good person. Work hard for her." After getting the treasure maps, Lei Gang patted Suyu on the shoulder and left. "Suyu, if you want to sell treasure maps in the future, come to me. I can get you a high price. However, I suggest you keep the treasure maps for yourself. Once you're prepared, you can dig them up anytime. Wouldn't it be better to find something good than just having 500,000? Lindsay advised. "Thank you, Sister Lin. I understand." Suyu nodded with a smile and then asked, "Sister Lin, if there's danger with these treasure maps, can he handle it?" Suyu was actually a bit worried. It wouldn't sit right with him if he ended up getting the bald guy killed. Selling those high-risk maps to a teammate demonstrates a calculated use of information asymmetry. Suyu is effectively outsourcing his mortality, turning a potential death sentence into liquid capital, while the buyer unknowingly gambles his life on a rigged hand. Suyu proves that in a world of monsters, institutional leverage is the ultimate survival tool. He is not just joining a cause, he is securing a strategic exit from the volatile treasure market by offloading toxic assets onto unsuspecting gamblers.
Hunting for treasure maps is a matter of life and death. Even if there is real danger, you are not to blame. Lin Zhu said comfortingly, "Of course, Captain Lei Gang himself is not weak and can handle ordinary dangers. Besides, he always brings people with him when he goes digging for treasure maps. Even if the danger is not ordinary, he can handle it easily." Acting like a big sister, Lin Zi patted Suyu's shoulder and said with a smile, "You are one of mine now. Do not worry about this, and do not fear that Captain Lei Gang will come looking for trouble just because you did not find anything good. That works then." Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. If nothing happened to the bald Captain Lei this time, he planned to sell all his treasure maps to him in the future. Leaving the Night Watchman branch, Suyu generously hailed a rideshare and headed for the first Municipal People's Hospital. While outside the hospital, Suyu bought some fruit. After a moment's thought, he picked up 2 cases of milk as well before entering the hospital and heading straight for room 666. "Wait, Fatty, what happened to you?" As soon as he entered the ward, Suyu saw Fatty's crotch area wrapped in a lot of gauze and could not help but feel puzzled. Could it be that Fatty had come to the hospital for some kind of surgery down there? Sigh. Once Suyu set down the fruit and milk, Fatty sighed and said, After parting with you yesterday, I just could not resist. I went home, grabbed a treasure map, and went to dig. At this point, Fatty seemed hesitant, as if debating whether to continue. And then you ran into danger? Suyu glanced at the bandaged area, barely holding back a laugh. Fatty's face turned beet red, but he shook his head and said, I did not run into any danger. Instead, I dug up a cultivation technique.
Oh?
Suyu was surprised. While feeling envious, he was also happy for Fatty. Your luck is great. With a technique, you can rise quickly and will no longer be an ordinary person. After a pause, Suyu asked curiously, but that does not make sense. If you found a technique, why did you end up in the hospital? Did you not see the news? Fatty asked with a bitter look. The news? I check it every day. What does that have to do with you? Suyu asked. I am the one who dug up the sunflower manual. Fatty turned his head away, seemingly afraid to look at Suyu. Sunflower manual? Suyu froze for a moment, recalling something. He quickly pulled out his phone and searched for the term. Soon a news story popped up. A citizen surnamed Chen used a treasure map to unearth a copy of the sunflower manual. Mr. Chen has been rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Suyu looked stunned. He turned to Fatty and asked weakly, Fatty, is your last name Chen? Yes, Fatty whispered, barely audible. Truly courageous. Suyu could not help but give him a thumbs up. I was so excited at the time that I did not think twice. I saw the manual said, to master this art, one must first castrate oneself, so I just went ahead and did it. Fatty looked incredibly embarrassed but seemed to need someone to talk to. He turned his head away and whispered, only after I did it did I see the second page. It said, even without castration, one can still succeed. Then I called for an ambulance. Suyu wanted to laugh, but he held it in and asked, did they reattach it? They did, Fatty said weakly. The doctor said if I recover well, it will still be functional in the future. That is good then. Suyu nodded and patted Fatty's shoulder. Get some rest. Once you have healed, I will come back to buy more treasure maps from you. It is fine. Fatty turned back, his face burning bright red. He pulled out 2 treasure maps from under him and said, I figured you might be in a hurry, so after we talked, I had my family bring over 2 maps. Fatty, you are the best. Suyu did not take the maps right away. Instead, he transferred 400,000 to Fatty first. Only after Fatty's phone chimed with the notification did he take the 2 maps. With this transaction, Suyu made a tidy profit of 100,000. He felt Fatty was truly a great friend and secretly vowed never to forget him once he became successful. What I just told you, please do not tell anyone. Fatty hesitated and urged him. Don't worry, I did not hear a thing today, Suyu promised, patting his chest. Then Suyu added, Fatty, if you are not using your treasure maps, keep them for me. I will take them all. But I will need a bit of time. Do you think you could give me some leeway? Fatty looked at Suyu with a bit of surprise, then nodded. Since you saved my life, I will hold them for a month. After that, I might sell them to someone else. All right, a month is plenty, Suyu laughed. Fatty, I am heading out now. I will visit you again tomorrow. After Suyu left, Fatty's expression gradually returned to normal. He pulled out a yellowed ancient book from under his pillow and began to read it carefully. On the cover of the ancient book were the 4 large characters for the sunflower manual. A moment later, Fatty suddenly burst out laughing. So that is how it is! Ha ha! I understand now! Suddenly, the air vibrated as if some mysterious power was surging in from all directions, entering Fatty's body. The sunflower manual vibrated and transformed into a beam of light, entering the space between Fatty's eyebrows. Fatty fell unconscious, but the aura around him grew stronger and stronger. Leaving the hospital, Suyu did not call a ride and instead started walking home. Although he had a new house now, there were still some things in his old home that he needed to retrieve. Soon he arrived at the residential area that had been turned into ruins. Suyu saw people lining up, seemingly registering for something. Suyu hurried over and saw a fellow homeowner. He quickly asked with a smile, Uncle Zhang, what is going on here? Xiao Yu, Uncle Zhang said after taking a puff of his cigarette, was our neighborhood not destroyed by that villain? The night watchmen have stepped in to offer owners a free replacement home plus 200,000 in compensation. If anyone in the family died, it is 1 million per person. They are registering everyone now, and the compensation will be paid once it is done. Suyu finally understood. So that meant he could get another house? With that in mind, Suyu quickly joined the line with Uncle Zhang. Soon it was Suyu's turn. A night watchman holding a laptop asked while typing, "Name, ID number?" "Suyu, my ID number is," Suyu recited it smoothly. "Huh?" The night watchman suddenly looked up, set aside the laptop, and asked in surprise, "You are a night watchman?" "Yes, an intern night watchman," Suyu nodded. "There is a lot of damage to the residential buildings this time, and replacement homes are in short supply. We need to prioritize ordinary citizens." The night watchman opposite him stared at Suyu and said, "Since you are a night watchman, you must put the people first. Your compensation will be handled later." Hearing this, Suyu could not help but give the night watchman a thumbs up. This was the spirit of the night watchman. "I am fine, I just came to take a look." "All right, I am heading off now," Suyu said with a smile. Under everyone's gaze, Suyu entered the ruined neighborhood and headed straight for his own building to see if he could dig anything out. Xiaoyu is a night watchman now? Once Suyu had left, the crowd finally reacted, and Uncle Zhang spoke up in shock. "That is right, and this Suyu is even stronger than I am." The night watchman, in charge of the tallying, looked at the computer screen with envy. Suyu was only 18 and already a second-rank warrior. As long as he does not meet an early end, his future is bright. Treasure maps gave everyone a fair chance. But even so, there are differences. The younger you are when you break the shackles, start genetic evolution, and become a warrior, the greater your future achievements will naturally be. So, as soon as a young person breaks their shackles, they are immediately taken by the Night Watchers for focused training. In the distance, Suyu shook his head after hearing this, not paying it much mind. After a while, Suyu found his apartment building. It was now a hazardous structure, nearly a ruin, and ordinary people wouldn't dare enter. But Suyu was different. His strength as a level 2 warrior gave him plenty of confidence as he walked up the stairs step by step. Opening the door and entering his home, he saw the entire floor was tilted and the appliances were severely damaged. Suyu didn't feel too bad. He found a photo album in a drawer and then went to his room to grab his computer. "Xiaoyu, why don't you come to my place for a meal?" Suyu heard someone speak just as he stepped out of the dangerous building. "Auntie Wang," Suyu said with a smile. "Forget the meal, I have things to do, so I'll be going now." Auntie Wang smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything more. "Xiaoyu, why not come to my house? Xiaoru keeps talking about you," someone else said with a smile, clearly trying to be flattering. The Xiaoru she mentioned was in the same school as Suyu. Because they lived in the same complex, they used to have a bit of a spark between them. But later, when Suyu became an orphan, Xiaoru's parents told her not to associate with him anymore. After crossing over, and 3 years ago, it was all the same. The only difference was this 3-year period. Suyu naturally remembered these things clearly. After all, even his parents were the same, so there was no reason for anything else to be different. "No thanks, Aunt Zhang. The house is gone now, so where would we eat?" Suyu kept a smile on his face, not wanting to offend anyone, and said goodbye everyone. He left the neighbors there, looking at each other in silence. Just as Suyu left, a girl with twin ponytails ran over and asked anxiously, "Dad, Mom, where is Suyu?" "Sai, Suyu has left. By the looks of it, you and Suyu were never meant to be," Xiaoru's mother sighed. "It's all your fault. Suyu and I were getting along so well, but you insisted I stop seeing him, saying he was an orphan, and we'd have to support him." Xiaoru started crying. Having just walked out of the complex, Suyu paused for a moment as he heard this, a look of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. But that look quickly faded, replaced by a sense of determination. Night Watcher Residential Building E, Room 808. Suyu opened the door and walked in. After setting his things down, he took a good look at the place. Everything is brand new. After looking around the new place, Suyu couldn't help but say, "The Night Watchers are really wealthy. A 200 square meter flat. They even gave me a gym besides the bedroom." Knock, knock, knock! Someone was knocking at the door. Confused, Suyu opened the door to find Linz standing there. "Sister Lin, why are you here?" Suyu asked, surprised. "I'm off work and going home for dinner, so I thought I'd check on you. By the way, I live right next door in 807. Lindsay pointed to the room next to his and invited him. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come over and eat with me. Is it convenient?" Suyu was indeed hungry and spoke with some hesitation. "What's not convenient about it?" Linza patted Suyu's shoulder and said, "It's just me at home. It'll actually be more lively if you come over." "All right then." Suyu closed the door and followed Linzi to 807. 807 was the same size as 808, But the difference was that 807 was more pink, clearly a girl's place. Take a seat. Look at this book. It's quite suitable for you right now. Lindsay took a book from the shelf and tossed it to Suyu. The 9 Levels of Warriors. From beginner to expert, Suyu looked at the cover and felt a strong sense of familiarity. That's right. You've just broken your shackles, so you must be confused. This book is perfect for you. As she spoke, Lindsay put on an apron and said, "Take your time reading while I cook. You're lucky. I rarely cook, so make sure you eat your fill this time." Lindsay took a few steps, then suddenly turned around. "By the way, there's a big black dog in my room. Whatever you do, don't provoke it." Just then, Suyu saw a huge black dog over a meter tall walk out. The black dog gave Suyu a cold glance, which made his heart tighten, as if he were facing a dead dragon. But the feeling vanished instantly, making Suyu wonder if he had just imagined it. "Sister Lin, I remember hearing that someone once found a big black dog through a treasure map, supposedly the legendary Howling Celestial Dog. It couldn't be him, could it?" Having crossed over, Suyu had seen a lot of information online. "How could that be?" Lindsay smiled. "If I could find the Howling Celestial Dog, I wouldn't be in Tianhe City anymore. Even if I were, I'd definitely be the head of the Night Watcher branch." Also, according to the records, the legendary Howling Celestial Dog looks like a white elephant, so it should be a big white dog. "Mine is a big black dog, totally different," Lindsay added. That's true. Suyu didn't doubt her. In fact, he fully agreed. It was just that the dog's aura was so strong that he thought he'd had a hallucination, which is why he asked. "All right, read the book. I'm going to start cooking now." Lindsay went into the kitchen. Suyu opened the 9 Levels of Warriors, from beginner to expert, and began reading with great interest. This concerned his own strength, or even more seriously, his life. So Suyu read even more seriously than he ever had at school. So that's how it works. Suyu read for a while and then suddenly slapped the table. "There are 9 shackles in the human body. They limit humans, but they are also a blessing. If you break them, you can start genetic evolution and become a warrior. Each shackle represents 1 level of cultivation. If you can break 9 shackles, you'll be a level 9 warrior." Online information was vague, so even though Suyu had researched a bit, it wasn't nearly as clear as this book. Nonsense. Long ago, someone cursed the human race, which is why those 9 shackles exist. Back then, every human was born with a Taoist physique. Why would there be shackles? Suddenly, Suyu heard someone speaking to him. "Who's talking to me?" Suyu was startled. He looked left and right, but Lindsay was still busy in the kitchen, and there was no one else around. And judging by the voice, it definitely wasn't Lindsay. "It couldn't be you talking to me, could it?" Suyu's gaze fell on the big black dog that had appeared across from him at some point. "Big black dog, if you can talk, say something for me to hear. Or just nod your head?" Suyu stared at the dog expectantly.
But Suyu was disappointed. The big black dog just lay on the opposite side, staring at him without any further movement. "I'm just being delusional. How could a dog speak?" Suyu shook his head and laughed at himself, muttering, "Could it be that some old master is hidden in my mind?" After a pause, Suyu thought to himself, "Old master, are you there? Are you there? Are you there?" After waiting for a long time with no movement, Suyu was completely disappointed and started to suspect he was hearing things. Suyu picked up the book Warrior Stage 9, from beginner to master, and started reading with great interest again. This time, Suyu was extra careful. When he reached a part that gave him an epiphany, he couldn't help but read it aloud while pricking up his ears to listen closely to what was happening. But until Lindsay finished cooking, that voice never returned. "Suyu, try my cooking and see how it is." Lindsay spoke with great expectation. It's delicious." Suyu stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth and said indistinctly, "It tasted absolutely terrible." However, influenced by 5,000 years of culture, he would never say that out loud. "Since it's good, eat more." Lindsay was very happy and kept putting more meat on his plate. She said joyfully, "You're the first one to ever praise my cooking." Suyu nodded, and through gritted teeth and with tears in his eyes, he finished the whole plate. After the meal, Lindsay perked up and said to Suyu, "Take this book back and read it. But remember, you have to return it to me later. Also, whatever you do, do not show this book to ordinary people," Lindsay warned him. Suyu couldn't help but be confused. Lindsay explained, "Ordinary people don't have the right destiny. Reading it would be a waste of time and would only bring them trouble." Suyu nodded thoughtfully, stood up and said, "Sister Lin, I'll remember. I'll head back now." He wanted to go back and read for a while, then he had to go dig up more treasure maps. Time was very tight. After Suyu left, Lindsay turned to the big black dog and asked, "Did you talk to him?" The big black dog turned its head away arrogantly with a deep look in its eyes. It actually spoke in human words, no. I heard everything. Lindsay was very dissatisfied and said, "There's no one else in this room but me. If it wasn't you, was it a ghost?" "This person is not quite right," the big black dog said solemnly after a moment of silence. "Not quite right?" Lindsay's face changed instantly. She slammed the table and stood up saying, "You mean he's not himself anymore?" People digging up treasure maps would sometimes dig up evil spirits and then be possessed by them. Such things were very common. That's not it. The big black dog turned back and shook its head. "I sensed the aura of the ancestral star on him." Ancestral star? Hearing this, Lindsay felt relieved, but then she became puzzled. She asked, "What kind of place is that?" "Little girl, you are too young. It's normal that you don't know. Besides, you don't need to know about this." The big black dog turned and walked toward the balcony. It said as it went, "My power hasn't recovered yet and I'm very weak. You take good care of that kid. Maybe he'll give me a surprise." With that, the big black dog lay on the balcony and lazily basked in the sun. "You don't need to tell me. I'll take care of him. He belongs to me now," Lindsay said. Room 808. Suyu came back and continued reading. Half an hour later, he put the book down and hurried out the door. He still had 2 treasure maps to dig up. The appearance of the giant dragon gave him a strong sense of danger, pushing him to improve his strength as soon as possible. A dragon appeared yesterday. Tomorrow there might be 100,000 of them. At that time, it would truly be the end of the world. If he improved his strength, then even if he couldn't win, at least he could run away. Half an hour later, Suyu reached his destination. He took out a treasure map and looked at it intently. Immediately, golden words appeared. "A damaged dog-head guillotine is sealed here. To you, it is not dangerous at all." A dog-head guillotine? Suyu was stunned. In his memory from ancient times to the present, there was only one such thing. Whatever. As long as it's not harmful to me, I'll just dig it up. Suyu was excited and used the treasure map without any hesitation. A space appeared, and inside stood a dog-head guillotine. Suyu reached out, and the dog-head guillotine seemed to sense something, immediately beginning to vibrate. In the next instant, endless radiant light suddenly illuminated the world. The entire Tianhe city was trembling. Countless people looked up and saw a dog-head guillotine spanning the sky, releasing an ultimate power. In the next moment, the sky went dark, a crescent moon appeared, and a voice rang out everywhere, sounding like a grand bell. "Guards, bring the dog-head guillotine. Open the blade." At the night watchman branch, a figure looked at this scene in shock. Someone actually dug up the dog-head guillotine? But in the legends, that person doesn't seem to exist. He frowned, and with a flash, he crossed an infinite distance in an instant and appeared directly next to Suyu. "It really is the dog-head guillotine." The visitor's eyes lit up as he stared at the guillotine, which had shrunk and fallen into Suyu's hand. "Are you Suyu?" The man then looked at Suyu and asked with some surprise. "Who are you?" Suyu was very surprised. He didn't know this person, but the person knew him, which made him very cautious. "Li Xiao, director of the Tianhe Night Watchman branch," the man said with a smile, showing his ID. Suyu looked closely and thought the other person was probably for real. "Greetings, director," Suyu said quickly. "Yes." Li Xiao nodded and said with relief, "I've seen your files. You've had some luck and opportunities. Not only have you become a stage 2 warrior, but now you've even obtained the dog-head guillotine. After you get back, study it well and see what this dog-head guillotine can do." "Okay," Suyu nodded. "I'm going now." Li Xiao's figure disappeared in an instant. Suyu couldn't even see clearly before he was gone, and he was secretly amazed. Just how strong is this director Li Xiao? Just then, his phone vibrated. Suyu instinctively took it out and saw a news notification. Anything pushed must be a hot topic. Suyu paid close attention, so he quickly clicked to read. "Celebrate for the human race. Celebrate for Great Xia. Citizen Su dug up a dog-head guillotine after using a treasure map. I'm on the news? This is the first time in my life." Suyu was stunned, then he realized, "No, wait. I was on it once after I dug up the vermilion bird fruit, but it didn't feel as intense as this time." After a while, Suyu finally calmed down. "I wonder what this dog-head guillotine is used for." Right then, Suyu began to carefully sense the dog-head guillotine. Huh? The dog-head guillotine, specially made for executing villains who oppress the common people? Suyu frowned slightly. It seemed quite powerful, and he really wanted to try it out, but he couldn't find a target. He couldn't exactly use it on random bystanders, could he? "Forget it, I'll wait for a chance." Suyu shook his head. With a thought, the guillotine in his palm instantly vanished. Suddenly, his phone vibrated again as several push notifications arrived in a row. A citizen surnamed Lei released 99 zombies after using a treasure map. The situation is currently under control. Suyu thought about it and realized this person was likely the bald Captain Lei gang of the Night Watchers. This must have been released from the treasure map he got from me. It is good that things are under control. Suyu felt relieved and tapped on the next notification. A citizen surnamed Zhang unearthed a divine beast hatchling after using a treasure map. A fierce battle is currently underway. A divine beast hatchling. Suyu was stunned. Unfortunately, the news didn't specify which divine beast it was. Suddenly, his night watcher watch vibrated. Suyu looked down to see a distress signal about 7 or 8 kilometers away. His phone started ringing right after. It was from Lindsay. She said over the phone, "Get over here immediately. You are too weak, so do not get close, just watch from a distance." A divine beast hatchling was unearthed this time. It is a perfect chance for you to gain some experience. The call ended. But Suyu couldn't help but hesitate. He was 18 now, but in his previous life he had been much older and was well past his hot-blooded years. So, should he go? It was a divine beast hatchling, and a fierce battle was still going on. What if he died there? After only a few seconds of hesitation, Suyu made his decision and began striding rapidly toward the destination. Even before arriving, Suyu felt the sheer power of a divine beast. A vermilion bird loomed over the world, making half the sky look as if it were on fire. Suyu felt his body burning inside and out, as if he might ignite at any moment. And this is just a hatchling. If it were an adult, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Suyu had no doubt that if the divine beast were fully grown, the entire blue planet would likely be set ablaze. "You are here?" Lin Zi appeared by Suyu's side, grabbed him, and stepped through the air, quickly landing on the rooftop of a building. "The view is clearer from here," Lin Zi said. "You have just joined the Night Watchers and have no experience at all. This is the perfect time to observe." "Okay," Suyu nodded and asked in surprise, "Sister Lin, aren't you going to help? The director is there, so I do not need to step in yet." Lindsay shook her head and pointed at the two people fighting the vermilion bird hatchling. "One of them is Li Xiao, the director of our Night Watcher branch. He just returned this morning. The other one is Captain Zhang, the one who unearthed the hatchling." As Lindsay was introducing them, Suyu suddenly shouted, "Captain Zhang is on fire!" Sure enough, Captain Zhang was engulfed in flames from the hatchling's breath, becoming a literal human torch. At this rate, his funeral would be held in no time. Fortunately, Captain Zhang was no pushover. He quickly extinguished the flames, but his face was charred black and smoke puffed from his nose and ears. He looked like a total mess. Linz's body tensed up as if she were about to join the fray at any moment. She said to Suyu, "If I step in later, pull back immediately. This hatchling is no joke. Its power is ridiculously high. Do you want me to join the fight?" Suyu asked. "No need. I called you here to gain experience, not to fight. You are too weak. You wouldn't last a second up there. It would be certain death," Lindsay replied. Suyu felt looked down upon, but he also felt a sense of relief. Having just traveled to this world, his mindset hadn't changed that easily. He still needed time to adapt. Suddenly, Suyu saw Director Li Xiao swallowed whole by the hatchling. His heart instantly tightened. "You filthy beast, die!" Linz roared in fury and shot forward like a bolt. Suyu saw a set of purple armor manifest and wrap around Lindsay's body. At that moment, Lindsay was bathed in a surging purple light, and even her hair seemed to have turned purple. A purple spear appeared in her hand. With a sharp whistle, she thrust it forward, aiming to kill the hatchling mid-air. Clang! The spear struck the hatchling's body, with the sound of clashing metal, showing just how tough the creature was. Fortunately, Lindsay's arrival put immense pressure on the hatchling, preventing it from quickly digesting Director Li Xiao. Covered in divine fire, Li Xiao fought his way out of the hatchling's mouth. He looked battered, but at least his life was not in danger. "I am here!" Suddenly, a bald man brandishing a hammer descended from the sky, accompanied by a torrent of lightning. It was Captain Lei Gang of the Night Watchers, who had bought 2 treasure maps from Suyu that morning. Currently, Captain Lei looked like a god of thunder, descending with an endless hell of lightning that instantly submerged the hatchling. But in the next moment, Captain Lei was sent flying while coughing up blood. The hatchling was covered in wounds, yet its aura grew even stronger as it seemed to thrive on battle, leaving everyone pale and breathless. Watching this, Suyu's heart sank. Could it be that they weren't strong enough to beat it? Even if they won, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. By then, who knows how many casualties the shockwaves of the battle would cause. Suyu could already see the surrounding buildings catching fire. Since the battle was still raging, there was no way to put them out. If this continued, the civilian casualties and property damage would be more than humanity could bear. Damn it! Why am I, a mere second-level warrior, worrying about all this? Suyu turned to run, but after only a couple of steps, he heard Director Li Xiao's voice ring out. "All Night Watchers mobilize! Fight to the death!" Clearly, Li Xiao had realized that the 4 of them couldn't kill the hatchling alone. They had to rely on numbers. Whoever kills the vermilion bird hatchling will be rewarded with 10 treasure maps. Li Xiao's voice echoed through the entire city. Suyu immediately turned around. Seeing Lindsay's purple armor torn open by the hatchling's claw, he gritted his teeth and roared, "You monster! Even if I am only a second-level warrior, I am not afraid of you. I will take you down with me." Just as Su Yu was about to summon the Dao weapon fragment and use a tiny fraction of its power to kill the hatchling, a humming sound rang out, and the dog-head guillotine suddenly appeared before him. "You can kill it?" Su Yu had a sudden flash of insight and understood immediately. Instantly, the instructions for using the dog-head guillotine flooded into Su Yu's mind. Su Yu knew how to use it now, but his expression became quite strange. This is way too embarrassing," Su Yu muttered, feeling conflicted. In mid-air, Lin Zi was fighting a bloody battle. Her purple armor had cracked open, revealing her skin beneath. Seeing this, Su Yu stopped hesitating and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone get out of the way. Let me handle this." Li Xiao, Lin Zi, and the others suddenly turned back, looking at Su Yu in surprise. But before they could speak, Su Yu shouted in a booming, powerful voice, "Guards, bring forth the dog-head guillotine." Under everyone's shocked gazes, the dog-head guillotine before Su Yu shot through the air, expanding 100,000 times in size until it loomed before the hatchling. The next moment, 4 towering, illusory figures appeared. 2 of them charged toward the hatchling, suppressing the immensely powerful creature from both sides and dragging it toward the guillotine. One figure placed a massive basin in front of the guillotine, while another lifted its heavy blade. The hatchling struggled with all its might, but it was completely useless. It was pinned firmly onto the guillotine. "Execute!" Su Yu's booming, powerful voice echoed in all directions. The hatchling was filled with shock, despair, and terror. "No! My lord, spare my life. I am willing to submit to the human race and serve you." Faintly, it saw a dark face with what looked like a crescent moon on the forehead. Slice! The blade dropped. The hatchling's head rolled off and blood stained the sky. Everyone stared at Su Yu in a complete daze. "Oh my god. This is the second-level warrior Su Yu?"
The vermilion bird, that's a divine beast. Even if it's just a hatchling, it's still incredibly powerful and terrifying. It's no exaggeration to say that when Li Xiao shouted for the Night Watchers to fight to the death, he was already prepared for Tianhe City to be bathed in blood today, with countless people left homeless. But then, Su Yu just took care of it instantly. Li Xiao was the first to snap back to reality. He pressed his tactical earpiece and said, "Attention everyone, backup is no longer needed. The vermilion bird hatchling has been killed. In case of an emergency, the Night Watchers request backup, and nearby branches send their strongest experts to help." Li Xiao had already made the call, but now that the hatchling was dealt with, reinforcements were no longer necessary. "Li Xiao, what's going on? Didn't you say the vermilion bird hatchling was too powerful for you to handle?" Someone asked over the earpiece, confused. "I'm busy right now. We'll talk about this later. You can all read the report when it's out." Li Xiao hurriedly pulled off his earpiece. In a flash, he appeared before Su Yu and asked with concern, "How are you feeling right now?" "A bit weak. I've used up most of the energy in my body," Su Yu said slowly after checking his internal state. In reality, it wasn't that bad. He had only used about half of his power. Compared to using the Dao weapon fragment, the drain was significantly less. If the guillotine couldn't handle it, he'd at least have enough energy left to run away. If the Dao weapon fragment failed, he'd have no choice but to wait for death. "That's good." Li Xiao nodded and patted Su Yu on the shoulder. "Su Yu, you did a great job. At the latest, 10 treasure maps will be in your hands by tomorrow." "Thank you, Director," Su Yu said happily. This was definitely worth it. 10 guaranteed treasure maps were worth at least 2 million. If he dug up a real treasure, it could be worth tens of millions. Li Xiao turned to Lin Zi and said, "Lin Zi, Su Yu is in your unit. Take him for a checkup. We need to make sure using the guillotine for the first time didn't leave any hidden side effects." "All right." Lin Zi had appeared beside Li Xiao at some point. Hearing this, she grabbed Su Yu and quickly sped away. Along the way, Lin Zi's purple armor quietly vanished, revealing her impressive and generous figure. Being so close, Su Yu subconsciously swallowed hard. They soon arrived at the Night Watcher branch and headed to the infirmary. Su Yu lay on the hospital bed undergoing various tests. Half an hour later, the doctor said, "Captain Lin, Su Yu is very healthy. His life force is far more robust than a typical rank 2 warrior. You can rest easy." Linza finally sighed in relief. Seeing Su Yu's puzzled look, she explained, "Don't find this troublesome, Su Yu. In the past, people used unearthed treasures and ended up with serious physical issues. The fact that you're perfectly fine is great." Su Yu nodded, remembering that there were indeed reports about this online. For example, some treasures would age the user by 10 years upon use. Others overtax potential, burn the soul, and so on. Leaving the infirmary, Linze couldn't help but say to Suyu, "I'm really jealous. With that guillotine, you're even stronger than I am." Suyu curled his lip. Only a fool would believe that. The guillotine was strong, but it was external power after all. With his current strength, he could only use it twice. Besides, whether it was Lin Zi or Li Xiao, he didn't believe they only had this much skill. They definitely had some trump cards hidden away. They just wouldn't use them unless absolutely necessary. "Sister Lin, can I go now?" Suyu asked with a smile. He was in a hurry. There was still one more treasure map to dig up. He was full of anticipation. If it looked dangerous, he'd just sell it and buy a new one. It couldn't get any better than this. "You can go," Linz nodded, signaling that Suyu was free to leave. After leaving the Night Watcher branch, Suyu's phone vibrated. He checked it and saw another news notification. "Glory to humanity, glory to Great Xia. Night Watcher Su uses the guillotine to instant kill a divine beast vermilion bird hatchling." Suyu saw this and couldn't help but smile. Isn't that talking about me? A surge of hot-blooded passion flowed through him, feeling like it might burst out and overwhelm him. "Damn it! Calm down!" Suyu tried to steady himself, telling himself silently, "I can't be this hot-headed next time. I'm young and have a long life ahead of me. I can't just die like that." Passion was one thing, but the fear afterward was real. What if the guillotine hadn't been able to beat the hatchling? Suyu told himself not to get carried away, or he'd eventually pay for it. He hailed a rideshare. 20 minutes later, he arrived 10 kilometers away. Suyu got out and started walking. After a while, he reached a patch of ruins. Sigh, another set of ruins. This world really is too dangerous. Suyu sighed and took out his last treasure map. After confirming the target location, he focused his gaze. A pair of underwear is sealed here. If you wear it over your pants, your strength will increase slightly. If you wear it on your head, your strength will increase significantly. Suyu said, "Impressive." Then Suyu began to hesitate. Should he dig it up or not? After agonizing for a while, Suyu finally made up his mind. If he didn't dig it up, the map would only sell for 200,000. But if he dug it up, even if he didn't use it, selling the item would be worth far more than 200,000. Dig it up! Suyu gritted his teeth and immediately used the treasure map. Soon, a small space appeared, with a pair of underwear hanging inside. The underwear looked brand new, as if just off the factory line, but Suyu didn't think that way. Looking at it just made him feel grossed out. Even so, Suyu reached out. The underwear flew out and landed in Suyu's palm. Immediately, Suyu understood that this underwear was no ordinary item. Wearing it really could boost one's strength. After sensing it carefully, it could increase the user's power by about 10%. If worn on the head, it could increase power by 20%. Of course, the increase wasn't unlimited. There was a cap. It worked for users up to the Battle King rank. If the user was above the Battle King rank, the boost would have almost no effect and wouldn't be very meaningful. After rank 9 warrior comes Battle King. Battle Kings are also divided into 9 ranks. For a Battle King, a 10 or 20% boost was practically a god-tier item. With my measly rank 2 warrior cultivation, even a 20% boost leaves me at rank 2, or rank 3 at the very most. This thing is useless to me. Suyu gave his assessment. So it's better to sell this thing. Yeah, sell it. But what would be a fair price? Suyu didn't have much of a concept of pricing, so he couldn't help but hesitate. Maybe I should go ask Sister Lin? Pragmatic loot management highlights the contrast between public glory and the gritty reality of survival. By prioritizing market value instead of a ridiculous power boost, Suyu proves that tactical intelligence is far more lethal than any magical artifact. Suyu's refusal to wear the humiliating artifact highlights a sophisticated cost-benefit analysis. He recognizes that in elite circles, social capital and reputation are far more valuable than a marginal power boost that comes at the expense of personal dignity. Before heading to see Lindsay, Suyu did a quick search online. Surprisingly, there really were reports about this kind of thing on the internet. But after reading them, Suyu was even more confused. The prices reported online varied wildly, with cheap ones at 100,000 and expensive ones costing tens of millions. So I still have no idea how much this thing is worth. Suyu shook his head and stopped searching. He hailed a rideshare and headed straight for the Night Watchman branch. At this hour, Lin Zi was definitely working at the Night Watchman office. "Suyu, what are you doing back here?" At the night watchman branch, Lindsay looked at Suyu in surprise. It had only been about an hour since Suyu left. What was Suyu doing back so soon? Could he be thinking about starting work already? Lindsay wondered to herself. Sister Lin, can we find a private place? Suyu glanced around. Many people were coming and going through the night watchman branch. He was too embarrassed to pull out a pair of underwear in public. All right, follow me then. Lindsay gave him a deep look and turned to lead the way. This is my office. It is empty, and the soundproofing is great. You can say whatever is on your mind, Lindsay said with a smile inside an office. Suyu instinctively looked around, then peeked outside the door. Seeing no one, he walked back, pulled out the underwear, and said to Lindsay, Sister Lin, I dug up a... Bam! Before Suyu could finish his sentence, a long, pale leg swept up and kicked toward him with full force. Good Lord! Suyu cursed as his body blurred backward, landing right outside the door. The hallway was full of people, who all stopped what they were doing to stare. Who is this rookie? Did he seriously offend Captain Lin? I remember Captain Lei getting the same treatment from Captain Lin before. Forget Captain Lin, even Captain Zhang has been beaten by her. Even our director was kicked out of her office once for who knows what. But wait, it looks like this young man managed to dodge it. As everyone chattered away, Suyu felt a chill run down his spine. If that kick had landed, it would have been a disaster. Suyu re-entered Lindsay's office and closed the door. Lindsay stood there with her arms crossed, looking extremely guarded. Suyu, you are one of my people, and yet you dare to be such a creep to me? Lindsay's face was frosty, radiating an aura that warned everyone to stay away. Sister Lin, can you please stop being so impulsive and just listen to me for a second? Suyu said, sounding a bit angry. Lindsay really was far too hot-headed. Wait a moment. Lindsay gave Suyu a long look, then stepped out. The crowd outside instantly scattered. She walked back in, sat down with her arms crossed, and said to Suyu, speak. Sai, here is the deal. After I left the branch, I followed a treasure map and dug up a pair of underwear that is incredibly useful for a battle king. Suyu explained quickly, as you know, I am only at the second stage of the warrior rank. I am too weak. This item can boost a user's strength by up to 20%. I don't think it is very useful for me right now, so I want to sell it. But I have no idea how much it is worth, which is why I came to ask you first. Oh? Lindsay's expression shifted instantly. She stood up with a beaming smile and guided Suyu to a seat. Why didn't you say so earlier? Look at the huge misunderstanding we had. Suyu, you don't blame me, do you? Not at all, Suyu shook his head. He couldn't beat her in a fight anyway, so what else could he do? Can it really boost a user's strength by 20%? Lindsay asked eagerly, clearly more focused on that part. If worn over your pants, it gives a 10% boost. If worn over your head, it's 20%, Suyu replied. 20% is quite a significant boost. If it works for a battle king, it's a very fine treasure indeed, Lindsay nodded. She took the underwear and focused her senses on it. After a moment, she set the underwear down and said to Suyu, it really is true. What a shame it's so unsuitable for me, otherwise I would definitely keep it. Lindsay shook her head, feeling quite regretful. Then she asked, so, Suyu, how much are you planning to sell it for? I don't know. That's why I came to ask you, Suyu said, sounding a bit aggrieved. He hadn't gained anything yet, but he had already taken a kick from Lindsay. He was genuinely feeling wronged. Lindsay thought for a moment. If this item wasn't a pair of underwear but something else, it would be worth at least 5 or 6 million. But Lindsay couldn't help but laugh. The way you have to use it is just too embarrassing. So forget about 5 or 6 million. You would be lucky to get 1 or 2 million for it. 1 or 2 million? Suyu wasn't disappointed at all. That was much better than he had expected. Besides, with 1 or 2 million, couldn't he buy a whole lot more treasure maps? If he dug up something good that he couldn't use, he could just sell it. It was a guaranteed way to make a killing. After a moment's thought, Suyu suddenly asked, Sister Lin, how much would my guillotine sell for? The guillotine? Sister Lin smiled and replied, that could sell for about 100 million. Suyu was shocked. He sucked in a cold breath, and even the air in the office seemed to grow warmer. Are you selling? If you are, I will find a way to get you 100 million right now, Sister Lin asked. Not for sale, Suyu shook his head. I figured as much. Lindsay was envious but not greedy. She thought for a bit and said, since you want to sell that underwear, I will help you out. Hang on, I will call Captain Lei over. Lindsay made a quick phone call. A moment later, the bald-headed Lei Gang pushed the door open. As soon as he saw Suyu, he blurted out, boisterously, "Don't tell me you have more treasure maps to sell. I will take as many as you have got for 250,000 each." Suyu swallowed hard. This Captain Lei was seriously rich. 250,000 a pop, and he would take them all. How could a normal person even say something like that? "Captain Lei, you have got it wrong. There are no treasure maps this time." Lindsay spoke up first, saying with a smile, "But we do have something else." "What is it?" Bald Lei Gang asked, his interest piqued. "A treasure that can boost a Battle King's strength by 10 or 20%. Interested?" Lindsay said. "Really?" For a split second, Lei Gang's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, as if divine energy were bursting out. But he quickly composed himself and asked suspiciously, "If it's such a good item, why wouldn't you keep it for yourself instead of selling it to me?" "I don't buy it." He wasn't stupid. Lindsay was also a Battle King, and she was even more formidable than he was. If there were such a treasure, she would never sell it to him. "This item is unsuitable for me. Otherwise, do you think I would sell it to you?" Lindsay looked at Suyu. Taking the hint, Suyu immediately handed over the underwear he had dug up. Lei Gang hesitated, but seeing the serious expressions on both Lindsay and Suyu's faces, he slowly reached out, took the underwear, and began to carefully sense its power. A moment later, Lei Gang's eyes lit up. He asked, "I will take it. Captain Lin, how much do you want for it?"
Even though the way you use this thing is a bit embarrassing, it really does boost your strength by 20%. Baldy Lei Gang only hesitated for less than a second before immediately asking about the price. 5 million. Lindsay asked for an outrageous price, leaving Suyu standing there in shock. "We agreed it was only worth 1 or 2 million, and yet you just blurted out 5 million. Lei Gang's mouth twitched. He tossed the underwear aside and cursed, "Lindsay, do you really think I am an idiot? If this were anything else, it would definitely be worth 5 million. But it is not. If I put this over my head, I will become a laughingstock. So, let's be real. How much do you actually want?" Even though Lei Gang was complaining, he didn't leave. It was obvious he really wanted it. Suyu could see it, and Lindsay naturally did too. Besides, the reason she called Lei Gang in the first place was that she was certain he wouldn't refuse. The 5 million she just asked for was just a test. What if Lei Gang was actually willing to pay that much? Seeing that her plan failed, Lindsay smiled and said, "We've been colleagues for years. How could I really charge you 5 million? Lindsay pretended to think for a moment before saying, "Tell you what, I will cut it in half. 2.5 million. Captain Lin, are you insulting me in a roundabout way?" Lei Gang rubbed his shiny bald head and said, "How about we have a fight first, then talk about the price?" "Then how much are you offering?" Lindsay frowned slightly. 1.5 million, Lei Gang stated. 1.5 million? You might as well rob me. Lindsay shook her head. 1.8 million. That is my final offer. Take it or leave it. Lei Gang said firmly, "You know I am not short on money. I would rather spend 5 million on a different treasure. At least then nobody would laugh at me." "Well," Lindsay seemed to hesitate. After a while, she said impatiently, Fine, fine, only because it is you, Lei Gang. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even consider anything under 2 million. Lei Gang quickly grabbed the underwear, turned to Suyu, and asked, "You are the one who dug this up, right?" Suyu remained silent. "Yes, Suyu dug it up. What are you planning?" Lindsay looked at him warily. "Suyu, why don't you come work for me? I will lead you to kick some serious ass." Lei Gang grinned. "For example, if you were with me, I would have bought this underwear for 3 million. You would have made an extra 1.2 million. Wouldn't that be a sweet deal?" "That is enough, Lei Gang. Trying to poach my guy? Do you want another beating?" Lindsay walked over and pulled Suyu into a hug. She said to him, "Don't listen to his nonsense. His place is full of sweaty guys who stink all day. If you follow him, you will end up just like them sooner or later. But it is different with me. I can protect you, keep you smelling fresh, and I can even introduce you to some girls later on." Suyu struggled to escape her overwhelming embrace, but Lindsay was far too strong for him to break free. In the end, Suyu had no choice but to give up. Lei Gang snorted and stopped trying to persuade him. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back and said kindly to Suyu, "Suyu, you are always welcome at my place." Once Lei Gang left, Linz finally let go, and Suyu gasped for air. It was soft, sure, but he really felt like he was about to suffocate. "Suyu, you aren't actually thinking of joining Lei Gang, are you?" Linz asked worriedly. "No way." Suyu immediately shook his head. Lei Gang's offer sounded tempting, but even if he went, it might happen once or twice, but there is no way he would pay extra every single time. Does he think Lei Gang is some kind of sucker? Everything has to follow the laws of the market. Otherwise, there is definitely something fishy going on. That is more like it. Lindsay pinched Suyu's cheek, looking very pleased. Ding! Su Yu's phone chimed. He checked it and saw that 1.8 million had been deposited. He now had a total of 1.9 million in cash on his phone. Sister Lin, thanks for your help. Here is a little something for you, Su Yu said as he quickly tapped away on his phone. Ding! Lin Zai's phone rang. She looked at it and saw 300,000 had been deposited. The sender was Su Yu. What is this for? Lin Zi was quite displeased. I just helped you sell that underwear. Is there any need to give me a cut? Besides, do you really think I am short on cash? As she spoke, Linza tried to transfer the money back, but Su Yu stopped her. Sister Lin, you have to take this. Otherwise, I won't feel right asking for your help in the future, Su Yu urged. Well, Lindsay hesitated for a moment before finally nodding helplessly. Just this once. All right, Su Yu agreed with a nod. After subtracting the 300,000, he sold a pair of underwear for 1.5 million. Since the cost was only 200,000 plus some negligible taxi fare, he made a clean profit of 1.3 million. This feels absolutely amazing. Sister Lin, I have things to do, so I will be going now, Su Yu said. All right. Lindsay nodded and reminded him, make sure you read those books I gave you. You will be starting work here in a couple of days. Of course, you can also come study at the branch office. There is a library here with plenty of books. Okay, I got it, Su Yu nodded and took his leave. After Su Yu left, Lindsay couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He is quite sensible, knowing how to show his appreciation. It is hard to believe he is only 18. City First People's Hospital, room 666. Su Yu returned, carrying a carton of milk, a case of energy drinks, and a crate of fruit. After setting them down, he looked at the fat guy on the hospital bed and asked with concern, "How are you feeling? Any better?" The fat guy looked at Su Yu in terror and asked, What are you doing here? You are in the hospital. As your friend, I am here to visit you. Su Yu was a bit confused. Then why are you here again? The fat guy said, still terrified. Again? Su Yu asked, puzzled. You were just here this morning. The day isn't even over yet, and suddenly you are back. It is hard not to think you have some ulterior motive. The fat guy was still frightened. Su Yu thought back carefully and realized that his last visit was indeed just this morning. However, so much had happened today that it felt like several days had passed. For a moment, Su Yu felt a bit dazed. After a while, he came to his senses and explained, I lost track of time. So much happened today that I thought it had been days. All right then. Su Yu nodded and said, I will be going now. Get some rest. I will visit again when you're feeling better. Oh, and I will need to buy some more treasure maps from you then. He paused, hesitated, and then said, I want 8 treasure maps this time. I have already got the money ready. After Su Yu left, the fat guy breathed a sigh of relief and said with lingering fear, I almost thought he was after me. Thank goodness he was just here for the treasure maps. Wait a second. He suddenly wants to buy 8 treasure maps. Did he dig up something good? The fat guy suddenly looked miserable. Damn it, if I had gone to dig it up, that treasure would be mine. After regretting it for a while, he hesitated and whispered, Maybe I should go dig some up too? Fatty was feeling a bit torn. Should he go and dig it up or not? If he actually went through with it, the risk would be far too great. Even though he had already become a warrior, there was still a massive amount of danger involved. Yes, after Su Yu left this morning, he had become a warrior, even if he was only at the first rank. After a long while, Fatty closed his eyes and whispered to himself, Forget it, I should recover from my injuries first. If I end up digging up something truly dangerous with my current weak body, I won't even be able to run away. Now I have money, but I don't have a treasure map. After leaving the hospital, Su Yu let out a sigh and took a taxi straight home. In room 808, Building E of the Night Watchman family housing, Su Yu returned and immediately started reading a book titled The 9 Ranks of Warriors, From Beginner to Expert. The book was very thick. It would take at least 3 to 5 days to finish it. Moreover, some of the content was so profound that 3 to 5 days would certainly not be enough to truly understand it. As he was reading, the doorbell suddenly rang. Su Yu was surprised and wondered if Lindsay had come back. When he opened the door, Su Yu froze. There was no sign of Lindsay outside. Instead, a large black dog stood there, quietly staring at him. Before he could even say a word, the big black dog squeezed its way inside, went straight to the balcony, and lay down to lazily soak up the sun. Su Yu said, Amazing, this dog is practically human. It even knows how to ring the doorbell. Su Yu figured that the dog was probably bored and just decided to drop by for a visit. These days, even a baby vermilion bird had appeared, and could even beg for its life before dying. A big black dog knowing how to ring a doorbell didn't seem that strange after all. After closing the door, Su Yu ignored the dog and went back to reading The 9 Ranks of Warriors, From Beginner to Expert. The book started from the basics and went deeper, giving Su Yu a better and better understanding of the 9 ranks of warriors. It also contained the breathing technique created by the great Xia officials, which allowed people to steadily improve their cultivation and strength. Besides that, it listed various battle skills and secret arts that warriors of the 9 ranks could use. So the 9 ranks of warriors aren't as simple as I thought. This is incredibly profound. The more Suyu read, the more he felt he knew very little about the warrior ranks. He felt small and insignificant. These battle skills are all special ways of applying force, like using a small amount of strength to move a massive weight. As for the secret arts, they are a bit complicated. They either require a price to be paid to use them, or they have severe side effects afterward. It's so strange. I'm already a night watchman, so why hasn't anyone taught me battle skills or secret arts? As he kept reading, Suyu suddenly became confused. Battle skills and secret arts usually need to be taught by someone. Teaching himself wasn't impossible, but it would definitely be much slower. Shaking his head, Suyu continued to read. Just then the phone rang. It was Lindsay. She said on the phone, "Suyu, come to the branch quarters immediately." Then, she hung up the phone. Did something happen? She sounded like she was in a real hurry. Suyu put down the book and stood up to leave. Then he thought of the big black dog and walked over to ask, "I'm going to the night watchman headquarters. Do you want to go home?" The big black dog gave him a lazy glance and didn't even bother to respond. "You really are a dog," Suyu said helplessly. "Fine, I'm leaving now. You stay here by yourself." Once the door was closed, Suyu left immediately. After Suyu had gone, the big black dog's ears twitched. Once it was sure he was far away, it got up and started wandering around the house at a leisurely pace. After a while, it found Suyu's computer and turned it on. Does it need a password?" The big black dog spoke in human words. Its brow furrowed slightly. Its eyes flickered with a faint light, as if it was emitting some kind of special energy wave. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the password was cracked, and the computer entered the desktop. The big black dog controlled the mouse, opened the browser, and started checking the history. "Waiting online. This world is full of malice toward me. What should I do? What exactly is a treasure map? How many ranks are there for warriors? Why is the rank above warrior called Battle King? Why aren't there stages like Chi Refining, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul? What kind of organization is the Night Watchman? Does it have a great emperor ruling the world? Can one person rule over all eras?" The big black dog became more and more shocked as it read. Its eyes were wide open, as if it couldn't believe what it was seeing. Could it be that Suyu is from the ancestral star? The big black dog thought to itself while quickly clearing all the history records. "This is a secret. It's enough that I know about this. I can't let anyone else find out." Then, the computer was shut down, and everything was returned to its original place. It went back to the balcony, lay down, and continued to lazily soak up the sun. Meanwhile, as Suyu was heading to the Night Watchman branch, he was staring at the security footage on his phone, breaking out in a cold sweat. This dog is definitely not simple. It saw my browser history. What do I do now? Suyu exited the app and cleared all the history from his phone's browser as well. When he reached the Night Watchman branch, Suyu's expression returned to normal. After seeing Lindsay, he said with a smile, "Sister Lin, why did you call for me? Here, these are the 10 treasure maps the director is giving you as a reward." Lindsay pulled out the maps. "Thank you, director, and thank you, Sister Lin," Suyu said very happily. He thought he would have to wait until tomorrow, but who would have known they'd give him the 10 maps right now? The director is such a good person. Also, based on your performance this time, the director has given special permission for you to be promoted to a full member immediately, Lindsay said with a smile. "So Suyu, you are now a real night watchman. This is your new night watchman ID card. Keep it safe and don't lose it." After a pause, Lindsay added, "Even though you're a full member now, you still have to complete all the training that interns do. You can't miss a single session. I'll notify you when it's time for training. Tomorrow morning, remember to report to the branch at 8 a.m. I'll take you out to get some experience." "Alright, you can go now." After she finished speaking, Lindsay turned and left the room. She was very busy and didn't have time to look after Suyu. Suyu didn't mind. He walked out and, because he had things on his mind, he strolled back slowly, not in any hurry at all. Boom! Suddenly, it felt like an earthquake. The heavens and earth shook, and in the distance, a blinding pillar of light shot up, tearing through the sky. A terrifying surge of power radiated outward, causing nearby buildings to tremble. Bang! Suyu saw a figure flying through the air at an incredible, shocking speed. "That looks like Director Li Xiao?" Another figure flew past, with a pair of underwear pulled over his head. Was that the bald Captain Lei Gang? Suyu looked bewildered. What happened to make Captain Lei Gang put underwear on his head right now? This was a very embarrassing thing. Even if Lei Gang were prepared for it, he wouldn't just put it on his head immediately. The only logical answer was that someone had dug up something incredible and extremely dangerous. Suyu, as he was thinking, a figure landed beside him. It was Lin's. "It's good you're here. Something happened up ahead, and you'll have to come with me." Linza picked Suyu up and asked as she flew, "By the way, is your dog-headed guillotine still usable?"
It is usable, but Suyu hesitated for a moment before speaking quickly. It can only be used once. After that, it won't be available again for a short time. As long as it's usable, we might actually need you to take action this time. Lindsay said urgently as she flew. Someone used a treasure map and dug up zombies. There are too many to count right now. Most importantly, among the zombies that appeared, there are quite a few zombie kings. Zombie kings? Suyu was shocked. You mean zombie kings comparable to battle kings? Exactly, Lindsay said rapidly. Ordinary zombies, no matter how strong, only act on instinct and have no intelligence. But zombie kings are different. Their intelligence is no less than ours, making them incredibly terrifying. When we get there, you don't need to act at first. If we can't handle it, we'll need you to use the doghead guillotine, or have you slay the strongest zombie king. Suyu nodded after hearing this. Since he had joined the Night Watchers and was receiving their benefits, he had to step up when the time came. Besides, if he performed well and earned credit, he would surely be rewarded with treasure maps. Soon, the two of them appeared on the rooftop of a building. Suyu looked down. The entire road was swarming with zombies dressed in bizarre costumes. They were constantly spreading out, occupying one territory after another. At the very center of them, a spatial rift appeared. It looked like a portal to another world, with a zombie army pouring out of it. According to my observations, at least 10,000 zombies have descended, and those are just the ones that have escaped. As for the numbers, still inside that space, they are unknown. Linz spoke with a grim expression. Suyu's expression was equally grim. He had only just traveled to this world and hadn't become strong enough yet, and now he was facing a zombie invasion. Was the apocalypse about to begin? Boom! The sky shook as Minister Li Xiao, holding a long spear, pinned a zombie in midair. But in an instant, 7 or 8 zombies soared into the sky and instantly submerged Li Xiao. They can fly. They definitely weren't ordinary zombies. They were zombie kings. Crackle! A bolt of lightning lit up the sky. Lei Gang, wearing underwear on his head, slammed a hammer down fiercely. 2 flying zombies were smashed to pieces by his hammer, but in the next second, even more zombies rushed up. Protect yourself and don't rush to act. Among so many zombie kings, there must be a strongest one, perhaps even one infinitely close to the level above Battle King. Lindsay watched for a moment and whispered her instructions. Your mission is to find it and then kill it. Standing on the rooftop, Lindsay put her fingers in her mouth and blew a whistle. The big black dog galloped over from a distant rooftop and landed beside Suyu. Purple armor emerged on Lindsay's body, wrapping her entirely. A purple spear appeared, which she gripped tightly in her hand. At this moment, Lindsay gave off an aura of heroic grace, looking incredibly captivating. Protect Suyu! Lindsay left behind these words and instantly charged out with her purple spear. Squelch! A zombie was killed on the spot by Lindsay, but even more zombies lunged at her. Lindsay fought alone against enemies from all sides, sending zombie heads rolling. However, more and more zombie kings kept soaring into the air from the army to join the battle. Hum! Suddenly, a flash of a blade slashed down, and over 100 zombies were killed instantly. Captain Zhang, who had dug up the juvenile vermilion bird, arrived with his blade and immediately started fighting 7 or 8 zombie kings. From all directions, Night Watchers arrived quickly and joined the battle. But Suyu could see that there were far too few Night Watchers to stop the zombie army. As for the zombies they killed, compared to the sheer volume of the horde, it seemed almost insignificant. If this keeps up, we're all going to be finished, Suyu thought to himself. Should I run for it now? Yes. Suyu wanted to make a run for it. If they could win, he would stay and fight, but if it was a lost cause and he still charged in, that would just be foolish. I'm only a second-order warrior. What can I do? I can't do anything! Suyu felt conflicted and miserable. Insolent zombies, how dare you invade my Tianhe city? Suddenly, a powerful shout rang out. Suyu followed the sound and immediately saw a burly figure stepping through the air carrying a massive speaker. The man looked to be in his 30s, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, wearing somewhat ragged clothes. Hot-blooded background music blared from the speaker, echoing in all directions. Accompanied by the music, the newcomer moved as if through an empty field, killing over 100 zombies in an instant. Dozens of zombie kings soared into the sky and lunged at him, but in the next second they were all sent flying back. Citizen Chow dug up a speaker after using a treasure map. Suyu remembered the news he had seen earlier and recognized that this man was likely named Chow. Suddenly, Suyu felt something and saw a young man from another direction stepping through the air with a woman in ancient dress. The young man's strength seemed average, but the woman in ancient dress behind him held a sword. With every flash of her blade, a large swarm of zombies fell to the ground, never to rise again. 5 or 6 zombie kings lunged at them, but in an instant the woman slit all their throats with a single strike. Their bodies fell, dead as could be. Citizen Duan dug up a woman in ancient dress after using a treasure map. Currently, an ID card and household registration have been processed for her. Suyu remembered that this man was likely named Duan, and the woman in ancient dress was the one he dug up. He didn't know what era she was from, but her swordsmanship was divine and peerless. Suyu felt a bit envious. When will I be able to dig up a woman so beautiful and powerful? Maybe she could even be my wife! Boom! Suddenly, a massive chessboard descended from the sky, covering hundreds of zombies. On the chessboard, the zombies turned into chess pieces and began to slaughter each other. Among them were even some zombie kings. They tried to escape the board, but the chessboard was like a world of its own. Once inside, it was as if they were trapped in another universe. How could they possibly escape? Citizen Shu dug up a chessboard after using a treasure map. Shu was trapped inside, and the Night Watchers had organized a rescue team. Suyu guessed that the owner of this chessboard must be named Shu. He was previously trapped inside, but it seemed he had been rescued by now. As the powerhouses of Tiana City arrived one after another, the situation was immediately brought under control. No matter how many zombies there were, they were being slaughtered rapidly. Suddenly, Suyu's sharp eyes caught a zombie moving very quickly within the army. When it reached the area below Minister Li Xiao, that zombie suddenly soared into the sky, releasing a terrifying power that shook the heavens. "Why aren't you using the dog-head guillotine yet?" Linz's voice reached Suyu's ears. Suyu's spirits lifted. He knew that was the strongest zombie king. Immediately, Suyu's voice rang out like a great bell, clear and powerful. "Guards, bring out the dog-head guillotine!" As Suyu's voice rang out, the world shook in an instant, and the dog-headed guillotine came flying out. At the same time, 4 phantom figures emerged, 2 of which charged straight toward the strongest zombie king. The opponent was immensely powerful, an invincible existence within the Battle King realm. But at this moment, it was forcibly pinned down by the 2 figures and dragged toward the dog-headed guillotine. One figure placed a basin in front of the guillotine, while the last one raised the heavy blade. The strongest zombie king struggled violently, trying to escape, but it was all in vain. Below, several more zombie kings quickly soared into the sky, attempting to block the 4 phantom figures. But as soon as they drew near, they were struck by heavy blows and sent flying backward. Finally, the strongest zombie king was pinned beneath the dog-headed guillotine. "Open the blade!" Suyu felt deeply embarrassed, but his voice boomed out like a great bell, powerful and resolute. No, the strongest zombie king could not hide the terror in its eyes as it begged for mercy. "I was wrong, do not execute me." It wasn't just the king. All the remaining zombie kings were filled with immense dread. They were usually fearless and did not care about death. Yet for some reason they were overwhelmed by a boundless fear of this guillotine, as if it did much more than just kill them. Vaguely, it saw a dark face with a crescent moon on its forehead. Behind that figure, 4 golden characters seemed to glow. "Justice hangs high like a clear mirror." Slash! The blade fell. The head of the strongest zombie king rolled away. In an instant, the entire area fell silent. Every person and every zombie looked at Suyu in total shock. So strong. He really is too strong. Even Li Xiao, who had already seen the power of the dog-headed guillotine once before, still found it hard to believe now. Instantly killing a zombie king, is this really something Suyu, a mere level 2 warrior, can achieve? Suddenly, harsh, piercing screeches erupted from the mouths of the other zombie kings. From all directions, all the zombies suddenly went berserk. They turned their heads and fixed their eyes on Suyu. Then they charged recklessly toward the building where Suyu was standing. Some zombies entered the building and sprinted up the stairs, while others scaled the outer walls, climbing directly upward. In just a few seconds, Suyu's building was surrounded. Zombies were everywhere. The numbers were terrifying. It was as if Suyu had poked a hornet's nest. All the zombies were now targeting him specifically. Even the zombie kings abandoned their previous targets and came straight for Suyu. Take him away. Lindsay killed a zombie king with a single shot and then shouted anxiously. Hearing this, the big black dog tossed Suyu into the air with its head. When Suyu landed, he was sitting firmly on its back. With a powerful leap, it jumped onto the roof of another building. Crash! Seeing Suyu leave, the zombies fell from the previous building like raindrops. As soon as they hit the ground, they immediately resumed the chase. I'm screwed! Suyu couldn't help but say, after using the guillotine, I have almost no strength left in my body. Right now, I'm no different from an ordinary person. Suyu looked back. The normal zombies weren't that fast, but the several zombie kings in pursuit were moving at extreme speeds. Abruptly, the big black dog stopped and used its paw to open the door of a car parked by the road. It motioned for Suyu to drive away while it charged back without any hesitation. The dog was too slow and would eventually be caught. Instead of both being trapped, it chose to let Suyu escape while it stayed behind to cover the retreat. Oh my god! You think too highly of me! How am I supposed to drive without the car keys? Suyu cursed. After getting off the dog, he saw a shared electric scooter parked nearby. He scanned the code with his phone and immediately sped away. He might have one-shotted the strongest zombie king, but his actual cultivation was not strong. A level 2 warrior. Besides, his inner strength was now depleted, making him no better than a normal person. Forget zombie kings, Suyu couldn't even defeat an ordinary zombie right now. So, running away was the best option. Fortunately, the big black dog was holding them off at the back. Otherwise, Suyu knew he would be dead for sure. It's only because my strength is lacking. Otherwise, I'd kill you all. Suyu spoke fiercely, glancing back at the pursuing zombie kings. Suddenly, Suyu felt a sensation in his heart. He reached out with his left hand, and 2 treasure maps descended out of thin air into his palm. Huh? Suyu's eyes widened. Is this a reward from the heavens? After a moment of thought, Suyu understood. Because he had killed the strongest zombie king, he had received a heavenly reward. I and the zombies cannot coexist. As a night watchman, my duty is to protect my home and country and safeguard all living beings. Suyu turned back and glared at the zombies, besieging the big black dog, gritting his teeth. You just wait for me. I'm going to dig up these treasures right now. Once I find the good stuff, I'll finish you all off. The shared electric scooter went even faster. Within 3 minutes, Suyu arrived at the destination. He pulled out a treasure map and focused his gaze on it. A pill is sealed here. Swallow it to quickly restore your inner strength. Golden writing appeared. Seeing the prompt, Suyu didn't hesitate for a second and immediately used the treasure map. A small rift in space appeared. Suyu reached in, grabbed the pill inside, and swallowed it without another thought. The pill melted the moment it touched his tongue. Suyu's strength had been completely drained, but in this instant, it was fully restored. Furthermore, even more power was being generated, giving Suyu the feeling that he was about to burst. Oh my god! So powerful! I feel like I could take on 10 of them now. Suyu abandoned the scooter and sprinted out like an agile ape. Soon, Suyu saw that the big black dog had been completely submerged by the horde. Several zombie kings were attacking it, and countless ordinary zombies were throwing themselves at the dog with no regard for their lives. The big black dog was in critical danger. Guards, prepare the dog-headed guillotine. Suyu's voice was loud and full of authority. Hearing this, the big black dog snapped its head back and looked at Suyu in surprise. The several zombie kings attacking the dog all looked up in terror. They saw 4 figures emerge. 2 of them strode forward and instantly suppressed one of the zombie kings, dragging it directly toward the guillotine. Kill! One of the zombies locked its eyes on Suyu, its expression becoming ferocious. In the next second, they all pounced toward Suyu. But at that moment, the void trembled. In addition to the 4 phantoms, 2 rows of new figures appeared. They held disciplined staves and began to strike out, ensuring no one could get close. In the distance, Li Xiao, who was still fighting, suddenly turned around with a shocked expression. The dog-headed guillotine has grown even stronger. Divine authority in this universe seems to operate on a glass cannon logic, demanding a heavy physical toll for every execution. This evolution suggests the system specifically rewards moral justice, effectively turning a desperate escape into a ritualistic cleansing. The evolution of the guillotine suggests Suyu is tapping into a spiritual hierarchy that transcends physical combat. By turning the battlefield into a resource loop, he is effectively weaponizing divine justice through tactical opportunism.
Yes, the doghead guillotine has become even more powerful. The first and second times, only 4 figures manifested. This third time, the manifested figures actually included 2 more rows of bailiffs holding punishment staffs. Though they looked ethereal, appearing only as silhouettes, any citizen of Great Xia could recognize them even with their eyes closed. When Suyu used the doghead guillotine, he needed protection, but now, he doesn't. These bailiffs will protect Suyu, ensuring that no one can get close to him. Open the guillotine. Suyu's spirit surged, and his voice rang out like a great bell, powerful and resonant. Slash! The blade fell. The zombie king pinned under the doghead guillotine was beheaded on the spot. However, it wasn't over yet. Another zombie king was forcibly suppressed by 2 figures and dragged under the blade. Open the guillotine. Suyu's voice rang out once more. Another zombie king was executed. The remaining zombie kings were all horrified, their eyes filled with utter terror. Without any further hesitation, they immediately retreated, no longer charging at Suyu. In their eyes, Suyu was simply too strong. Furthermore, this doghead guillotine didn't just slice through their bodies. It severed their souls, wills, and thoughts. One could say that once executed by the doghead guillotine, they would vanish completely from this world. At that point, even if a great golden immortal descended, they could not be saved. As they fled, the phenomenon faded. Suyu did not give chase. He had recovered quite a bit of power, but it could only support 3 uses. Now that he had used it twice, if he used it recklessly one more time, he would become an ordinary person again, just like before. By keeping some power now, he could still go dig for treasure maps and have a means to protect himself. Thud, thud, thud. The big black dog took the chance to knock 5 or 6 zombie kings flying. By the time they landed, they had stopped moving, clearly dead as could be. I'm going first. Suyu waved to the big black dog and turned to run. The zombie kings had fled, but the ordinary zombies were still throwing themselves forward fearlessly. These zombies had no intelligence and didn't fear death. They didn't care about their souls being extinguished. Suyu, get out of the way! Suddenly, Suyu heard Linzi's voice. He looked back abruptly and saw Linzi being knocked toward him. Without any hesitation, Suyu immediately moved to the side. Crash! Linzi's body slammed hard onto the ground and skidded 7 or 8 meters before stopping. Splutter! Linzi coughed up blood, her face pale. It was clear she was very, very heavily injured. 3 zombie kings wanted to kill Linzi on the spot, but when they saw the doghead guillotine in Suyu's hand, they were forced to stop. They didn't dare move forward, fearing they would become the next headless corpses under the blade. Sister Lin, are you okay? Suyu walked over and helped Linzi up. Do I look okay? Linzi seemed a bit aggrieved. You certainly dodged quickly. I had no choice. I'm only a second-rank warrior. What could I do? Suyu felt even more aggrieved. He wanted to catch Linzi, but his strength just wouldn't allow it. I'm fine. Linzi looked up, staring at the 3 zombie kings. Even though I'm injured, I can still fight. Alright, then you keep fighting them, Sister Lin. I'll go ahead and see if I can dig something up. Suyu turned and bolted. He was only a second-rank warrior, not in the same league as a zombie king. The reason he could slay those zombie kings wasn't his own power, but the power of the doghead guillotine. In an instant, Suyu's figure disappeared. Linzi was momentarily stunned. Was Suyu really that afraid of death? Just then, the big black dog rushed over and stood by Linzi, facing the enemies with her. Boom! Soon, the battle resumed. Meanwhile, Suyu ran as fast as he could, checking the treasure map coordinates and constantly correcting his path. Suddenly, 2 ordinary zombies lunged out of nowhere, giving Suyu a fright. Suyu reacted instantly, grabbing a nearby trash can and smashing it down. Having dealt with the 2 zombies, Suyu broke into a run. Suddenly, Suyu felt something and reached out his left hand. A treasure map appeared out of nowhere and fell into his palm. Is this a reward for me? Suyu's face lit up. But why is there only one? Suyu was puzzled, but didn't think too much of it and continued his journey. A moment later, Suyu reached the department store. He kicked a zombie's head off, then took out a treasure map and looked at it closely. 10,000 zombies are sealed here. Once opened, your city will be erased. Golden writing appeared. Oh my god! 10,000 zombies. You might as well just kill me. Suyu couldn't help but curse. At a time like this, who would dare release 10,000 zombies? 10,000 zombies, I wouldn't even dare sell this map. I have to keep it myself. My 200,000 credits. Suyu wanted to cry but had no tears. I remember there are several other maps with coordinates near the department store. Suyu put the map away, looked for the coordinates again, and took out another treasure map. 1 billion poisonous insects are sealed here. Once opened, everything within 100 miles will become their playground. Golden writing appeared again. 1 billion poisonous insects? Suyu couldn't even imagine it. If he released them, the disaster would be even worse than 10,000 zombies. No way, next one. Suyu shook his head and moved on to the next spot. Fortunately, there were many treasure maps this time, and several were near the department store. A holy maiden is sealed here. You have a chance to become her Tao companion, but also a chance to die by her sword. The golden writing appeared again, making Suyu's face turn grim. Well then, why isn't the chance 100%? Suyu fantasized. If he became her Tao companion, could he join the ranks of the immortals? Even if not, he could at least live comfortably off her, couldn't he? Suyu thought of his friend named Duan, who had a woman in ancient dress following him. It was quite intimidating. Why couldn't he have that? Maybe it's because my strength is too low. If I were stronger, would the odds be higher? Suyu mused, would the prompt change based on my strength? Whatever, why think about this now? Next one. Suyu immediately left for the next treasure map location. Sealed here is a strand of fur naturally shed by the howling celestial dog. It once had incredible power, but after so long the power has vanished. Still, it is a rare one-time use treasure. Suyu was stunned by the golden words. Fur from the howling celestial dog. A one-time use treasure? I wonder if it can solve this zombie army. Suyu didn't hesitate and used the treasure map immediately. The golden script didn't indicate any danger, so there shouldn't be any. Given the current situation, Suyu felt it was best to use the treasure map. With so many zombies, the Night Watchers won't be able to hold them back on their own. Reinforcements are on their way, but it will take time for them to arrive. Who knows how many casualties there will be in the meantime. Of course, Suyu wasn't so noble as to think about protecting the country and saving the world. He was just thinking about getting more treasure maps. Protecting the country and saving the people would earn him treasure maps as rewards from the heavens. Soon, a pocket of space appeared before his eyes, and Suyu saw a single strand of white dog hair. Perhaps because endless eons had passed, or because it was just a strand that the howling celestial dog had shed naturally, it had lost much of its luster, yet it still gave Suyu a soul-shaking feeling. At the same time, the big black dog fighting alongside Lin Zi suddenly turned its head and looked toward the department store in surprise. Its heart stirred. The white dog hair trembled slightly, as if about to fly off into the void, but in an instant everything returned to normal. Suyu picked up the white dog hair. In an instant, Suyu understood how to use the white dog hair. Maybe this really can solve the crisis. I just wonder how many treasure maps I'll get after it's over. Suyu was extremely excited. Gripping the white dog hair tightly, he rushed toward the zombie army. Sister Lin, I'm back. Suyu returned to find Lindsay's armor shattered and her hair in disarray. It was clear that Lindsay had been through a bitter struggle. Beside Lindsay, the big black dog saw the dog hair clenched in Suyu's hand and bared its teeth, looking like it really wanted to snatch it away. However, it was a dog with manners, so it restrained itself. Sister Lin, can you take me to the rooftop? I need a view that covers most of the zombies. Suyu said. Lindsay was taken aback, but she quickly reacted. Without asking a single question, she grabbed Suyu and soared into the air, landing on the rooftop of a building. Once Suyu stood firm, everywhere he looked was filled with zombies. The ordinary zombies had already begun to spread out in all directions. However, many zombie kings had not left. Instead, they were hunting down the Night Watchers, one by one. They were very strong, wounding every Night Watcher they encountered. Even someone as powerful as Director Li Xiao was bleeding. There was another entrance on the road, where countless zombies were still swarming out. There were even quite a few zombie kings among them. If this continued, Tianhe would surely fall, and it would inevitably turn into a living hell. Suyu looked down at the dog hair in his hand and whispered, "Whether Tianhe can survive this intact depends entirely on you now." Then, right in front of Lindsay, Suyu's face turned red and hot, and he opened his mouth and barked, "Woof, woof, woof, woof." "Suyu, why are you barking like a dog?" Lindsay was shocked and confused, thinking Suyu had gone mad. Suyu ignored her, staring instead at the white dog hair in his hand. At that moment, the white dog hair seemed to come alive, floating up gently. Then, it began to burn. In the blink of an eye, it turned to ash. "That's it, it's gone," Suyu was stunned. Was this one-time treasure really just gone like that? "Suyu, what is—" Before Lindsay could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in disbelief. A white dog, the size of a white elephant, emerged. It possessed an extraordinary divine aura that made anyone who saw it want to bow in worship. The big black dog happened to catch up at that moment. Looking at the white dog that resembled a white elephant, a strange look of nostalgia flashed in its eyes. Woof! With a single bark, everyone felt the sky suddenly darken. They all looked up and saw a massive mouth snapping down from above. At this moment, it felt like the end of the world, and everyone was overwhelmed by a deep sense of despair. Splat! On the ground, zombies, whether ordinary or at the Battle King level, began to explode one by one. Boom. The giant mouth didn't stop, eventually plunging into another world to devour the zombies inside. Soon, everything returned to calm. Only then did the Night Watchers snap out of it. Director Li Xiao was covered in blood. Just moments ago, he had been in despair, drenched in a cold sweat. Now that he had regained his senses, he immediately looked towards Su Yu's direction, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. He had caught a glimpse of what happened earlier and guessed that Su Yu was behind it. He really is a talent. Li Xiao couldn't help but say, "Night Watchers, follow me into that space and finish off all the zombies inside." Li Xiao leaped over the mountains of corpses and led the Night Watchers into that pocket of space. Inside, the casualties were countless. That giant mouth was incredibly powerful, having killed innumerable zombies. However, some zombies still remained, but they were heavily wounded and utterly terrified. Upon encountering the charging Li Xiao, they fell back in total defeat. In the end, after just 10 minutes, Li Xiao returned with his team. "Issue the order, full alert citywide, search for any remaining zombies," Li Xiao said. Lindsay carried Su Yu down from the rooftop to Li Xiao. She said with a smile, "I've already sent out the orders. All departments are in motion. Mopping up the remaining zombies shouldn't be much of a problem." "Good, very good," Li Xiao nodded. Then he walked up to Su Yu and asked, "Was that your doing just now?" Su Yu scratched his head awkwardly. That was a dog hair Su Yu dug up using a treasure map. Su Yu said it's a naturally shed hair from the Howling Celestial Dog, a one-time use treasure, Lindsay explained with a touch of regret. If only it weren't a one-time thing, how great would that be? A hair from the Howling Celestial Dog. Li Xiao couldn't help but glance at the big black dog, then asked, "A single naturally shed hair from the Howling Celestial Dog has that much power? Then just how powerful is the actual Howling Celestial Dog?" The big black dog turned its head away, seemingly not bothered to respond. Su Yu didn't know much about such powerful beings either, so he just shook his head and said, "I wouldn't know. In any case, it's incredibly strong." "Su Yu, do you have any more of those dog hairs?" Li Xiao asked expectantly. "No, just that one," Su Yu said regretfully. "It would be great if we could find the Howling Celestial Dog's kennel. There must be tons of shed hair in there. It would be amazing to pick up a few hundred strands." Behind Su Yu, the big black dog glared at him, baring its teeth as if it were about to bite him. "Haha," Li Xiao couldn't help but laugh and said to Su Yu, "If that opportunity ever comes, remember to call me. We'll bring back the whole kennel." If a single hair has this much power, the kennel itself must be even stronger. "Hey, the director is right." Su Yu rubbed his hands together and said, "Besides the kennel, there might be its food bowl, toys, and whatnot. We'll take it all." Woof. The big black dog couldn't take it anymore and bit Su Yu right on the butt.
Su Yu let out a painful howl and jumped up uncontrollably. He reached back to touch his butt and found a handful of blood. Looking at the big black dog, Su Yu shouted angrily, "Why did you bite me?" "I am sorry. I am so sorry." Linza hurried over to apologize to Su Yu. Then she gave the big black dog a fierce glare and said to Su Yu, "You are hurt. Come to my place and I will put some ointment on it." Su Yu felt the area. It was bleeding, but the wound was not deep. It seemed the skin was just broken. He just did not know if he would get rabies. If it really was rabies, that would be a real problem. Besides, he had already unlocked genetic evolution and was a rank 2 warrior. Could he still catch rabies? "What are you afraid of?" Just then, the bald Lei Gang walked over, casually took the underwear off his head, and stuffed it into his pocket. He said to Su Yu, "I have been bitten too, and I am fine. Besides, this big black dog's teeth are cleaner than ours. You will be all right." Pausing for a moment, Lei Gang grabbed Su Yu's hands and said, "Thank you this time. If it were not for the underwear you sold me, I am afraid I would have died in battle here." The underwear Su Yu sold to Lei Gang could increase one's strength by up to 20%. Do not look down on that 20%. It could truly be a lifesaver at a critical moment. In today's battle, Lei Gang had hovered on the edge of life and death several times. If not for that special pair of underwear, he might have perished, and the night watchman would have been attending his funeral. So he was truly grateful to Su Yu. "It is nothing. If I find any more good stuff in the future, Captain Lei will still be the first person I think of," Su Yu said with a smile. "Su Yu, let's go. I will take you to get treated." Lindsay pulled Su Yu and left quickly. The big black dog bared its teeth at Li Xiao for a while before finally leaving. "That dog is really a piece of work," Lei Gang could not help but say after the dog left. "I do not think it is any good either. It even bit me back then. If it were not for Captain Lin, I would have slaughtered it long ago," Captain Zhang said as he landed and spoke slowly. "All right, that is enough," Li Xiao said thoughtfully. Do not provoke Lindsay's black dog if you do not have to. It is not simple at all. Its background might be incredibly grand. He thought of a few things, but it was not the time to say them. If it was really as he suspected, then the dog's origins were indeed staggering. However, some details did not quite match up. By the way, how many survivors are left from this zombie wave? Li Xiao asked. Preliminary estimates suggest there are at least 100 left. Lei Gang's expression turned slightly serious. Ordinary zombies are not a problem and are easy to deal with, but 3 zombie kings escaped, and their current whereabouts are unknown. Whereabouts unknown. Li Xiao pondered for a moment. Check the city's surveillance footage. We must find them. Yes, sir. After Lei Gang and the others left, Li Xiao pressed his tactical earpiece and said, "Everyone, you do not need to come for backup. The zombie crisis is basically resolved. However, 3 zombie kings have escaped and are missing. I need experts in tracking to come and support us immediately." Li Xiao, the zombie crisis is solved. How? Someone asked. Someone here dug up a piece of naturally shed fur from the howling celestial dog and activated a trace of the power left within it. That is how the crisis was handled. Li Xiao said quite proudly, "I am so jealous." What kind of luck is that? You have faced 3 crises in a row, and you have solved them all on your own every time. By the way, has the person who uses the Rui weapon been found yet? Voices continued to come through the tactical earpiece. Tianhe City had indeed encountered 3 crises in a row. The first time, someone dug up a dragon. The second time, someone dug up a hatchling of the divine beast, the vermilion bird. The third time, someone dug up an army of zombies that almost brought about the end of the world for Tianhe City. Fortunately, all 3 crises were resolved. "I do not have a clue yet," Li Xiao said slowly. "I will let everyone know once I find them." Night Watchman Family Building, Room E807. Su Yu originally thought about going back to his own home, but Lin Zi practically dragged him here. "Lie down on the bed and take off your pants," Lin Zi commanded. "Sister Lin, this is not right. Just give me the medicine, and I will do it myself." Su Yu hesitated. Doing this in broad daylight really felt inappropriate. "Hurry up. Stop stalling. You are not being man enough," Lin Zi urged. "Take them off and lie down quickly. Are you waiting for me to strip you?" Helpless, Su Yu had to lie face down on the bed. A light fragrance wafted into his nose, making him feel refreshed. Reluctantly, Su Yu took off his pants. Seeing this, Lin Zi's face turned slightly red. She took out the ointment and quickly applied it. "Oh?" "It is cool and refreshing. It actually feels quite nice," Su Yu could not help but say. It really was very comfortable. "This is an ointment I dug up using a treasure map. It works wonders on external injuries," Lin Zi said proudly. "I usually do not use it on anyone. I am only giving you some because you were bitten by my dog." As Linza spoke, she very gently spread the ointment onto Su Yu's wound. After 3 minutes, Su Yu touched his butt and found that a scab had already formed. "It is that miraculous?" Su Yu pulled up his pants and asked in surprise. "Of course it is," Lin Zi said proudly. "It has saved me several times when I was seriously injured." Pausing, she said to Su Yu, "All right, you can go back now. Do not worry about your butt. It is fine now." "Okay, thanks, Sister Lin." Sensing something, Su Yu quickly said his goodbyes and returned to room 808. As soon as he returned, Su Yu held out his left hand. 15 treasure maps appeared out of thin air and landed directly in his palm. "I killed so many zombies, and you only give me this many treasure maps? That is way too stingy." Su Yu could not help but grumble to himself. At the same time, in room 807, Lindsay looked at the big black dog and asked, "You suddenly bit Su Yu. Did you discover something?" The big black dog was as intelligent as a demon. It would not bite someone for no reason. Biting someone always had a strong purpose. You noticed? The big black dog looked up, somewhat surprised. Lin snorted and said to the dog, "Spill it. What did you find? Is there something wrong with Su Yu?" At this point, she could not help but worry. If there was something wrong with Su Yu, how should she handle it? The big black dog thought of Su Yu's computer browser history, but it shook its head and said, "No issues found so far. His blood is normal too." "Is that so?" Lindsay stared at the dog, feeling like it was hiding something from her. But for the moment, she could not figure out what the dog could possibly be hiding. "Then why did you bite him?" Lindsay said with some annoyance. "You completely wasted my divine medicine. You know exactly how valuable it is." Lindsay was truly pained by the loss. Even a tiny bit of this ointment could fetch an astronomical price at an auction. Even she herself was usually too stingy to use it. Because this medicine currently couldn't be refined at all, the only source was digging it up using treasure maps. The big black dog rolled its eyes at Linza and said slowly, "I got angry the moment I heard he was going to move my kennel, my food bowl, and my toys. What's wrong with me giving him a little bite? Is there a problem?" The big black dog expressed its dissatisfaction. It was only because Suyu was one of them right now. Otherwise, it would have bitten him to death. "Didn't you say you weren't the howling celestial dog?" Lindsay asked after a brief silence. "Did I ever say that?" The big black dog shook its head, its eyes filled with confusion. "So you mean you really are the howling celestial dog?" Lindsay pressed on, her eyes shining. "If you think so, then I am." The big black dog didn't bother arguing. It walked to the balcony and lay down lazily. By then, it was already dark, and the lights outside were brightly lit. "You're such a strange dog. Sometimes you say you're the howling celestial dog, and other times you say you're not. Now even I'm confused about who you really are." Lindsay sighed helplessly. Room 808. Suyu returned, took off his pants, and used a mirror to look closely. He found that the wound had indeed scabbed over. Sister Lin's medicine is truly amazing. "It's already dark, so I can't go out to dig for treasure maps. I'll have to wait until tomorrow. I hope tomorrow brings some surprises." Suyu put on his pants and stood on the balcony, looking preoccupied. "I'm only a second-tier warrior. When will I be able to dig up something good and become a battle king?" Warriors were just the weakest existence. Above them were the battle kings. People like Lindsay, Leigang, and Li Xiao were actually all battle kings. Their power was truly terrifying. Suyu couldn't help but feel envious. Whether in his past life or this one, strength was what mattered most. It could even be said that whether in the past, present, or future, or in any civilization, strength always came first. Suyu was desperate to grow stronger, and after experiencing the 3 crises in Tianhe City, this urgency became especially intense. Without strength, even with the protection of the Night Watchers, the possibility of dying was still very high. For example, the zombie crisis today. Although it was resolved, who knows how many people were killed or injured after the zombies appeared. Get stronger, and then get even stronger, Suyu told himself silently. It's truly pathetic not even being able to beat a dog because I'm not strong enough. After taking a shower, Suyu spent some time online, checked the news, and then finally turned off the computer. The next day, when it was broad daylight, Suyu prepared to head to the Night Watcher branch for work. As soon as he opened the door, the big black dog, which had been waiting for a long time, squeezed its way in. "Good Lord, you actually dare to come back?" Suyu snapped. He raised his foot, intending to kick the dog out. But before he could even touch the dog, Suyu realized that he simply couldn't kick any further. There seemed to be an invisible wall in front of him, incredibly hard, blocking his kick. The big black dog held its head high and walked past Suyu, its eyes full of disdain. "Morning, Suyu." Linza walked out and said to him, "It's just a dog. Don't lower yourself to its level. By the way, it seems to really like you and keeps wanting to stay in your room. You don't mind, right?" "I actually mind a lot," Suyu thought to himself, but he said, "It's fine. I was worried about burglars anyway. Having a dog to guard the door is actually a good thing." He closed the door and followed Lindsay to the Night Watcher branch. Once they arrived at the branch, Lindsay said to Suyu, "There's not much for you to do here at work. Just go and read some books. If any Night Watchers go out on a mission later, follow them and learn a bit." "Okay," Suyu had just barely replied when he saw Lindsay enter the conference room. The Night Watcher branch had a library. Suyu went straight in, found a book called 9 Ranks of Warriors from Beginner to Master, and hid in a corner to read it. He glanced at the security camera and realized it couldn't see exactly what he was reading. Relieved, he took out his phone and started checking his home security feed. In the camera feed, the big black dog was lying on the balcony, very quiet. The morning sun represented vitality. Vaguely, Suyu saw what looked like something golden entering the dog's body along with the sunlight. "Am I seeing things?" Suyu frowned slightly. He looked closer but saw nothing. After a while, the dog got up and wandered around the room. Finally, it went to Suyu's computer, turned it on, typed in the password, opened the browser, and started checking the history. "Oh my god, this dog has truly become a spirit. It types the password even more fluently than I do," Suyu couldn't help but complain. In front of the computer, the big black dog's expression gradually turned dark. Waiting online, it's urgent. How do you cook a big black dog to make it taste good? The dog clicked on a history record. Its paw flashed with light, almost smashing the computer down. But it held back and moved on to the next record. I am a second-tier warrior and got bitten by a big black dog. Will I get rabies? Do I need a vaccine? I have a big black dog. How can I tell if it's male or female? If I find it a mate, will it bite me to death or thank me? What kind of drug can knock out a big black dog that is as strong as a battle king? Do dogs have natural enemies? How can someone at the second-tier warrior level beat up a big black dog that is as strong as a battle king? The more the dog read, the worse its expression became. It felt a surge of stifled rage in its chest, extremely uncomfortable. It really wanted to smash the computer with one paw, but after thinking it over, it gave up. Then, it silently turned off the computer. This time, it didn't bother deleting the history. Returning to the balcony, the big black dog slowly lay down and continued sunbathing, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Suyu silently closed his phone and went back to reading 9 ranks of warriors from beginner to master. Suyu. Over half an hour later, Lindsay finished her meeting, found him, and said quickly, "Perfect timing. Someone dug up a giant python. I've taken the mission, so come with me." As they left the library, Lindsay's voice rang out, "Team 1, assemble at the entrance." At the same time, Lindsay pressed a button on her Night Watcher watch. Suyu's watch vibrated immediately. He looked down and saw an assembly icon displayed on it. Following Lindsay out the door, Suyu saw 10 people waiting in neat rows at the entrance of the branch. "Captain!" When they saw Lindsay, their faces filled with fervent admiration. "I've sent the target location to everyone. Let's move out immediately," Lindsay ordered.
An emergency has occurred outside, and it requires the Night Watchers to step in to resolve it. Lindsay took the initiative to accept the mission, primarily to give Suyu some advanced training. She thinks highly of Suyu and believes he is quite lucky. He was able to trigger his genetic evolution at such a young age, and now he is even a Tier 2 warrior. If trained well, he could become a powerhouse among the Night Watchers in the future, and an invincible guardian for the Daxia nation as well. That is why she has been so attentive when it comes to Suyu. Suyu felt quite helpless. In truth, he didn't really want to go. He felt that the most important thing for him right now was to dig up his treasure maps. After all, he had quite a few treasure maps on hand, but since Lindsay had given the order, he had no choice but to tag along. Tianhe City, Wanda Plaza. People were fleeing in terror in every direction as a giant variegated python went on a rampage. Someone had used a treasure map here and unearthed the giant python. "Everyone, get back! The Night Watchers are taking over from here." Suyu, who had arrived with Lindsay, heard her shout, and her voice echoed across the area. The ground was already stained red with blood, and severed limbs were scattered everywhere. It was clear that the python had already caused multiple casualties before the Night Watchers arrived. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, yet Suyu saw some reckless people still standing nearby, making peace signs for selfies or live streaming with their phones. These people are simply beyond reason. Suddenly, a girl who was too poor to even afford clothes let out a wail as she was swallowed whole by the python, letting out a piercing shriek. But the screaming stopped abruptly, and blood began to flow from the python's mouth. The scene was truly too gruesome to look at. Only then did the reckless bystanders seem to realize the danger, and they all began to flee in terror. "Seal off the area. Don't let anyone get close, and don't let this python escape." As Lindsay gave the order, 4 people from the squad immediately sprang into action. They took positions in the north, south, east, and west, blades in hand, ready to strike at any moment. Suyu, Lindsay commanded suddenly, "Join the other 6 and surround the python. It has already eaten people, so there is no need to keep it alive. Just kill it." After a pause, Lindsay added, "Also, do not use your trump card. This is meant to be a trial for you." This was Lindsay's true goal, to train Suyu. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to personally step in to deal with a python that wasn't even at the Warrior King level. "Me, I have to go in empty-handed?" Suyu couldn't help but ask. Even though he had joined the Night Watchers, he still didn't have a decent weapon. Was he really supposed to go in empty-handed? Could he actually win like this? "Take this blade," Lindsay said, as a long sword immediately appeared in her palm. Suyu stared with wide eyes, wondering where that blade had come from. "All right, move out," Lindsay ordered. The other 6 immediately charged at the python. Suyu held the blade, feeling conflicted and anxious, hesitating to advance. The book 9 Stages of a Warrior, from beginner to master, actually introduced quite a few combat techniques. Suyu knew the theory, but honestly, his actual practical experience was far too lacking. Suyu, why haven't you moved yet? Lin said. You are a night watcher now. Do you realize how many people could die if you hesitate in a critical moment? Suyu understood the logic. But when the moment actually came, he still couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. This was a giant python, something he had been terrified of even seeing on normal days. Not to mention, Suyu had been afraid of snakes since he was a child. It was no exaggeration to say that it took immense courage for him just to be standing there. Gripping the blade tightly, Suyu slowly stepped forward, his eyes locked onto the python. Suddenly Li Xiao appeared beside Lin Zi. This Suyu, he couldn't be this cowardly, could he? Li Xiao frowned and said, 3 years have passed since the treasure maps descended. Even ordinary people have become much bolder. This Suyu. He could tell that Suyu was scared. Let's watch a bit longer, Lin Zi said in a low voice. I believe in Suyu. Li Xiao nodded and didn't say another word, watching quietly. Suddenly, Suyu leaped into the air, reaching a height of over 10 meters. With the blade in his hand, it let out a hum and slashed down with a boom. Splat! With the 6 squad members keeping the python distracted, it had no time to deal with Suyu. The blade struck deep into the python's vulnerable spot. Is that the heavenly slash? Li Xiao's eyes widened in shock as he said, one of the techniques from 9 stages of a warrior, from beginner to master, the heavenly slash. He turned to Lin Zi and asked, have you been tutoring Suyu in private? Are you kidding? I just told him to read the books. I haven't taught him anything else. Lin Zi, hiding her own shock, replied quickly, besides, if I had really taught him to be able to pull off such a lethal strike after only 2 days of effort, his talent is Tex. Honestly terrifying. Lin Zi added without reservation, you could say that Suyu was born for battle. Indeed, Li Xiao couldn't help but agree. He is the first of his kind in 3 years. After a pause, Li Xiao added, when you go back, have Suyu try some other techniques to see if he can reach this same level. Finally, seemingly still uneasy, Li Xiao cautioned, tell everyone to keep their mouths shut. Don't let news of today spread. Also, don't alert anyone else during testing. Understood, Lin Zi nodded. Li Xiao turned and faded away, disappearing in just a few seconds. At this moment, Suyu turned his head to look, a flash of confusion in his eyes. He had clearly seen Li Xiao standing nearby just a moment ago, so how was he gone now? Li Xiao's mysterious appearances like this were enough to scare someone to death. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Zi clapped her hands as she walked over slowly, saying to Suyu, you have surprised me once again. Last time it was Suyu triggering his genetic evolution and becoming a warrior. This time she realized that Suyu might truly be a natural-born fighter. He is a real talent. Returning to the Night Watcher branch, Suyu went back to reading. Once his shift ended at 12, Suyu left the branch without a moment's delay. Having wasted the whole morning, he finally had time to go dig up his treasure maps. His lunch break was limited, so Suyu didn't go far. He stepped out, turned left and right, zigzagged through a few streets, found one of the coordinates near the Night Watcher branch, and stared intently. This spot seals away a heap of excrement that can promote the growth of spiritual plants. Oh, and by the way, it smells terrible. Golden text appeared. Suyu froze. Excrement? What is this thing good for? It can promote the growth of spiritual plants. He opened his phone and quickly typed in the keywords treasure map and excrement to search. In no time, Suyu found a news article from 6 months ago about someone who dug up a heap of excrement and sold it for over 8 million. My goodness, that is a huge profit. Must dig. Digging right now. Suyu ignored the warning about it smelling bad and used the treasure map right away. Suyu's discovery highlights the bizarre nature of this speculative economy. When monster droppings sell for millions, it proves that in a post-catastrophic market, even the most repulsive waste can become a high-yield strategic asset. Suyu's ability to translate theoretical text into a lethal strike suggests muscle memory optimization beyond normal human limits. Furthermore, the million-dollar value of monster manure proves that in this new economy, utility completely redefines our traditional perception of waste. The next moment, a patch of space emerged. A pile of feces appeared. Seeing the feces, Suyu wasn't sure if his eyes were playing tricks on him, but he vaguely saw that a giant beast from long ago had left this pile behind. And this was just a small one. There were some as large as the big iron pots found on rural kitchen stoves. How am I supposed to carry something this big? Suyu was stunned. Before he could even think of a solution, Suyu's expression changed drastically, and without a moment's hesitation, he immediately covered his nose. Stinky. It was absolutely foul. In that instant, it wasn't just Suyu who smelled it. Countless people across the entire Tianhe city smelled the stench as well. Strange, my snail rice noodles shouldn't be this smelly, right? A woman was cooking snail rice noodles, and upon catching the scent, she couldn't help but frown. But soon she began to drool, thinking, it smells so strong it must be delicious. In a hotel room, a man and a woman were in the middle of doing something unspeakable. Suddenly, the stench rushed in. The woman frowned and asked, "Did you crap in the bed? Why does it smell so bad?" "No way, you're too gross, you have to pay extra." At the Night Watcher branch, in the cafeteria, Li Xiao was eating when he suddenly frowned. What happened? Such a thick, foul smell. Lin Zi, sitting opposite him, looked left and right and said, "Lei Gong Zhongtian, which one of you farted? You're all grown men, mind your manners." "It wasn't me." "It wasn't me either." Lei Gang and Zhongtian spoke up one after another. Hearing this, Li Xiao's frown deepened. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he asked, "Could someone have dug up the feces of some kind of creature?" After a pause, Li Xiao added, "Half a year ago, someone dug up a pile of feces, and the whole city stank for a full month. This wouldn't be happening in our Tianhe city, would it?" Li Xiao was quite worried. If it stinks for a month, he might as well be dead. "How is that possible?" Lindsay shook her head and said, "According to existing records in the past 3 years, only one person worldwide has dug up a pile of extremely foul feces. It shouldn't be that." Suddenly, her phone rang. "Let me take this call." Lindsay glanced at it and said with some confusion, "That's strange. Why is Su Yu calling me?" Confusion aside, Lindsay pressed the answer button and, for good measure, turned on the speakerphone. Everyone here was on her side, so she wasn't worried about them hearing it. Besides, she felt that if Su Yu was calling her at this time, it must be something very important. "Sister Lin, where are you? I need your help. I just used the treasure map and dug up a pile of feces." Su Yu's voice came through the phone. "And it's huge. Can you send a vehicle to drag it away for me?" Everyone looked at each other, and then they suddenly realized what was going on. "Is it very smelly?" Lindsay asked after a moment of hesitation. "Huh? How did you know?" Su Yu was very surprised. "Send me the location. I'm coming right now." Lindsay hung up the phone, her expression turning incredibly ugly. It was actually Su Yu who dug it up. Should one say Su Yu is lucky or unlucky? Su Yu is actually quite lucky, Li Xiao said with a laugh. "Stinky as it is, this thing still holds high value. Lindsay, take people to handle it immediately. I'll make some calls to find a way to get this pile of feces moved away quickly." A short while later, Su Yu saw Lindsay arriving with her team and hurriedly went to greet them. "Sister Lin, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, I would have been stunk to death." Su Yu couldn't help but complain. "You dug this up?" Lindsay held her breath, trying not to inhale. "Yes," Su Yu nodded. "Vacuum seal it. Don't let the stench leak out," Lindsay ordered, and her team immediately sprang into action. Finally, after the feces were taken care of, the air quality improved significantly. Lindsay stopped holding her breath, but she kept waving her hand in front of her, still looking very disgusted. "Su Yu, this thing is useless to you, right?" Lindsay asked. Useless. Su Yu thought about it. He didn't have any spiritual plants, so what would he need this for? Take it back to grow chives. "All right then, the branch will handle it for you. Just wait for news." After saying this, Lindsay led her team away in a hurry. It was even smellier here. Even though the pile Su Yu dug up had been dealt with, the entire Tianhe city was still incredibly foul. Who knew how many days it would take for the smell to dissipate? Others sold what they dug up for over 8 million, so selling mine for over 1 million shouldn't be a problem, right? Su Yu thought to himself. It really stinks. Su Yu covered his nose and left quickly. 10 minutes later, Su Yu reached the next location, took out the treasure map, and focused his gaze. A spiritual plant is sealed here. Its spiritual fruit has just ripened. Consuming it will make you stronger. However, its fragrance travels for miles and might attract unnecessary danger. Golden text appeared. Should I dig it? What if it attracts danger? Su Yu was conflicted. But he soon made up his mind. This is Tianse City, what am I afraid of? Dig it! Immediately, Su Yu used the treasure map. A patch of space emerged. Inside was a spiritual plant swaying gracefully. Hanging from the plant was a bright red spiritual fruit. Su Yu didn't recognize the fruit at all, but upon seeing it, he couldn't help but drool, dying to devour it immediately. "It smells so good!" Su Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "It really smells amazing. Even though I don't know what this fruit is called, eating it is all that matters." Without delay, Su Yu reached out. The spiritual plant flew out. Su Yu plucked the fruit and immediately took a bite. The fruit was sweet, far surpassing any fruit Su Yu had ever tasted. The sensation was indescribable, leaving Su Yu feeling refreshed and enlightened. He even felt light as a feather, as if he were about to ascend to immortality. Suddenly, Su Yu saw 9 shackles within his body. Currently, 2 of them had already shattered. But there were still 7 shackles binding his genes. Boom! Suddenly, a torrent of energy surged in, unstoppable and overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, it submerged one of the shackles. At this moment, Su Yu had a flash of inspiration. He immediately began to practice the breathing technique recorded in Warrior 9 stages. From beginner to master, attempting to actively control this torrent. Suddenly, the torrent gained a will of its own. Under Su Yu's control, it was now able to actively shatter the shackles. Crack. A shackle was broken, shattering into dust. Suyu felt his genes evolve. He had been a second-stage warrior, but now he was already a third-stage warrior. However, it wasn't over yet. The torrent had been depleted quite a bit, but there was still some left. Suyu felt a spark of motivation. Perhaps he could even break the fourth shackle. Just then, Suyu suddenly heard piercing alarm sirens ringing throughout Tianhe City. Even the night watcher watch he was wearing began to vibrate incessantly. Suyu looked down at his watch, his expression shifting. Monsters are rushing toward Tianhe City? What happened? Suddenly, Suyu looked at the spiritual plant in front of him, his expression changing again and again. Could this be what attracted them?
Suyu still remembered the golden text warning that the fruit of this plant would be fragrant for miles around and could potentially attract unwanted danger. Could this danger be the monsters from the wilderness? Over the past 3 years, people have dug up countless treasure maps, and sometimes they end up unearthing monsters. After injuring people, these monsters flee into the vast wilderness, and even the government is helpless against them. Furthermore, they have been breeding over these 3 years, to the point where some areas have become no-go zones for humanity. Fortunately, I have already eaten the spiritual fruit produced by this plant. Suyu couldn't help but feel relieved. If he hadn't eaten it, the fragrance would have spread even further, and perhaps even more monsters would have been drawn here. Should I go to provide support now? Suyu was torn. He was in the middle of breaking his shackles, and once he broke through, his strength would surely see a qualitative leap. However, he was a night watcher now. Being part of the system had its perks, but sometimes you just had to follow orders. This made Suyu feel very uncomfortable. After thinking it over, Suyu practiced his breathing techniques to rush the fourth shackle while simultaneously making a call to Lin Zi. "Sister Lin, I'm going to be a little late," Suyu said quickly. "What happened to you?" Lindsay asked over the phone. He could hear the heavy wind in her background, suggesting she was rushing to the scene. "I just dug up a spiritual fruit and ate it. I am already a third-tier warrior, and if I push a little further, I might reach the fourth tier," Suyu replied rapidly. "Then don't come for now. Focus on improving your strength first." Lindsay was understanding and did not force Suyu to come and assist. "Also, Sister Lin, the monsters rushing towards Tianhe City might have been attracted by what I dug up," Suyu said timidly. "My God, where are you?" Lindsay couldn't help but curse. Suyu quickly gave her his location, and then Lindsay hung up the phone. In less than 3 minutes, Lindsay arrived and saw the spiritual plant in front of Suyu. "You actually dug this up. No wonder the monsters suddenly went on a rampage." Lindsay said to Suyu, "This thing is dangerous. If we try to protect it today, there will definitely be countless casualties in the city. So, for now, we have to abandon it. Are you willing?" "Do I have a choice?" Suyu asked. No, Lindsay shook her head. "This spiritual plant is highly valuable, but can anything be more valuable than human lives?" Even though Suyu was reluctant, he knew the priorities in this moment and nodded immediately. "As a night watcher, I must put the lives of the people first. If abandoning this plant can keep Tianhe City safe, I am willing to do so." Suyu spoke righteously, then asked timidly, "How strong are the monsters that are on their way?" "Above the rank of a war king. Tia City has no one who can stop them," Lindsay said as she grabbed Suyu and the plant, moving quickly. "How much could this plant have sold for?" Suyu asked, feeling very unwilling. "Based on previous records, at least 30 million. Lindsay couldn't help but exclaim. 30 million even in these times. That was a huge sum. A treasure map costs 200,000, so 30 million could buy 150 treasure maps. Don't we have any experts above the War King level? Suyu was even more frustrated. 150 treasure maps, just gone like that. If I used them all to dig, who knows how many treasures I could have found. If you calculate it that way, I've just lost 1 trillion. We have them, but they can't arrive in such a short time. Even if they did come, they couldn't stay in Tianhe City forever. Once they leave, the city would suffer anyway. Lindsay sighed, knowing what he was thinking. Sometimes, when you are not as strong as the others, you have to bow your head. Even for a night watcher, that is the truth. Suyu fell silent. After a while, he said, "The monsters might have come for the spiritual fruit from this plant, but I have already eaten it. Will there be trouble later?" "Don't worry," Lindsay stated frankly. "You've already eaten it. What, are you going to spit it out?" Giving it the plant is already giving it enough face. It will leave. Upon hearing this, Suyu felt slightly relieved. At the same time, He couldn't help but wonder if he should use a shard of his mystical weapon to smash the monster to death. But if he did that, he would have no more trump cards left. That would be very bad. No matter what, one must always keep a hidden card. In case of real danger, it's the thing that saves your life. By the way, Sister Lin, how strong was the giant dragon that was dug up before? Suyu asked. That way he could make a proper comparison. That giant dragon was a 9th tier war king. It was invincible among war kings and could take on 10 at once, Lindsay said with a hint of fear. No matter what kind of dragon it is, it represents power often beyond human capability. If I can barely kill a dragon with one strike, I might not be able to do the same to this monster coming now, Suyu thought, feeling a sense of despair. Suddenly, there was a crack, and Suyu's face lit up with joy. In just a few minutes, the 4th shackle in his body had broken. He was now a 4th tier warrior. Suyu felt an incredible surge of power, as if a single punch could shatter the sun and the moon. Of course, he knew this was just an illusion from having just broken through. 4th tier warrior already? Lindsay asked. 4th tier, Suyu nodded. That's great! From now on, you're a 4th tier warrior. Even among the Night Watchers, you aren't weak anymore. Lindsay praised him without hesitation, then asked with anticipation, is there any excess energy in your body to push for the 5th tier? There's still a little power, but I don't think I can break through. The energy has settled down. Maybe I'll have to wait for next time. Suyu sighed and said slowly, it's a pity. When I dug it up, there was only one fruit on this plant. If there were 2, I would at least be a 5th tier warrior by now. You're too greedy. Lindsay couldn't help but say, most of these spiritual plants don't even have a single fruit, and you're complaining about not having 2? Over the last 3 years, people all over the world have been digging up treasure maps. Many unearthed plants were just plants, not a single fruit on them, and some were even dead. The lucky ones find half a fruit, but half the energy has already leaked out because it was bitten by something. Someone like you who finds a whole one is truly a rarity. While they were talking, the 2 of them quickly exited the city area. Li Xiao and the elite Night Watchers had arrived early. Opposite them, a monster the size of a mountain was beating its own chest. It was a gorilla. A normal gorilla stands less than 2 meters tall and weighs about 500 pounds. But the gorilla in front of them was at least 13 or 14 meters tall, and its weight, it was impossible to estimate, but it was certainly in the tons. As soon as Suyu and Linz appeared, the gorilla's eyes immediately locked onto the plant held by Lindsay. Its eyes lit up, and it even began to drool. But when it saw that there was no fruit left on the plant, it let out a heaven-shaking roar. Beyond the roar of the gorilla, a massive bird suddenly streaked across the sky, letting out a piercing shriek. They had both come for the spirit fruit on the plant, but now that the fruit was gone without a trace, they were absolutely furious. At this moment, every Night Watcher was on high alert, fearing a conflict might break out. If a conflict were to occur, countless casualties would occur in Tianhe City, even with help from strong experts. Of course, while they feared a clash, they were also prepared for it. Night Watchers never shrink from a fight. Suyu stood beside Lindsay, feeling the terrifying pressure radiating from the beasts and found it difficult to breathe. They were simply too strong. What kind of realm exists beyond the rank of Battle King? He wondered to himself. Enough, Lindsay suddenly stepped forward and declared there was only one spirit fruit, and it was already consumed by my people when it was dug up. Staying here won't do you any good. You had better retreat now, lest you provoke the experts of the Great Sha and get yourselves killed here. Suyu was slightly taken aback by these words. Beside him, Li Xiao whispered, that gorilla was dug up by Lindsay. He paused, then added, and that sky-shielding bird was also dug up by her. Is that so? Suyu had no idea. I sense the fruit is gone, so give me the spirit plant instead. The gorilla fixed its gaze on the spirit plant and spoke in a human voice. The spirit plant belongs to me. The giant bird circled in the air and also spoke in a human voice. I brought the plant since I knew you would want it, but there is only one, and it cannot be divided. Linz raised her voice and said, I will have Li Xiao, the head of our Night Watcher branch, deliver the plant to the No Man's Land. You can fight over it yourselves. However, I must warn you that the experts of Great Sha are already on their way, and no matter how you fight, you are not allowed to harm even a single one of our citizens. Otherwise, it will be a fight to the death. Linzit turned and handed the spirit plant to Li Xiao. The two of you hold off on fighting for a moment while I deliver the plant to you. Li Xiao took the plant, his figure vanished in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already several kilometers away. After a few more such movements, he dropped the plant in the no man's land. Then Li Xiao returned. All right, as I'm sure you can feel, the plant has been moved to the no man's land. Go ahead and fight for it. I won't see you out. Li Xiao announced loudly. Roar! The gorilla let out a heaven-shaking roar and leaped, soaring hundreds of meters into the air, landing kilometers away in a single bound. Its speed was terrifying. Every time it landed, the ground shook as if an earthquake were happening. The giant bird took to the sky and spread its wings, whipping up a gale on the ground as if a level 17 typhoon had struck. Both the gorilla and the giant bird were truly formidable existences. They are both beyond the Battle King rank, and no one in our Tianhe branch can match them. Lin Zu said to Suyu with a hint of helplessness, adding that even the branch head would lose his life if he fought them. She continued, there are similar experts at the higher levels, but many terrifying entities have been dug up across the country, and they are currently occupied with nationwide support, so they cannot come here. She paused and added, besides, this thing isn't edible, so let it cultivate it for a few days. Once our senior experts have time, we will go and take it back. It's worth at least 30 million. We can't just let it walk away with it for nothing. Lindsay was furious, but in this world might makes right. No. Suyu shook his head. With 30 million, I could buy 150 treasure maps. Who knows how many treasures I could dig up? The potential value is immeasurable. They didn't just steal 30 million. They stole 1 trillion or even more. Suyu said with utmost seriousness. Everyone was stunned. Is that how you do the math? Suyu, Li Xiao was about to speak, but Lindsay cut him off. Lindsay gritted her teeth and said, Suyu is right. It is at least 1 trillion. You must take it back with interest in the future. Li Xiao's heart sank, thinking that both of these people had lost their minds. But thinking about it, that logic wasn't too bad. At least it wasn't his own money being lost. Boom! Suddenly, a mountain in the distance was pulverized into dust, sending up a massive cloud of dirt. The entire ground trembled violently, as if a real earthquake had hit. Suyu couldn't see clearly from such a distance, but the shockwaves of the battle were enough to send chills down his spine. So this is the power beyond the Battle King rank. Suyu wondered, when will I be able to reach such heights? After about 10 minutes, the giant bird let out a wail and flew over them, disappearing into the distance in an instant. Suyu could see the bird had been defeated, losing many of its feathers. The plant is in the gorilla's hands, Li Xiao said after observing from afar it has retreated, so it should be safe to head back now. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gorilla, keep my plant safe for me, because I will take back what is mine soon enough. Suyu stared into the distance, gritting his teeth. Upon returning to the Night Watcher branch, Suyu wanted to go dig for more treasures, but his lunch break was over, and he had to get back to work. This left Suyu feeling very helpless. Fine, I will go digging after work. I get a monthly salary for sitting here. I shouldn't pass up on money, he comforted himself while sitting in the library. 9 Stages of a Warrior, from beginner to master, was a very thick volume. Suyu read it word by word, trying to imprint everything into his memory. Suyu, Lindsay suddenly walked over and sat down beside him, asking with a smile, how much have you read? Less than a third, Suyu answered honestly. That is not bad. Lindsay was quite satisfied. How many of the combat techniques in there have you mastered? At this, Suyu's expression dimmed, and he replied slowly, I have come across 13 techniques so far, but I feel I have only mastered 3. 3? Lindsay asked with interest. Earth Splitter, Mountain Breaker, and Heaven Cutter, Suyu replied. The other 10 still have some points I don't quite understand and need to study further. Lindsay was secretly shocked. How many days had it been since Suyu became a warrior? Or how many days had it been since he joined the Night Watchers? The book contained quite a few techniques, and mastering 3 in such a short time sounded like bragging. But knowing it was Suyu who said it, she felt it might not be bragging. Even so, she felt the need to put his claims to the test. She stood up, led Suyu toward the library exit and said, Come on, let me see how impressive you really are.
The Tianhe branch of the Night Watchers is huge, and it has everything you could possibly need. Soon Suyu followed Linza to an open training area. There were weapon racks here, fully stocked with all 18 types of traditional weapons. "Come on, let me see how impressive you are," Linzi said with a smile full of anticipation, facing Suyu while looking incredibly confident and generous. Suyu quickly averted his gaze and asked, "Do we do it right here? Where else would we do it?" Linzi laughed and urged him, "Come on, I am already getting impatient. In that case, here I come." Suyu took a deep breath, mentally reviewing the 3 battle techniques, and finally settled on the groundbreaker. In the next instant, Suyu channeled his inner strength, focused it into his right foot, and then lifted it to stomp down hard. With that stomp, the entire ground shook, and starting from where his foot hit the floor, several terrifying cracks spread rapidly toward Linzi. Linzi was surprised, jumping into the air to easily dodge the attack. Then she remarked, "You have gained a good grasp of the groundbreaker. It is useless against a battle king, but it is quite effective against regular warriors." If someone were to attack Suyu, facing the groundbreaker would inevitably hinder their offensive speed. Suyu grabbed a long saber from the rack, tried the grip, and once he felt comfortable with it, he lunged toward Linzi. Mountain Splitter. Suyu swung the blade with all his might. In Suyu's eyes, Linzi was no longer Linzi, nor did she have her usual presence. She was simply a mountain. What he had to do now was cleave that mountain in front of him in two. This was the Mountain Splitter. The slash carried an unparalleled momentum, as if Suyu possessed an invincible aura. Even as a battle king, Linzi could not help but be moved by this strike. Bang! The saber came crashing down. Linzi did not dodge. Instead, she reached out her right hand and caught the blade between 2 fingers. No matter how hard Suyu pushed, he could not force the blade down even an inch further. Very good, truly very good. Linzi couldn't help but praise him, then she applied a slight pressure with her fingers. Suyu felt the saber slip right out of his hand. The next second, the saber was flicked away by Linzi and returned to the weapon rack. There is no need to try the sky cutter technique. I have already seen enough. A smile grew in Linzi's eyes. She walked over and said with a smile, "You should go back to your reading for now." Once Suyu left, Linzi couldn't help but mutter to herself, "He is truly a talent, a natural-born genius for combat." Linzi had a thought. A moment later, she arrived at Li Xiao's office and asked, "When does the new recruit training begin?" Why do you ask?" Although Li Xiao was puzzled, he answered, "It is still 3 or 5 days away. We are waiting for the higher-ups to confirm the specific date." "Have the training grounds been decided yet?" Linzi asked. "Not yet, but it should be the same as last year," Li Xiao replied. "Chief, I suggest you use all your connections to set this year's training in our Tianhe city," Linzi said. "It just so happens that some of our branch members are still guarding several mystic realms. We might be able to wipe out 1 or 2 of them, which would help ease some pressure on us." "Why bring this up all of a sudden?" Li Xiao thought for a moment before he understood. He asked, "Is it because of Suyu?" "Exactly," Linzi nodded. Suyu learned 3 battle techniques, Groundbreaker, Mountain Splitter, and Sky Cutter, after reading the 9 stages of a warrior, from beginner to master for only a few days. He learned 3. Li Xiao had been sitting down, but upon hearing this, he stood up, his gaze becoming quite intense. He asked, "What level has he mastered them to? Initial Insight, Basic Mastery, or Intermediate Proficiency?" Battle techniques are divided into different levels of mastery, from weakest to strongest. Initial Insight, Basic Mastery, Intermediate Proficiency, Advanced Mastery, Perfect Mastery, Extraordinary Saint, and Returning to Simplicity. Intermediate Proficiency? Linzi chuckled with a look of disdain and said calmly, "You are really underestimating my protege." "Then is it Advanced Mastery?" Li Xiao's face turned red with excitement. "Advanced Mastery? Haha," Linzi shook her head. "Then it must be Perfect Mastery?" "But how could that be possible?" Li Xiao looked utterly incredulous. "It is not that no one has ever reached perfect mastery in a technique, but it usually takes months to achieve. Even for some geniuses, it takes at least a month or so." "Perfect mastery? Haha, guessing," Linzi shook her head. "Not even perfect mastery. Could it possibly be Extraordinary Saint?" Li Xiao's whole body trembled. "How could this be? It is simply impossible." "What are you thinking?" Linzi shook her head and couldn't help but laugh. No matter how much of a genius Suyu is, he wouldn't have reached the Extraordinary Saint level in 3 techniques, but... "I said but what?" Li Xiao was getting anxious and urged, "Linzi, tell me quickly." Linzi smiled and said, "Suyu's 3 battle techniques have all reached the level of perfect mastery, but they are already at the point where they could break through to the Extraordinary Saint level at any moment. With Suyu's aptitude, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, or at worst, it will surely happen within a month. There is absolutely no doubt about that." After finishing, Linzi took out a tablet and started playing a video. It showed surveillance footage of Suyu performing the Groundbreaker and Mountain Splitter. Li Xiao held the tablet, watching the footage while his hands trembled. "He is truly a natural-born fighter," Li Xiao exclaimed after watching. "Linzi, send this video to my email." I am leaving Tianhe City now to see the higher-ups, Li Xiao said solemnly. The training location for new recruits must be set in Tianhe City this year. If they go to other cities, Su Yu's safety cannot be guaranteed. Tianhe City is still relatively safe. But once they leave the city, that is no longer certain. They could encounter all sorts of dangers on the way to other cities. Some dangers are completely uncontrollable. Many people die every year, and neither Li Xiao nor Linzi dared to take that risk. It would be such a pity to lose someone who was born to fight. After saying this, Li Xiao changed into his Night Watcher uniform and left the branch immediately. A short while later, Li Xiao drove out of Tianhe City. Su Yu was unaware of all this. He was still in the library reading the 9 stages of a warrior, from beginner to master. The whole afternoon was very peaceful, with nothing else happening, and the Night Watchers were rarely deployed. So, Su Yu spent the entire time reading until work ended, at which point he put the book down and left the Night Watcher branch in a hurry. I have been holding back all day. Finally, I can go dig up that treasure map. Su Yu was extremely excited. At the moment, it was not yet dark. However, the streets were crowded with pedestrians. It was the rush hour, and people were all gathered together. Su Yu stood at the traffic light, waiting patiently for the red light to turn green. Suddenly, someone let out a terrified scream. Su Yu looked in the direction of the sound, and immediately saw that someone had used a treasure map and dug up a zombie. Fortunately, there was only one zombie. But even so, it threw the intersection into complete chaos. Quiet, everyone! Su Yu let out a sudden, sharp shout. He picked up a pebble from the ground and flicked his finger. The stone shot out like a bullet, piercing directly through the zombie's brow. The zombie struggled for a moment, collapsed to the ground, and never climbed up again. Soon, police officers arrived quickly and began to clear the scene. As for Su Yu, he had already left under the envious and awestruck gazes of the crowd. Killing a mere zombie was far too insignificant. Being stronger really makes a difference. But it's still not strong enough, Su Yu thought to himself while on the move. He soon reached his destination and stared intently at the spot. Here is sealed a divine crocodile. Its body is as tough as diamond, it can fly through the sky and burrow through the earth, and it can easily pierce through flesh and blood. You are no match for it. Golden text appeared. My God! Su Yu couldn't help but curse. My luck is terrible. If I dig this out, wouldn't I be dead? A crocodile is just a crocodile, but once you add the word divine in front of it, it must have its extraordinary aspects. Such a terrifying existence is something I cannot withstand. Moreover, if it were really released, not only would I die, but the entire Tianhe City might be wiped out. Over the past 3 years, that is exactly how some cities in the Great Xiao were lost. I can't sell this treasure map to anyone else either. Who knows just how strong this divine crocodile really is? Su Yu couldn't help but mutter. In an instant, Su Yu felt like he had lost 200,000. I can see the hints, so I will just wait. When I become stronger, I will come back to check the hint. If I can handle it, a divine crocodile must be worth way more than 200,000, right? Thinking this way, Su Yu immediately felt much better. A divine crocodile, if I stew it, it must be a great tonic. Besides, its hide could definitely be used to make some armor. Even if it were just a pair of shoes, someone would certainly pay a high price for them. On to the next one. Holding the treasure map, Su Yu continued to look for his next destination. 20 minutes later, Su Yu arrived at the destination and stared intently. Here is sealed a mountain and river seal. If you can refine it, you can control the mountains and rivers of the mortal world. But your strength is too weak, you won't be able to refine it and could easily be killed by the backlash. Looking at the golden text in front of him, Su Yu almost wanted to cry. A mountain and river seal, capable of controlling the mountains and rivers of the world. Such a great treasure, and yet it's so easy to die from the backlash. I can't dig this treasure map now. I have to save it and come back to dig it once I'm stronger, Su Yu gritted his teeth. 10 minutes later, Su Yu had switched locations and again stared intently. Here is sealed an ancient coffin. Buried inside is a supreme existence. Once opened, fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. Su Yu frowned. Once opened, fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. There is a supreme existence buried inside. How supreme is supreme exactly? In that case, I definitely can't open it. Su Yu's intuition told him that the entity inside this ancient coffin might be even more terrifying than the so-called divine crocodile. I'll keep switching to the next treasure map. Now that I have plenty of maps, I don't believe I can't dig up something good. Su Yu refused to accept this. Half an hour later, Su Yu stared intently. Here is sealed a drop of essence blood from an ancient powerhouse. Over endless years, 99.9999999% of the power within the blood has dissipated. Only 100 billionth of its power remains, which is just right for your current genetic evolution. Looking at the golden text, Su Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. I've finally dug up a treasure. Without any hesitation, Su immediately used the treasure map. A pocket of space emerged, and a drop of essence blood floated in midair. As Suyu saw this drop of blood, his vision blurred, as if he were witnessing a scene from endless ages ago. Billions of immortals as soldiers, millions of Daluo as generals. Kill, 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 kill. A majestic figure held a blade toward the sky, the killing intent piercing the heavens. That majestic figure seemed to sense something, and actually turned to look at Suyu. Suyu met his gaze and realized that the other person was seeing him from across endless ages. The man's lips moved, and just as he was about to say something, the scene suddenly shattered. Suyu's vision returned to normal. Was that just now an illusion or a dream? It was so realistic that even I couldn't tell the difference. Suyu felt a bit bewildered. But soon, he pulled himself together and reached out his right hand. That drop of essence blood flew out and landed in Suyu's palm. My God, what a huge waste. Suddenly, Suyu became agitated. Seeing with his own eyes that the power within the essence blood was dissipating the moment it touched his palm, he quickly shoved it into his mouth. Immediately, a powerful energy spread throughout his body. Suyu saw that there were still 5 shackles remaining within him. It is precisely because of these shackles that humans cannot control extraordinary power. Only by breaking them can humans command extraordinary power and initiate genetic evolution. Kill, 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 kill! The power contained in the essence blood transformed into a figure and charged instantly at one of the shackles. At the moment of impact, the shackle shattered instantly and vanished into smoke. The figure charged again at the next shackle, and with a crack, it shattered once more. Suyu wanted to push against the next shackle, but alas, the power left in the essence blood was not much, and the figure it had transformed into was becoming increasingly ethereal. A voice came from the figure's mouth, but after saying only one word, the figure popped and vanished. 2 more shackles broken. I am now a rank 6 warrior. Suyu was thrilled. What was that figure trying to say to me at the end? Suyu frowned slightly as he calmed down and reflected on what had happened inside his body. After a while, Suyu stopped thinking about it and began to blame himself. The power of the essence blood dissipated more than half, and I still broke 2 shackles. If I had been just a little faster, wouldn't I have become a battle king today? Suyu felt regretful and heartbroken. He had missed out on a great opportunity. Suddenly, Suyu remembered. This drop of essence blood had only 100 billionth of its power remaining. And even that was just a single drop of blood. Then, just how terrifyingly strong must that ancient powerhouse have been? Billions of immortals as soldiers, millions of Daluo as generals. Kill, 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 kill! Suyu recalled the scene he had witnessed, that majestic figure holding a blade to the sky with peerless momentum. Immortals, are they the immortals I understand? Daluo, what does that mean? Great Luo Golden Immortals? Suyu pondered secretly. The concept of genetic shackles implies that humanity is living in a state of artificial limitation. Suyu is reclaiming a lost heritage, but that ancient gaze suggests he is being monitored by forces that view humans as mere biological experiments. Suyu's calculated refusal to trigger high-level threats marks him as a strategic survivor. By framing genetic evolution as unlocking a biological prison, the narrative suggests that humanity's current weakness was an intentional historical suppression.
However, after pondering for a long while, he still couldn't find any answer. To tell the truth, Suyu's knowledge in this area was practically non-existent. I will look it up online when I get back tonight. Maybe I'll find something, Suyu told himself. 20 minutes later, Suyu reached the next destination and stared intently. Here lies a fragment of the white-robed Guanyin, one of the 33 manifestations of Guanyin. It still carries a trace of the white-robed Guanyin's Dao aura. For you, it holds no danger at all. Looking at the golden text, Suyu felt thrilled. Did I dig up another treasure? Who in the world doesn't know Guanyin? As for her 33 manifestations, while Suyu didn't know them all, he had heard of them. Among them, the most familiar one was definitely the white-robed Guanyin. Dig. I must dig. Without hesitation, Suyu immediately used the treasure map. A space emerged. Suyu saw a white piece of cloth floating inside, stained with some blood. Unfortunately, the blood had long since dried up. Suddenly, the entire Tianhe city shook, and a lotus throne appeared, with a figure standing upon it. She was dressed in white, holding a jade vase in her left hand, and making a Varada mudra with her right. The whole of Tianhe city vibrated. Countless people looked up at the white-robed Guanyin, filled with shock and awe. Guanyin, a figure from mythology, had descended to the human world for the first time. Soon, countless elderly people knelt down, murmuring, "May Guanyin Bodhisattva bless us," the night watchman branch. Linzes stepped out, gazing at the phenomenon in the sky, and gasped, "The white-robed Guanyin, one of the 33 manifestations. Did someone dig up the white-robed Guanyin herself, or a treasure containing her Dao aura? Regardless of which one it is, our Tianhe city is about to have another powerful figure. Lei Gang also walked out and spoke up after hearing this. We must investigate immediately to see who dug it up. If some people with ill intentions found it, that would be a big problem. Zhang Tian also stepped out and spoke with concern. Right, let's act now. Lin Zi nodded. Too bad the chief isn't here, otherwise he would have noticed it instantly. Lei Gang and Zhang Tian couldn't help but sigh. It was a real shame the chief wasn't around. Otherwise, if they invited the person who dug up the treasure to the Night Watchman branch, they might have gained another colleague. Soon the phenomenon dissipated. Su Yu reached out, and a piece of blood-stained white cloth appeared in his palm. Although it didn't directly increase my strength, this white cloth fragment can serve as one of my trump cards. Su Yu's eyes flickered as he looked up and noticed that it had already turned dark. Furthermore, he was feeling very hungry by now, and he knew he had to go eat. Looks like I'll have to continue digging the treasure maps tomorrow, Su Yu said with some regret. After joining the Night Watchman, there is really not enough time. I have to work every day. When will it ever end? But if he had to choose again, he would still join the Night Watchman. I killed so many zombies and used up a dog hair naturally shed by the Skyhound. That should at least get me dozens of treasure maps. Why hasn't the chief given them to me yet? Su Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself while walking back, still thinking about it. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry now. He still had some treasure maps left, and it would probably take 3 or 4 days to dig them all up. Oh my god! Don't tell me the chief embezzled them? Su Yu suddenly felt a bit restless. If they were taken, he couldn't beat the chief, nor did he have any channel to voice his grievances. What was he supposed to do? I hope not, otherwise, when I become stronger, I'll beat him until he begs for mercy. Su Yu clenched his fists. Returning home, Su Yu brought a fast food meal and tucked into it in front of the big black dog. The big black dog watched Su Yu drool dripping all over the floor. Su Yu thought for a moment, picked up a piece of meat, and threw it to the dog. The big black dog looked up, swallowed it accurately, chewed twice, and stared at Su Yu again. I haven't even finished eating. When Sister Lin comes back later, I'll have her cook for you. Su Yu went back to devouring his meal. After a while, Linzi returned, looking a bit exhausted. The big black dog followed Linzi home. Su Yu finished his meal, took a shower, and went back to his room to turn on the computer. He thought for a moment and started searching. Billions of immortals as soldiers, millions of Daluo as generals. However, there were no results. The web pages that appeared were completely irrelevant, and many scam websites were even ranking at the top. No records at all? Su Yu frowned. Today, the internet is highly developed, which can be called an era of information explosion. Even for some ancient texts, one could find corresponding records online. Yet for this phrase, he couldn't find anything. After thinking about it, Su Yu typed 7 kill characters into the browser and hit enter. This time, there were results. Someone used a treasure map and dug up an ancient stele called the 7 Kill Stele with 7 kill characters carved on it in blood. Su Yu clicked on it. There were photos attached. 7 kill stele? Su Yu scrolled down and continued reading the news, which stated, but the day the 7 kill stele appeared, it mysteriously disappeared and its whereabouts remain unknown to this day. Su Yu pondered, does the 7 kill stele have anything to do with that ancient existence? The answer remained unknown. Forget it. When I see Sister Lin tomorrow, I'll ask her. She might know something, Su Yu thought to himself. After a while, Su Yu searched for Daluo to find an answer, but the results were chaotic, with all sorts of different claims, making him confused. After reading Warrior 9 Stages, from beginner to mastery for a while, Su Yu drifted off to sleep. At night, Su Yu dreamt that he was digging for treasure maps. Suddenly, in his dream, Su Yu saw an ancient stele carved with 7 kill characters, which were actually bleeding. Kill, 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 kill. Su Yu woke up with a start, shouting the word kill repeatedly. At the same time, inside a cave dwelling, an ancient stele shook as if it were about to break through space and fly away. Several figures arrived together and forcibly suppressed the stele. Gradually, it stopped shaking and they let go. What happened? Why did the 7 kill stele suddenly shake? Someone asked. I don't know either, someone replied, but one thing is certain, it definitely sensed something. Does that mean someone outside dug up something related to the 7 kills Stella? We should send people to investigate and see what's going on, someone suggested. If we find anything related to the 7 kills Stella, we'll kill that person, take the object back, and study it together. The apocalypse has arrived. We must grow big and strong and accomplish a great cause. After waking up, Suyu didn't go back to sleep because it was already dawn. After washing up, Suyu went out to go to work and found that the big black dog was already waiting at the door. Besides the big black dog, there was also Lindsay. It truly likes you. It was waiting for you here as soon as it woke up this morning, Lindsay said with a smile, her expression remaining perfectly calm. Suyu crouched down, patted the big black dog on the head, and said with a smile, "Good boy, go on in." The big black dog looked surprised, walked straight inside, and then lay down on the balcony to bask in the sun. "Sister Lin, let's go," Suyu said with a smile after closing the door. While waiting for the elevator, Lindsay suddenly asked, "That manifestation of the white-robed Guanyin last night was your doing, right?" "Ah, Sister Lin, you even know about that?" Suyu was startled. The night watchmen are truly impressive. Nowadays, smartphones are ubiquitous. Someone caught you on camera, and the manifestation of the white-robed Guanyin was projected from your location. After a pause, Lindsay continued, "But don't worry, I gave orders last night to have all videos of the white-robed Guanyin deleted from the internet. As for the person who filmed it, I gave them a sum of money and made them sign a non-disclosure agreement. So, theoretically, no one will know about your business." "Thank you, Sister Lin." Suyu was deeply moved. This was something he really hadn't considered. If someone set their sights on a treasure, they might just kill him and steal it. Even with the night watchman there to deter everyone, there are some who simply don't fear them. Things like that have happened before. Therefore, Suyu was genuinely moved by her words. It was clear that Lindsay had considered everything very thoroughly. Once inside the elevator, Lindsay asked again, "What did you dig up?" She paused and added, "If you feel it's private, you don't have to say." However, her eyes revealed a sense of longing. Clearly, she wanted to know very much. Suyu hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, it's nothing special, just a blood-stained fragment of a white robe." "A blood-stained white robe fragment?" Lindsay exclaimed in shock. The white-robed Guanyin is one of the 33 incarnations of Guanyin, possessing boundless magic power and great supernatural abilities. Who could possibly make her bleed? Suyu caught the underlying meaning in her words and immediately asked, "Sister Lin, are you quite familiar with the white-robed Guanyin?" "I know a little bit," Lindsay replied, appearing reluctant to say more. "Sister Lin, that's not very fair, is it? I told you everything, but you won't tell me anything," Suyu said, pretending to be annoyed. "Actually, I don't know much. I only know that within the Night Watchman, someone once dug up a severed arm with a white sleeve on it. It's rumored to belong to the white-robed Guanyin, but I'm not sure if it's real." Lindsay hesitated slightly before adding, "The director probably knows, but he might not say." Suyu was taken aback. There was really such a thing? No wonder when he first arrived in this world, he read plenty of news but never saw any information regarding Guanyin. "I've also heard," Lindsay thought for a moment and said, "that the severed arm, suspected to be the white-robed Guanyin's, is one of our Great Xia's core assets. It's just that, in 3 years, I've never seen anyone use that severed arm. Or perhaps it has been used, but the information was so well sealed that even I don't know." Suyu looked even more astonished. Once they got out of the elevator and into Lin's car, Suyu sat in the passenger seat and asked, "Sister Lin, what other news do you know that isn't in the reports? Can you tell me?" Suyu was filled with intense curiosity. "News is meant for the general public, regardless of whether it's true or not. Some things will never appear in the news. Perhaps many years later, there will be a documentary explaining things that the news didn't report. There's plenty of that." "What do you want to know?" Lindsay asked while driving. "Something related to myths and legends," Suyu said with anticipation. Lindsay pondered for a moment and said, "In our Tianhe city, someone might have dug up the great sage's Rui weapon. Of course, it might not be the real Rui weapon, perhaps just a fragment." Suyu felt a sense of familiarity. At that moment, Lindsay continued, "That day, a giant dragon was rampaging, and almost all the available strong individuals from our Night Watchman branch were deployed, yet they struggled to take the dragon down. At the critical moment, someone struck with a staff. I saw it with my own eyes. It had the 5 golden characters Ruyi weapon engraved on it. Having said that, Lindsay sighed. It's a pity that we still haven't found that person. Suyu's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly wondered, could it be that fragment of a Dao weapon that I dug up? But out loud, Suyu said, I heard about that. Aside from this, is there anything else? Someone once dug up a ginseng fruit. After eating it, they jumped from being an ordinary person to an existence beyond a war king, Lindsay said. That person is now a pillar of strength for our night watchman. Ginseng fruit blooms every 3,000 years, bears fruit in 3,000 years, and takes another 3,000 years to ripen. It takes nearly 10,000 years to actually eat a ginseng fruit. Just smelling it can grant 360 years of life. If you could eat one, you could live for 47,000 years. Suyu couldn't help but feel envious. When would he be able to dig up a ginseng fruit? However, I once heard the director mention that when the ginseng fruit was unearthed, 99% of its power had already dissipated. The power it provided was quite limited, and as for the lifespan increase, it was also very limited, certainly not 47,000 years. Lindsay thought for a moment and added, even if most of it dissipated, if one could eat one, that would still be a supreme fortune and opportunity. Suyu remained envious. During the car ride, Lindsay said a lot, and Suyu listened to it all. Lindsay even mentioned that someone had once dug up the list of deities. The list of deities. That was simply unbelievable. Soon they arrived at the Night Watchman branch. Suyu walked into the library, found the book 9 Ranks of Warriors, from beginner to master, and continued reading. After a while, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Suyu specifically avoided the surveillance cameras before taking out his phone to check the security footage from his home. At the same time, the big black dog was lying on the balcony, soaking up the sun, looking lazy, with golden light faintly flickering on its body. After a while, the big black dog seemed to feel it had basked enough, so it stood up and walked straight into Suyu's bedroom. It very skillfully turned on Suyu's computer, entered the password, and finally opened the browser's history. Billions of immortals as soldiers, millions of Daluo as generals. Kill, 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 kill. The 7 kills, stealth. Looking at the history, the big black dog could not hide its shock, but soon a look of wild joy appeared on its face. Could that god of slaughter have been dug up by Suyu? The big black dog was shaken, muttering to itself. No, if it were really dug up, how could there be no heavenly manifestations? Or is it that Suyu dug up some treasure related to that person? No, that's not right either. Even for a treasure, if it contained a trace of that person's Dao aura, it would still trigger a heavenly manifestation. This is the rule. The big black dog was stirred. Should I go find Suyu and ask?
At this moment, the big black dog was truly tempted. It couldn't wait to find Suyu right away and ask everything clearly and thoroughly. However, it suppressed its inner impulse, feeling that now was not the right time to ask. My return is a complete mystery even to me, and right now my strength is so weak that I should just stay low and develop quietly. The big black dog thought to itself, if there is some kind of conspiracy and my identity gets exposed, who knows what terrible things might happen. Besides, Suyu is no simple character. I can smell the aura of the ancestral star on him. Logically speaking, this really shouldn't be the case, and it's impossible. There might just be a huge conspiracy hidden behind this. In those few short seconds, the big black dog pondered a lot and decided it was better to play dumb, lie low, and wait until it gained more strength before doing anything else. Right now it was too weak, with strength merely comparable to a war king, not even a billionth of its peak power, which left it with no confidence at all. After a while, the big black dog turned off the computer, went out to the balcony, and lazily sprawled out to sunbathe. In the library of the Night Watchers branch, Suyu put away his phone after seeing this scene. It wasn't even lunch break yet when Lindsay suddenly called and said, "Suyu, come find me immediately." Suyu was a bit puzzled, but after hanging up, he still hurried over. Upon entering the office, Suyu saw that in addition to Lindsay, Captains Leigong and Zhangtian were also present. There was also an old man who looked very kind, but he didn't recognize him at all. "So you are Suyu?" The old man walked over, looking at him as if he were his own grandson with a kind smile. He reached out as if to pat Suyu on the head, but Suyu dodged it in advance. Suyu nodded in confusion. "Suyu, this is Elder Liu from the East First District." Lindsay quickly introduced him. "Greetings, Elder Liu," Suyu said quickly. "Suyu, you dug up some very special excrement, and that is why Elder Liu is here. Linza said with a smile, Elder Lu thinks you have good luck, so he wanted to meet you. Is this still just a child? Elder Lu said with a laugh. If you were an adult, I might have tried to negotiate the price, but since you are just a kid, it wouldn't be right for me to bargain. Suyu, I will take that stuff you dug up. 2 million in total, what do you think? Suyu looked at Lindsay, and seeing her nod at him, he knew it was a good price, so he quickly replied, then let's do as Elder Lu says. This kid is truly sensible. Elder Lu said with a smile, clearly very satisfied with Suyu, and then added, if you dig up more of this in the future, remember to contact me. I am a regular buyer of this stuff. Oh, and if you happen to dig up any spirit plants, you can contact me as well. Elder Lu added as if he had just remembered something. Huh? Suyu was stunned, then blurted out instinctively, I did dig up a spirit plant, but it was snatched away by the Gorilla King. I heard about that, Elder Lu said. If I were a bit stronger, I would have stepped in, but unfortunately, I can't beat that gorilla, so there is nothing to be done about it. He paused and said very gently, actually, you can just wait for now. The spirit plant won't be lost anytime soon, and it won't bear spirit fruit yet. That gorilla taking it is useless for it, and it even has to spend time taking care of it. Even if we snatched it back now, it wouldn't actually be of much use, would it? But when we get strong enough, we can just find a way to take it back. At that point, at least we won't be at a loss. Elder Lu's point was clear. Keeping it now would just waste resources, and it would be more trouble than it's worth. The logic held up and everyone agreed except for Suyu. In his eyes, these were just many treasure maps, and digging them up could make him powerful in a very short time. But he couldn't say that out loud, so he just smiled at Elder Lu and said, Elder Lu is right. That settles it then. I will be going now. The money will arrive shortly, and if it doesn't, give me a call. Elder Lu nodded at the group, took a single step, and vanished from the office in an instant. For a moment, Suyu sensed a terrifying aura. He felt a shock in his heart and couldn't help but look at Lin Zi, testing the waters by asking, above a war king? You are new, so you don't know yet. Elder Lu is a powerhouse from the Night Watcher's East 1st District, Lin Zi said with a smile. It seems Elder Lu thinks highly of you. That is a good thing. Remember to be respectful whenever you see him in the future. Suyu nodded. This kid Suyu really has good luck. Lei Gang rubbed his bald head and said with a smile, Kid, let me ask you one more time, do you want to join my team? Bang! Before Lei Gang could finish his sentence, Lindsay kicked him out of the office. Elder Liu is gone. Why are you still here? Linza looked at the only one left, Zhang Tian, with a guarded expression. Captain Lin, Suyu is your recruit. I wouldn't poach him. Zhang Tian gave an awkward smile and left in a hurry. It was better to leave with dignity now, or else Lin Zi would help him leave with dignity. Who wouldn't love someone like Suyu? He actually wanted to poach him too, but Lin Zi was just too unreasonable. Such a nice girl, yet she kicks people at the drop of a hat. Vulgar. Zhang Tian grumbled to himself as he walked out of the office, helped Lei Gang up and teased, Captain Lei, you alright? Get lost! Lei Gang scrambled up while swearing, looking down on Zhang Tian, you coward! You... Zhang Tian wanted to argue, but saw that Lei Gang had already brushed off his pants and walked away. In the office, Lin Zi looked at Suyu, her expression completely different, as if she were a big sister next door. She smiled and asked, Are you happy with the price? Selling it for 2 million, I am naturally extremely satisfied. Thank you, Sister Lin, Suyu said with a radiant smile. As long as you are satisfied. 2 million is quite a lot, but as Night Watchers, we have plenty of places to spend money, so it is actually a small amount. Lin Zi patted Suyu and smiled. No need to give me a cut this time, just keep it all for yourself. Your sister doesn't need these scraps from you. Last time, Suyu gave her a kickback, and although it made her happy, she didn't want to keep taking these payments. If she really took it, her character would be gone, and the moral climate of the Night Watchers would suffer. If that happened, how could they protect the country and the common people? After leaving the office, Suyu returned to the library to read until it was time for his lunch break, at which point he eagerly left the branch. Today it's time to continue digging up treasure maps. In Suyu's eyes, digging for treasure maps is the most important thing. Everything else is secondary. Suyu is so dedicated to digging for treasure maps that he doesn't even have time to eat. A pair of embroidered shoes is sealed here, and it carries lingering resentment. You must absolutely, definitely not release it. Arriving at the first target location of the day, Suyu looks at the golden text, his expression turning extremely grim. It's just a pair of embroidered shoes, yet it's so dangerous. The golden text warns that one must absolutely not release it. The two warnings of absolutely have made the level of danger crystal clear. Given this, Suyu feels he cannot even sell this treasure map. If it were sold and someone unleashed it, the entire Tianhe city might turn into a living hell. I am truly noble. For the sake of Tianhe City, for the Great Xia, and for humanity, I must shelve this map until one day when the warning changes. Suyu feels touched by his own virtue and quickly moves to a different location. A pterosaur dwells here, resting above a volcano that has slept for 100,000 years. If you release it, the volcano will erupt, and 1,000 miles around will become scorched earth. Suyu stares at the golden text before him, feeling like he is losing his mind. What kind of luck is this? If I dig up a pterosaur and the volcano erupts, all of Tianhe City will be doomed. No, it won't just be Tianhe City. Several large provinces within 1,000 miles would suffer as well. Besides, it's a pterosaur. Who knows how powerful that thing from the textbooks would be? Suyu knows he absolutely cannot dig this map, nor can he sell it to anyone else. If someone else digs it up, the consequences would be just as terrifying. Soon, Suyu heads toward the next location. 1,000,000 evil ghosts are sealed here. They hate humans and all living things. Wherever they pass, misery and destruction will surely follow. Looking at the golden text, Suyu's heart trembles. 1,000,000 evil ghosts. What kind of scale is that? If they were really released, it would spell the end of the world for Tianhe City instantly. It's lucky I can see these hints. Otherwise, I would have died countless times by now. Suyu feels a lingering fear. Now, he finally understands why, even though everyone gets one treasure map a year, most people haven't dared to dig them up for 3 years. This thing will kill you, if not now, then later. You're bound to die eventually. The only way to stay alive is to never dig up any treasure maps, not even once. Of course, Suyu is the exception. After a while, Suyu finds another location and focuses his gaze. A sweet potato planted by an immortal is buried here. If you eat it, you will become stronger. The golden text appears. Suyu almost cries. Finally, he found something good. Even if it's just a sweet potato, since it was planted by an immortal, the effects must be extraordinary. Suyu can already imagine that today, he will definitely reach a level beyond a martial king. Big Ape, I'll be coming for you soon. Suyu thinks to himself happily. Then Suyu activates the treasure map, and a space manifests. Suyu reaches out and pulls the sweet potato directly from the ground. There is only one sweet potato, not very large, about the size of an adult's fist. However, as he looks at it, saliva starts to drip from the corner of his mouth. His instincts tell him this is good stuff. Eating it will be highly beneficial and lead to a leap in his vitality. Without hesitation, Suyu goes to a nearby store, buys a peeler, cleans the sweet potato, and starts eating it bite by bite. It is sweet and delicious, with an endless aftertaste. Suyu looks inside himself and sees that of the 9 shackles within his body, 6 are already broken. Now, the power from the sweet potato gathers, and under his control, it strikes violently against the 7th shackle. Click! A crisp sound echoes, and Suyu sees the 7th shackle shatter. Suddenly, an overwhelming sensation surges through his whole body, making Suyu feel incredibly powerful. Level 7, Warrior. But soon, Suyu is stunned. 90% of the sweet potato's power is gone, and the remaining energy is clearly insufficient to break the next shackle. That's it? Suyu scolds. This is supposed to be a sweet potato from an immortal, right? And that's all I get. What kind of lousy immortal is this? The sweet potato he grew is too weak. Suyu had been prepared to soar beyond the level of a martial king, but now his dream is shattered. Still, it wasn't a total loss. At least I'm a level 7 warrior now. If I just work a bit harder, I can become a martial king, just like Sister Lin and the others. Suyu doesn't feel discouraged. Instead, he consoles himself. Then he checks the time and shakes his head. I still have a few maps left, but they are all too far away. I can't make it now, so I'll have to wait until I'm off work this afternoon. Besides, I'm famished. I hope there's still food in the cafeteria. Suyu thinks to himself. After eating the immortal's sweet potato, Suyu doesn't feel full at all. He actually feels even hungrier. After eating at the Vigilante Division's cafeteria, Suyu goes to the library to read Warrior Level 9, From Beginner to Master. It's like this. Suyu reads with great interest, enjoying himself and unable to pull away. He doesn't even notice when Linzi approaches him. Linzi sits beside him and speaks, giving Suyu a start. Sister Lin, when did you get here? Suyu blinks, quickly setting the book down. Just arrived, Linzi says with a smile. How is the book? I should finish it in a day or two, Suyu answers truthfully. A day or two, that's quite fast. Linzi smiles and says, carry on then. I'm here to read too. Saying this, Linzi picks up Martial King Level 9, From Beginner to Master, and begins to read. Suyu glances at the cover, freezes and leans in, wanting to see the content. But as soon as he looks, he feels dizzy. It seems like he sees many words, yet he also sees nothing at all. Vaguely, it's as if he sees many people, yet it's as if he sees no one. For a moment, Suyu feels dazed. You are only a warrior right now. You can only read this book once you become a martial king, Linzi says with a smile. Oh. Suyu nods, thinking eagerly, I'm a level 7 warrior now, so I'm not far from being a martial king. With some effort, it's only a matter of a day or two. After a while, Suyu's phone rings. It's a call from someone saved as Xiao Ru. Xiao Ru is Suyu's classmate. They used to live in the same complex, but after Suyu's parents passed away, Xiao Ru's parents forbade them from associating. That was the case in his previous life. And it is the same in this life. Suyu, help! Come save me! After answering the phone, he hears Xiaoru running, panting heavily. What's wrong? Suyu asks with a frown. I used a treasure map and dug up something terrifying. It's chasing me! Woo! Please come save me! As she speaks, she seems to get scared and starts to cry.
Send me your location, Suyu said, hesitating for a moment. If he were just an ordinary person, or hadn't joined the Night Watchers, he wouldn't have bothered. But he was no longer just an ordinary person. He was a Night Watcher, and it was his duty he couldn't just refuse. Of course, the most important thing was that protecting the country and its people would earn him a treasure map as a reward from the heavens. Xiaoru had dug up something terrifying, and if it wasn't stopped, it would surely lead to countless casualties and devastation. No sooner had the call ended than Suyu received Xiaoru's location on his phone. It was a real-time share, and it was clear she was currently on the move. However, Xiaoru was ultimately just a normal person, and her speed was only average. Just then, the Night Watcher watches worn by Suyu and Lindsay began to vibrate with an emergency distress signal from another agent. Suyu took one look and realized the location matched Xiaoru's. She must have unearthed something dreadful, which had been spotted by the Night Watchers, triggering the emergency alert. Lindsay glanced down and said quickly, "The danger level doesn't seem too high. Tell you what, I'll go with you myself." Lindsay had been right by Suyu's side, so she had naturally seen and heard everything. Since it was someone Suyu knew, her going along would provide better insurance. "All right," Suyu nodded and said, "Thank you, Sister Lin. What's there to thank me for?" Lindsay chuckled. "This is my duty, after all." Once they were out of the Night Watcher headquarters, Lindsay took hold of Suyu and flew straight toward their destination. Xiaoru was panting and soaked in sweat. She leaned against the railing in front of her, staring down at the terrifying entity below. It was a monster. It possessed a gaping blood-red maw and 2 rows of eyes, with 9 eyes in each row. Its eyes were glowing a sinister red, suffused with murderous intent, as if it were born for slaughter. Its body was covered in bloody, protruding lumps, much like the back of a toad. Along its sides grew over a dozen tentacles, dripping with a slimy fluid that looked incredibly repulsive. Behind it, a long trail of blood stretched out, littered with severed limbs and body parts along the sides. It was obvious that it had already harmed many people. 2 Night Watchers were currently engaging it, one on the left and one on the right. But it was clear the 2 were struggling. Though they seemed to be attacking, they were actually just barely holding it off. Furthermore, they were already wounded, their clothes soaked in blood. "Everyone, get out of here! Run as far as you can, don't just stand around watching." One of the Night Watchers shouted loudly while defending. Some people were too reckless. Seeing someone blocking the monster, they stopped running and stood in the distance, taking photos and recording videos. "That young lady, why aren't you running yet?" One of the Night Watchers turned his head, saw Xiaoru standing on the overpass, and yelled immediately. Bang! The Night Watcher who had spoken to warn Xiaoru was instantly struck by the monster, sent flying as he coughed up blood. Suddenly, the pressure on the remaining Night Watcher increased significantly. In less than 2 or 3 seconds, the second Night Watcher was also knocked to the ground, unable to climb back up. The monster approached one of the fallen Night Watchers, opening its bloody maw, preparing to swallow them whole. "Vile creature, stop right there." Suddenly, a long spear descended from the sky, its terrifying power erupting and sweeping across the area. Slash! The monster reacted with lightning speed, shifting away instantly to evade the fatal blow. However, one of its tentacles was pinned to the ground by the spear and subsequently severed. Lindsay and Suyu descended from the sky, landing in front of the Night Watcher who had been moments away from being eaten. "Captain Lin, you're here?" "Thank goodness," the rescued Night Watcher gasped excitedly. "Now that we're here, you'll be fine," Lindsay said, helping the agent up. She glanced at the monster opposite them, furrowed her brow slightly, and asked Suyu, "Can you handle this? I feel like your strength has increased significantly." "I'll give it a try. Give me a blade." Suyu locked his eyes on the monster and reached out to grasp the long blade Lindsay handed him. Earthshaker. Suyu gripped the blade and stomped hard on the ground. Instantly, terrifying fissures began racing toward the monster. The monster immediately lost its footing and tried to move away, but suddenly the ground erupted and even more cracks appeared. "Die!" With a fierce roar, Suyu charged forward, blade in hand. In that moment, in Suyu's eyes, The monster before him wasn't just a monster, it was a mountain. Mountain Splitter. Suyu executed the Mountain Splitter technique, bringing his blade down with a savage hack. The monster's many eyes filled with terror. It seemed never to have expected that Suyu could emit such a terrifying aura. It extended its tentacles, attempting to block the fearsome strike, but it had severely underestimated Suyu. Slash! Suyu cut through the air like a hot knife through butter, cleaving down as if the monster were nothing more than a piece of wood already split by cracks. The terrifying monster, powerful as it was sliced clean in two by Suyu's blow. Suyu stood his ground, looking at the creature before him with a calm expression. Has your technique reached the pinnacle of perfection? Lindsay walked over, unable to hide her shock. Just yesterday, Suyu's technique had only been at the state of mastery. Sure, one could say he was close to the pinnacle, but that was just talk. Who could have taken it seriously? Yet here he was today, having already attained that level. And your cultivation, are you a 7th rank warrior now? Lindsay's shock deepened. Lindsay hadn't fought, she had only sensed that Suyu was stronger. But as for how much stronger, she couldn't say. Once Suyu made his move, however, she realized it immediately, a 7th rank warrior. How many days had it been, and he was already a 7th rank warrior? With 7th rank cultivation, combined with a peak level technique, killing the monster in front of them actually hadn't been that difficult. Just lucky, Suyu replied hurriedly. Wow, Suyu, long time no see. You've become so powerful. Xiaoru ran down from the overpass, her eyes filled with excitement. Looking at Suyu, she continued, nothing like these two useless losers who couldn't even handle one monster. They have the nerve to call themselves... Whoosh! Suyu suddenly slashed his blade downward, forcing Xiaoru to choke off the rest of her words. Nearby, the two wounded night watchers looked indignant and wanted to argue back, but they didn't know how. A bloodstain had appeared on Xiaoru's forehead, with fresh blood seeping out. You should be thankful that the apocalypse hasn't arrived yet, and that the Great Xia still has law and order. Otherwise, I would have sliced you in two, Suyu said sternly. Their skills might be lacking, but if it weren't for them, do you really think you'd still be standing here? Suyu pointed his blade at Xiaoru and commanded harshly, You! Apologize to them, right now, immediately! Xiaoru represents the toxic entitlement of a bystander who treats life-saving sacrifice as a mere service. Suyu's harsh intervention enforces a vital moral boundary, showing that professional duty deserves absolute respect as the world's safety net begins to fail. This encounter exposes the psychological phenomenon of victim ingratitude, where the saved mock those who suffered for them. Suyu's ultimatum proves that true authority requires moral integrity and respect for the collective, rather than just possessing superior combat abilities. Suyu, why don't you just let it go? A night watcher coughed and spoke up. She's just a young girl. Isn't it a bit embarrassing to make her apologize in public? Another night watcher said in a low voice, trying to persuade Suyu to give up. However, Suyu's expression was grim, his gaze aggressive. He kept his blade pointed at Xiaoru and said in a deep voice, Apologize. Why should I apologize to them? Xiaoru was scared at first, but now she had regained her composure and said haughtily, Protecting us is the duty of the night watchers. That is what you are supposed to do, so why should I apologize? She didn't believe there was anything Suyu could do to her, nor did she believe the night watchers would dare to do anything to her. As she spoke, she took out her phone to record a video saying, Guys, you won't believe this. I just ran into some terrible night watchers. As I expected, you're still the same. Suyu suddenly sheathed his blade and laughed at himself. In my previous life, it was like this. In this life, it's still like this. Although the two worlds have many differences, there are still many things that remain the same. Suddenly, Suyu swung his blade down. The phone in Xiaoru's hand was split in two and fell to the ground. She was completely terrified, standing there frozen, unable to say a word. Her trouser legs gradually soaked through, a liquid flowing down to form a small puddle on the ground, emitting a foul stench. Suyu rummaged through his pockets for a moment, took out 3,000 yuan, and shoved it into Xiaoru's arms. This is to compensate for your phone. Go buy a better one when you get back. Also, you had better pray every day that the apocalypse never comes, because if it does, you won't last a single day. Suyu turned around and said with a smile, Let's go. Linzi gave Suyu a complicated look but said nothing, leading the two night watchers to follow him as they left. It was a long time before Xiaoru finally came to her senses, shrieking, "Suyu, I'm your childhood sweetheart. How could you treat me like this?" Returning to the Night Watcher branch, Suyu went back to the library to read. After settling the two wounded Night Watchers, Linzi came to the library, sat down opposite Suyu, and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to have such a side." Without waiting for Suyu to reply, Linzi continued, "You've caused big trouble this time. You're in for a rough ride. If anyone files a complaint, the superiors will certainly have to give them an explanation." "I'm not afraid." Suyu looked up and said with a smile, "What kind of explanation? They won't kill me, will they? At worst, I'll just quit. What else can they do to me?" Linzi couldn't help but laugh. "You really are reckless. But if you're not a Night Watcher, what do you plan to do?" "I haven't thought about that yet." Suyu shook his head. How could he figure that out in such a short time? Xiaoru was simply going too far. Even he found it hard to watch. That was only because there were still laws in place today. Otherwise, he would have cut her down. Did she really think she was someone important? Just then, a female Night Watcher hurried in and placed a tablet in front of Linzi. She glanced at Suyu and said to Linzi, "Captain, you need to see this." Linzi took a casual look and pushed the tablet to Suyu, saying, "Take a look. It's about you." Suyu nodded and started reading. "Guys, you won't believe it. I ran into 3 terrible Night Watchers today. Girls, can you believe this? My childhood sweetheart, who I grew up with, actually tried to cut me down today. I'm speechless. This loser tried to force me to kneel to a Night Watcher just so he could keep his job. Help! I am completely speechless. Today I was harassed by some jerk." Every one of those videos was full of lies, twisting the truth and spreading rumors. Suyu couldn't watch anymore after just a moment. He handed the tablet back to Linz and said, "Don't show me this again. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from cutting her down. Notify these platforms and have them delete all related videos and posts. If anyone posts again, ban the accounts and IPs directly. If that doesn't resolve it, notify the relevant departments and have the posters arrested." Linzi seemed to have a lot of experience with this. "Yes, ma'am." The female Night Watcher hurried away with the tablet. "I didn't stop you at the time because I wanted to see your reaction and how you would handle it, and secondly, to give you some experience. Remember next time, don't be so impulsive." Linzi stood up and said gently, "In this world, not everyone is willing to be reasonable. Sometimes we have to suffer, but we have to endure it." Linzi left. Suyu was lost in thought, but after a while he shook his head with a mocking smile. "Endure? To hell with that. I could put up with it once or twice, but the 3rd or 4th time, I'd rather be dead." Shaking his head, Suyu went back to his book. As he read, he suddenly noticed power surging within his body. He had consumed several precious herbs, leaving quite a bit of power stored in his body. Just now, reading certain records in the book had triggered an epiphany, causing that stored energy to stir and begin to break through. 3 or 5 minutes later, Suyu checked internally and found that the 8th shackle in his body had shattered. Level 8 Warrior. Is it really that simple? Suyu was stunned. Treasure maps come with both opportunities and risks. According to big data, the opportunity rate is only 1%, while the risk is as high as 90%. Therefore, when people start evolving their genes and breaking shackles, they don't rely purely on treasure maps, but on hard cultivation. Suyu had known this from his first day after transmigration, but hard cultivation is too painful, and once people had treasure maps, many were unwilling to suffer. Suyu was no exception. That I reached level 8 warrior now has little to do with me personally, but rather the power I've been building up these past 2 days. Suyu pondered this. Realizing the truth, he immediately became more humble. Just a moment ago, he had almost thought of himself as a once-in-a-millennium genius. After getting off work, Suyu didn't go home immediately. Instead, he grabbed a meal from the cafeteria and hopped into a rideshare car. In the car, Suyu had a quick bite. An hour later, he arrived at a desolate suburb. 3 years ago, this place was quite bustling, but 3 years later, it had long since been abandoned. If he didn't have to, Suyu wouldn't want to come here, but there were no treasure maps left for the city center. The only ones left were in the wilderness. I wonder what I can dig up today. I'm already a level 8 warrior. If I push hard enough, I'll be a warrior king by tonight. Suyu told himself, his eyes full of anticipation. Following the coordinates on the treasure map, Suyu kept adjusting his direction and soon arrived at his destination. Suyu's eyes lit up. He rushed over and asked, "Fatty, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, Suyu saw the treasure map in Fatty's hand, and at the same time he saw a hint that only he could see. His expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Fatty, don't dig yet!" Unfortunately, it was too late. Fatty had already activated the treasure map, and a portal emerged.
Suyu, why are you here? The fatty only just reacted, instinctively turning his head to look at Suyu. Suyu didn't have time to explain. He lunged forward, grabbed the fatty, and pulled him away at high speed. "What are you doing?" The fatty struggled, a terrifying power surging within his body. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he simply couldn't resist Suyu's strength. In his perception, he felt like a mere child, while Suyu was a strong, fully grown adult. Finally, after stopping dozens of meters away, the fatty straightened his clothes with some annoyance and demanded with a dark expression, "Suyu, why did you drag me away? See for yourself." Suyu pointed to the spot where the fatty had used the treasure map. There, a spatial rift appeared and a deep yellow hue could be seen within the space. Suddenly, with a hiss, terrifying flames surged out, instantly igniting everything within a several-meter radius. At that moment, both the fatty and Suyu felt like they were hugging a massive furnace. Not only were they drenched in sweat, but they also had the terrifying sensation that they were about to be roasted alive. Suyu knew clearly that if this continued, it wouldn't just be a feeling, they would actually be cooked. Because their clothes had already started to smoke. "Go!" Suyu knew they were still too close. Without any hesitation, he dragged the fatty away at a dead run, only stopping once the heat began to subside. What is that?" the fatty asked, shedding his smoking jacket in shock. "This is a type of exotic fire from heaven and earth called the mystic yellow flame. To touch it is certain death," Suyu said with a solemn expression. He had just seen a notification stating that this was an exotic celestial fire with extraordinary power. "So you were trying to save me, and here I thought you wanted to snatch what I dug up." The fatty came to his senses, showing a look of gratitude. "If you hadn't pulled me away just now, I'd probably be a roasted suckling pig right about now." At this, the fatty was on the verge of tears. "Why is my luck so rotten? I dug up a martial arts manual and almost ended my bloodline, and today, I finally worked up the nerve to dig for a treasure map, only to dig up some terrifying exotic fire. Good buddy, thank you so much for today. I still have one more treasure map on me. Take it as a reward for saving my life." The fatty insisted on stuffing a treasure map into Suyu's hands. He was truly terrified. He thought that with a technique and having now undergone genetic evolution to become a warrior, he would be set. Who would have thought a fire would almost take him out? If that happened, his photo would be hanging on the wall, and his family would be paying for the whole village to attend his funeral feast. Just thinking about it left a bad taste in his mouth. Boom! Suddenly, the deep yellow flames shot into the sky like a nuclear explosion, forming a terrifying mushroom cloud. In that very instant, the horrific flames began to spread in all directions. It looked as though it would sweep across the entire city. Did I cause a massive disaster? Watching this, the fatty started to panic. "Don't worry, I'm calling for backup." Suyu, feeling helpless, comforted the fatty and held down the button on his watchman watch for 3 seconds. At the watchman branch headquarters, Suyu was off duty, but Linzi was still working, as were Leigang and Zhongtian. Suddenly, all 3 of their watchman watches began to vibrate. Suyu sent an emergency distress signal. Linzi slammed the table and stood up, anxiety showing on her face. "I'm going ahead." Linzi rushed out of the building, her figure turning into a blur as she dashed toward the source of Suyu's distress signal. She didn't choose to fly. Flying is too slow, it's far less effective than sprinting. She couldn't let anything happen to Suyu, so she had to get there as fast as possible. "Suyu, what happened?" Linz asked as she sprinted, tapping her watch. Just as Suyu dragged the fatty back a bit further, he heard Linz's voice coming from his watch. "This watch can make calls?" Suyu was stunned, then quickly replied, "Sister Lin, someone dug up an exotic fire and it's currently expanding. I don't know when it will stop." Lin Zi, who was mid-sprint, slowed her pace slightly and said, "Don't worry too much. Evacuate anyone nearby immediately. Don't let anyone get close, and then keep yourself safe and find a secure spot to wait for me." It wasn't the first time an exotic fire had been dug up. The watchman already had plenty of experience with this. Ending the call with Suyu, Linza tapped her comms headset and said, "Leigang, my units are too slow and lack sufficient clearance. Go to the storage vault, grab a second-generation 9-dragon fire sealing bell, and get over here immediately." "What happened?" Leigang asked. "Someone dug up an exotic fire, and we need the fire sealing bell to contain it," Linzi explained quickly. "Got it. I'm heading to the vault right now." Leigang immediately moved into action. "We need to keep backing up." The mystic yellow flame is still spreading. If it keeps going, I suspect the whole city of Tianhe might burn down, Su Yu said as he pulled the fatty back rapidly. At this point, he didn't even care about the treasure map anymore. There was no choice. One must prioritize what matters most. Right now, the exotic fire was far more important. Not to mention, the location marked on the map was already covered in flames. It wouldn't be practical to try and dig there now even if he wanted to. The only thing to do now was wait. As for evacuating nearby people, there was no need. This was the wilderness, and there was no one around for miles. Su Yu, the fire is getting bigger. Am I finished? Will I be arrested and sent to work in a labor camp? The fatty was becoming increasingly panicked. If Su Yu hadn't been there, he would have already run away. He couldn't afford the consequences of this. Don't be afraid, the watchman will handle it soon. Su Yu had great faith in the watchman. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Su Yu sensed something and immediately turned to look. A figure was approaching rapidly, moving like a flash of lightning. Whoosh! Lindsay came to a screeching halt right next to Su Yu, then looked up at the towering flames that had now covered over 100 meters. It really is an exotic fire. Lindsay didn't seem worried at all, smiling as she said, if this thing could be tamed, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. But her expression turned serious. Why does something feel off about this fire? I'm here! Suddenly, a clap of thunder echoed, and the next moment, Lei Gang descended, wreathed in lightning and brandishing a hammer. Seal! As soon as Lei Gang landed, he reached out his left hand, and a bell appeared in his palm. As his voice rang out, the bell flew into the air, growing rapidly to the naked eye until it hovered over the raging flames. Boom! The massive bell slammed down, and the hundreds of meters of roaring flames instantly lost their intensity. A mere exotic fire is nothing. The Watchmen have long developed specialized artifacts to deal with these. This is a second-generation 9-dragon fire sealing bell, crafted according to the myth of the 9-dragon fire shielding bell. Dealing with this puny flame is naturally easy. Oh heavens, no, retreat immediately! Before he could even finish the word easy, Lei Gong's expression shifted violently. He and Lindsay lunged towards Su Yu and the fatty, grabbing one each and sprinting away. Boom! The second-generation 9-dragon fire sealing bell exploded. It really blew up. A terrifying heat wave swept across the sky, and for a brief moment, Su Yu felt as if he were being cooked alive. Lei Gang was carrying the chubby guy, while Lindsay was carrying Su Yu standing 2 kilometers away. All 4 of them looked absolutely disheveled. This is a disaster. I have made a huge mistake, the chubby guy exclaimed, seeing the flames bridge heaven and earth as if forming a sea of fire. Sister Lin, Captain Lei, the range of this strange fire is expanding again. What should we do now? Su Yu said with a grave expression. No wonder I felt something was off. This strange fire is not simple. The second-generation 9-dragon fire suppressing cover cannot contain it. Lindsay's face turned unusually serious. She ignored Su Yu's question and asked Lei Gang, I remember we do not have a 3rd-generation 9-dragon fire suppressing cover, right? The 3rd generation is too costly, and we are not yet equipped with it, Lei Gang replied with a grim face. Besides, from what I know, even the 3rd generation could not cover it. This strange fire is truly too ferocious. Our only option now is to report it upwards and see if they have any solutions. As he spoke, Lei Gang took out his phone, ready to request support from his superiors. However, Lindsay stopped him. Wait a moment. Lindsay thought for a while and said, Do you think Captain Zheng could handle this? Upon hearing this, Lei Gang's eyes lit up, but they soon dimmed as he said, Captain Zheng has been busy guarding the cavern heaven and cannot get away. I am afraid he cannot come. You and Captain Zheng should go replace Captain Zheng so that he can rush over here immediately. If Captain Zheng can subdue this strange fire, we might be able to pacify the cavern heaven he is guarding. In that way, we would not only gain another powerhouse, but also quell a major threat. What you say makes sense. Lei Gang's eyes lit up again. He raised a hammer with sparks of electricity, and in a flash he disappeared, leaving only his voice behind. Wait for me, I am going to call for help now. Sister Lin, can that Captain Zheng really deal with this strange fire? Su Yu asked with concern. To be honest, I do not know. Lindsay shook her head. If even he cannot solve this in the entire Tianhe city, we will have no choice but to request backup from headquarters. Su Yu remained worried after hearing this. Just then, Lindsay looked at the chubby guy and asked, Was it you who dug this strange fire out? Yes. The chubby guy lowered his head. If I recall correctly, are you the one who performed self-castration? Lindsay asked. The chubby guy lowered his head even further and gave a soft grunt of affirmation. Seeing how shy the chubby guy was, Lindsay stopped wasting time and said to Su Yu, It is lucky you called for help. If this thing were left to burn through the night, it would have reached the downtown area. By that time, we would have been in real danger. After a pause, Lindsay suddenly asked, By the way, why did you come here after work? Suyu waved the treasure map in his hand and said, "I came to dig for treasure, but before I even started, I saw him dig up the strange fire." Speaking of which, Suyu could not help but sigh, thinking he probably wouldn't become a battle king tonight. "Move back a bit further, I am going to take a closer look." Lindsay nodded and headed toward the fire. After 2 minutes, Lindsay returned with a grim look on her face. She said to Suyu, "The fire is still expanding at a rate of about 1 meter per second. That is 60 meters a minute and over 3 kilometers an hour. If it keeps expanding like this, it could cover over 30 kilometers in 10 hours. Within 24 hours, the entire city center will be set ablaze." Lindsay's expression grew even more solemn. Suyu's face looked equally grim. He spoke up, "Sister Lin, don't worry yet. Once Captain Jung arrives, he might be able to handle it." "I hope so." Lindsay took out her phone and said, "I am going to call the minister. Keep an eye on things here." "All right," Suyu nodded. Once Lindsay walked away to make the call, the chubby guy finally lifted his head, his eyes red. He said, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If not for me, this thing never would have been unearthed." Suyu, feeling helpless, went over to comfort him for a while until the chubby guy calmed down. However, Suyu could still see the deep guilt and regret in the chubby guy's eyes. No one could have predicted that such a thing would happen. In fact, over the last 3 years, things like this have happened far too often, and there have been many dangers even more severe than this one. A while later, Lindsay returned and said, "The minister is coming back soon, and he will bring a 3rd-generation, 9-dragon fire-suppressing cover with him." Suyu felt a sense of relief after hearing this. With Captain Jung's arrival and the 3rd-generation fire-suppressing cover, their chances of success had increased significantly. Even the chubby guy seemed much more composed after hearing the news. "Captain Jung is here," Lindsay said as she suddenly looked up. Suyu followed her gaze and saw a ball of fire approaching from the distance at incredible speed. Bang! A figure landed firmly in front of them, and as the flames dissipated, the person was revealed. "Captain Jung, you have finally arrived," Lindsay said happily. "Yes." Captain Jung nodded and said, "Let's get to business, we can catch up later." Captain Jung turned to face the strange fire, and terrifying flames erupted from his own body as well. "I am going in now. Everyone stay back, I don't want you getting hurt." As he spoke, Captain Jung stepped directly into the sea of fire. Suyu backed away from the flames while glancing back, seeing the sea of fire surging like a stormy ocean. Captain Jung was battling the tidal waves within. A moment later, with a loud bang, Captain Jung was sent flying backward out of the flames. As he landed on the ground, he was still unsteady, staggering backward several steps. "It is too strong, I cannot subdue it," Captain Jung said with a grim face. "Captain Lin, prepare to evacuate the civilians. We provoked it, and it is now expanding at 2 meters per second. Within 10 hours, it will engulf the entire city of Tianhe. Also, request support from the top levels, and see if they have any way to handle this. Oh, and..." Captain Jung transformed into a figure of flame and soared into the sky, saying, "When you request support, remember to tell them that this is the mystical yellow flame, a 3rd-grade heavenly strange fire. Alright, I must go. I have to return to guard the cavern heaven before they break out and bring disaster upon the world." With that, Captain Jung flew off into the distance like a meteor. "We are in trouble now." Lindsay could not help but feel a sense of despair. "I never expected this to be a 3rd-grade mystical yellow flame." "Sister Lin, is there really no way to solve the 3rd-grade mystical yellow flame?" Suyu asked with a frown.
Suyu had only just transmigrated, so he didn't really understand much about the current state of affairs. He just felt that since the entire Great Xia had managed to survive the past 3 years, they must surely have some means at their disposal. How could they be stumped now by something like this so-called heaven and earth exotic fire, the Xuanhuang flame? It just didn't make any sense. Upon hearing this, Lindsay pondered for a moment and said, "There are ways to deal with it, but far-off water cannot quench a near thirst, and talking about those now won't help much. We are just waiting for the minister now. He is already on his way back. We will have to see if the 3rd-generation 9-dragon myriad fire cover he brings can subdue or suppress it. This is our only hope. Of course, there are other specialized methods for dealing with exotic fires, but they aren't deployed under normal circumstances. They are considered strategic resources and are only used when the very survival of Great Xia is at stake." Suyu fell silent upon hearing this. "What if even the minister can't solve it?" Suyu asked after some thought. "We would apply for reinforcements from above. If reinforcements are available, that would be best. If not, or if they arrive too late, then the only option is to evacuate everyone," Lindsay replied. In fact, Captain Jung had already made it clear that they were preparing to evacuate. This showed that even Captain Jung was not very optimistic. Therefore, the situation that followed was troublesome. On the side, the fat man was completely terrified. Since he was the one who dug it up, he felt like a sinner against humanity. But at this moment, neither Suyu nor Lindsay had the time to comfort him. Dealing with the Xuan Huang flame was the most important thing. Suddenly, the void vibrated, a glimmer of gold appeared, and then it traced out a gateway with a golden frame. As the portal appeared, Suyu saw the scenery on the other side, which was starkly different from where they were. Captain Zheng has already explained the situation to me, and I understand it all, Li Xiao said, stepping out of the portal in a hurry, his left hand extended with a cover floating above his palm. This cover looked exactly the same as the one Lei Gang had held earlier, as if there were no difference at all. But Suyu knew this was the third-generation product. Suddenly the cover flew out, growing enormously large, and in the blink of an eye, it blanketed all of the Xuanhuang flame. The fire was completely covered. Seeing this, Suyu's face lit up with joy, feeling that there was hope to extinguish the fire. Even Lindsay and Li Xiao felt that there was hope this time. But in the next instant, everyone wore an expression of disbelief. The cover was cracking. An exotic fire is still an exotic fire. Even if it is only grade 3, it is still incredibly frustrating. Li Xiao sighed, then ordered Lindsay, gather all the night watchmen in Tianhe City and prepare vehicles to safely evacuate all the citizens. Minister, are we going to abandon Tian City? Lindsay's heart trembled. This was the place where she had grown up. Was it really going to be abandoned now? Once covered by the Xuanhuang flame, Tianhe City would be reduced to ash. Bang! The third-generation 9-dragon myriad fire cover exploded as well. The Xuanhuang flame seemed furious, and its expansion speed increased even further. We have no choice but to give up. The provincial authorities are helpless, and I have contacted the person in charge of District 1. It would take at least 72 hours for a solution. Li Xiao sighed. The current speed of the Xuanhuang flame is too fast. Forget 72 hours. We won't even last 7 hours. So we have no choice but to evacuate. Lindsay remained silent. Captain Lin, obey the order. Li Xiao suddenly raised his voice. In the past 3 years, we have lost too many cities. Tianhe City is not the first, and it won't be the last. Yes, Lindsay said, her eyes welling up with tears. Then, a series of orders were immediately passed down. Throughout all inhabited areas of Tianhe City, shrill alarms began to sound. All night watchmen, whether on leave or not, were recalled immediately. Dear citizens, we are currently facing an unprecedented crisis. We need to conduct an emergency evacuation. Please bring your valuables within 30 minutes, leave your homes, and gather at nearby emergency assembly points to await evacuation. The following is the list of emergency assembly points. On the news, blue screens with white text scrolled continuously. Everyone's mobile phones received the same text message, requiring an emergency assembly and then evacuation. Some citizens couldn't help but cry, but more moved forward in a numb state. Over the past 3 years, many of them had participated in such evacuations before. After 3 years, they had truly become numb. Minister, Sister Lin, I have something to take care of. I'll be going first. Suyu suddenly spoke up. Suyu suddenly spoke. Huh? What are you going to do? Lindsay felt something was off and asked instinctively. I'm going to dig for a treasure map to see if I can find some kind of treasure, Suyu replied. While we still have time, I want to give it a try. We have to find a way to save ourselves. Nonsense. If you go digging for treasure now and trigger some immense danger, wouldn't that just make things even worse for Tianhe City? Li Xiao was the first to object. In fact, that was indeed the case. Many people would try anything as a last resort, but in the end, the disaster they caused only grew larger. I believe in my luck, and I feel that if you give me some time, I will definitely be able to dig something up, Suyu said in a deep voice. Li Xiao was about to object, but Lindsay said, I also believe in your luck. Since that's the case, I'll give you something. Lindsay flicked her hand and a motorcycle appeared in front of Suyu. This is a modified motorcycle that can reach a top speed of 500 kilometers per hour. I'll lend it to you for a day, but you have to return it to me. I usually can't bear to use it, so be careful with it, Lindsay said quickly. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Go on, I'll wait for your good news. Suyu was very surprised by Lindsay's ability to conjure things out of thin air, but he didn't ask further, just nodded and said, I'll be going now. Everyone, wait for my good news. Suyu rode off on the motorcycle. Captain Lin, Li Xiao said, feeling helpless and worried. It's a last resort. If there's really no other way, at least Suyu can use it to escape, Lindsay said. Minister, let's go. Let's return to the branch and prepare for the evacuation. By the way, take this little fat guy with you. After Lindsay finished speaking, she headed toward the city. Sigh. What troubled times! What troubled times! Li Xiao sighed, grabbed the little fat guy, and left quickly as well. Behind them, half of the sky had turned into a sea of fire, and the Xuanhuang flame seemed to be expanding even faster. If this continued, Tianhe City would truly be burned to ash by the Xuanhuang flame. Elsewhere, a motorcycle was speeding down the road when, all of a sudden, it stopped. Suyu got off, walked a bit with a treasure map, and soon stopped in a cornfield, where he began to stare intensely. Here is a forest, lush and dense, blocking out the sun. Beneath the soil, endless bones are buried. Venomous insects and fierce beasts roam within. Are you sure you want to enter? Golden text appeared, making Suyu's scalp tingle just by looking at it. This is definitely a forbidden zone. Even now that I am an 8th rank warrior, I wouldn't dare step in. Suyu was very certain. 3 years ago, the treasure map descended, bringing with it both opportunities and risks. But in reality, the risks were far greater. This forest is absolutely a forbidden zone. Next, Suyu got on his vehicle and continued to the next location. After a while, Suyu found the target location in an abandoned park. Here lies an isolated island. No one who has ever set foot on it has returned alive. Rumor has it that the island is inhabited by endless dragon beasts. Golden text appeared, giving Suyu a headache. In this world, anything related to the word dragon is never simple. This place, too, is a forbidden zone, perhaps even more dangerous than the forest before. Why hasn't a solution been found yet? Suyu was feeling a bit anxious. Tianhe City, which is also his hometown. Whether in his previous life or this one, he has held deep affection for Tianhe City. He would never be able to accept letting a great fire reduce Tianhe City to ashes. 20 minutes later, Suyu arrived at an abandoned village in the countryside. He glanced down at the treasure map in his hand, walked a few dozen more meters, and then stopped. Since ancient times, village heads have been the most wicked. They deceived those above and oppressed those below. A powerful being grew resentful, killed 1 million village heads, and forged them into a soul banner, sealing it here. Therefore, never open it. Otherwise, the world will be turned into a living hell. Suyu looked at the golden text, his expression stunned. There are things like this? And just how much hatred would it take to do something like that? Killing 1 million village heads. But, thinking about it carefully, many village heads really don't seem like good people. This soul banner must be terrifying. It's not something I can touch right now, and besides, it has nothing to do with solving the mysterious yellow flame. Suyu shook his head, hopped onto Lindsay's beloved little motorbike, and sped away. Tianhe City. Li Xiao and Lindsay had already returned. Is Suyu alright? Li Xiao said, feeling concerned. He should be fine. He's currently moving, and if something happened, he would have called for our help. Lindsay looked down at her watcher's watch, where a red dot was constantly moving. That's good. I just wonder if Suyu can dig up something useful. If he digs up something dangerous, that would be the real trouble. Li Xiao sighed. I believe in Suyu, Lindsay said firmly. Li Xiao glanced at Lindsay and said nothing. Everyone had run out of options now. They could only trust Suyu. Let's start the evacuation. Li Xiao thought for a moment and said, if Suyu solves it, we'll bring everyone back. If he doesn't, now is the best time for us to evacuate. I know. Lindsay left to personally lead the evacuation. Li Xiao looked down and operated his watcher's watch. Soon, a red dot appeared on it as well. That represented Suyu. Suyu, oh Suyu, I hope you can give me a surprise, Li Xiao muttered. In the past, a powerful warrior killed 30 million enemies and left behind a demonic spear, sealed here. With your current cultivation, you cannot tame it. Suyu felt a fire burning in his heart as he read it, but he was also disappointed. This demonic spear was undoubtedly incredibly powerful, but he couldn't tame it, nor could it solve the crisis at hand. The Saint King in White fought 3,000 clans and left behind a scroll of the Battle Saint method. This is a fragment of it, but the Tao rhyme within is too terrifying for you to bear at your current level. Suyu found another location, his heart burning even more intensely. A pity, even if I use it, it still can't extinguish the mysterious yellow flame. Suyu sighed, got on his motorbike, and continued to the next destination. Upon reaching the destination, Suyu took out the treasure map and immediately stared at it with focus. In the past, a powerful being was fishing in the Jialing River when he encountered 1,000 miles of parched earth and the drying up of the river. He traveled to a place with abundant rain and enlightened a dark cloud. It is a dark cloud with its own will. Wherever it is, no drought or fire is allowed. It poses no danger to you, but it will not be at your command either. Seeing the golden text, Suyu's face lit up with joy. A dark cloud. This means it can make it rain. Having its own will doesn't matter. As long as it can extinguish the fire, that's all that matters. Suyu didn't hesitate and immediately used the treasure map. Suddenly, a space manifested. This space was vast, as if it were a whole world. A dark cloud covered the sky, blocking out the sun. The whole scene was pitch black, with a torrential downpour pouring down and water covering the ground. As the space emerged, it seemed to have startled the cloud. All the heavy rain suspended in midair and stopped falling. The next moment, the water on the ground surged upward and flowed into the dark cloud. The dark cloud turned even blacker. Boom! The dark cloud rushed out and shot into the sky, covering the entirety of Tianhe City in an instant. It was currently the middle of the night. The mysterious yellow flame had set half the sky ablaze and was spreading rapidly. But suddenly, a clap of thunder streaked across the night sky, illuminating the entire firmament. Bang! A torrential downpour suddenly descended from the heavens. Especially above the mysterious yellow flame, the sky seemed to have cracked open, and endless rain carrying a strange power fell down. Hiss! The mysterious yellow flame roared in anger, its fire surging into the sky, but it was soon drenched and subdued by the endless rainfall. The rainwater converged, forming a moat around the mysterious yellow flame and constantly submerging it. Boom! Suddenly the void shook, and Li Xiao's figure appeared beside Suyu and asked, "Did you dig this up?" Suyu nodded. Li Xiao grabbed Suyu and in an instant appeared near the mysterious yellow flame. "This rain is truly heavy." Haha, Li Xiao's laughter echoed in all directions. Tianhe City. Countless people boarded their vehicles, started them up, and drove off into the distance. In fact, many people had already reached locations 100 miles away. Suddenly, rain fell from the sky. At first, people didn't react. It was just rain, nothing special about it. But soon, some discovered the difference in the water. It seemed to contain a special power. The people soaked by the rain didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, they felt filled with strength. Lin Zi, Lei Gang, and Zhang Tian sensed even more. They all looked up toward the location of the mysterious yellow flame. There, the sky was as dark as ink. Even from dozens of kilometers away, they could see the torrential rain falling there. The three looked at each other, and Lindsay was the first to react, dashing out. Soon, all three arrived. They saw that the mysterious yellow flame was shrinking rapidly. Currently, it only covered an area of a few dozen meters, and it appeared to still be shrinking. Surrounding it, the rainwater had turned into a river, encircling it completely. "Is it solved?" Lindsay asked happily. "It's solved," Li Xiao said with a smile. Suyu's luck is truly amazing. He actually dug up a dark cloud, and the cloud has plenty of water. Not ordinary water, but water capable of extinguishing the world's exotic, mysterious yellow flame. As he spoke, Li Xiao's expression changed abruptly, and he shouted, "Suyu, watch out!" At the same time, he lunged forward, trying to push Suyu away. However, he was too slow. The mysterious yellow flame, which had been covering an area of dozens of meters, suddenly collapsed into a spark and shot into Suyu's body at a terrifying speed. In an instant, Suyu turned into a man of fire. Li Xiao, having just lunged over, was burned by the mysterious yellow flame on Suyu and was forced to retreat. Suyu, seeing this scene, Linz's eyes turned red. Prioritizing a utility cloud over legendary weapons demonstrates Suyu's strategic maturity. Yet, the flame's sudden intrusion suggests a forced evolutionary bond, proving that high-tier elemental powers in this realm often require a dangerous parasitic transformation.
Suyu is one of her people. Lindsay didn't hesitate for a second and immediately rushed toward him. However, the terrifying mysterious yellow flame covered Suyu's entire body, scorching anyone who dared to get close. As soon as Lindsay approached, her entire body felt scorching hot and her clothes began to smoke. A suit of purple armor manifested over her, but it seemed to be on the verge of melting. Moreover, the mysterious yellow flame caused the purple armor to radiate a horrifying heat, forcing Lindsay to dissipate it in an instant. Suyu, don't be afraid. I will definitely save you, Lindsay shouted loudly. But right now, she couldn't get close at all. The mysterious yellow flame was too terrifying. If she got too near, even she could be injured. It hurts so much. Suyu screamed in agony. His whole body felt like it was cooked, and he could even smell the scent of roasting meat. But the next moment, Suyu couldn't even care about the screaming anymore, and instead said in a panic, "Mysterious yellow flame, you've gone too far. Why are you burning my clothes?" There were other people here, and in broad daylight, Suyu didn't want to be taken advantage of. However, it was all pointless. His clothes were completely burned away. "Damn it!" Suyu cursed, then let out another painful shriek. Gradually, Suyu ran out of strength, and his vision began to blur. "Damn, am I really going to die just like this?" Suyu thought to himself. Finally, he no longer had the strength to struggle. It wasn't that he didn't want to, or that he lacked the will to live, but he truly had no strength left. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. That described his situation perfectly. Am I dying?" Suyu's vision plunged into darkness. "Is this what the afterlife is like?" Suyu gazed into the darkness, feeling no pain, and couldn't help but wonder. Suddenly, in the endless darkness, a flicker of light appeared, and the next moment, the white-robed Guanyin, one of the 33 manifestations of Guanyin, emerged. She sat serenely between heaven and earth, clad in white, holding a jade vase in her left hand and making the wish-granting gesture with her right. She stared at Suyu quietly, her lips moving as if saying something, yet Suyu could hear absolutely nothing. It hurts, but it feels so good." Suddenly, the endless darkness retreated like a tide, and Suyu saw the familiar scene once again. Li Xiao was on the phone trying to find a solution, while Lin Zi was watching him with red eyes, constantly trying to get closer before being forced back. Lei Gong and Zhang Tian were assisting from the side, but they were helpless. "Suyu!" Lin Zi rushed over, hugged him, and asked worriedly, How are you feeling now? Are you okay?" Suyu looked down and discovered that the mysterious yellow flame was no longer on his body. That was what allowed Lin Zi to get close. "My whole body hurts a bit, but it also feels somewhat comfortable," Suyu said slowly. "It feels like something is nourishing my body." Having said that, Suyu asked with some confusion, "Sister Lin, what kind of medicine did you put on me?" I didn't put anything on you," Lin Zi said quickly. "The mysterious yellow flame went into your body, and for some reason it just extinguished itself." At that moment, she saw something she shouldn't have, her face turning bright red. She dropped Suyu onto the ground, turned around and said, "Whoever has extra clothes, bring a set for Suyu." "Suyu, lucky for you. I just bought this and haven't had a chance to wear it yet." Lei Gang was very happy. With a loud laugh, he tossed a set of clothes onto Suyu. Suyu hurriedly put the clothes on, avoiding any further embarrassment. "Suyu, look inside yourself and see if there are any issues." Li Xiao walked over, took a close look at Suyu, and said with some concern, "That was the mysterious yellow flame. When it entered Suyu's body, he truly thought Suyu was going to die. Yet Suyu had survived. And the mysterious yellow flame certainly wouldn't have just disappeared for no reason." "Suyu, hurry up and check," Lin Zi said, turning back around with worry. "The mysterious yellow flame was clearly trying to kill you. Now that we don't know what happened, just check." Suyu nodded, closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and began to look inward. In a void, 9 shackles appeared, but 8 of them had already shattered. Only 1 complete shackle remained. Besides these, there was also a deep yellow spark visible. That was precisely the mysterious yellow flame. It hovered quietly in his inner space, without causing Suyu the slightest harm. Suyu had a sudden flash of insight, feeling as if he could control the mysterious yellow flame. With a thought, Suyu opened his eyes and extended his left hand. In his palm, the mysterious yellow flame emerged silently. Though they were extremely close, no one felt the terrifying heat. You subdued the mysterious yellow flame?" Lin Zi said in shock. "Just as I suspected, when encountering such exotic flames of heaven and earth, the only way not to be burned to death is to tame it." Li Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Suyu. He is only 18. He actually subdued a Tier 3 exotic flame, the mysterious yellow flame. Tier 3 is equivalent to being above a war king. Although it's impossible for Suyu to wield power beyond a war king's level with his current cultivation, it is still absolutely terrifying. And it is no exaggeration to say that even if Suyu just lay around from now on, he would steadily ascend to a level beyond a war king in the future. "Alright, as long as you're fine, this time it was a blessing in disguise," Lin Zi said with a smile, patting Suyu's head. "You guys head back first. I'm going to go find my motorcycle." Suyu had been brought over directly by Li Xiao, but since Li Xiao didn't have a motorcycle, the bike was still at the location where Suyu had dug up the black clouds. Crack! A bolt of lightning flashed across the night sky, and the rain grew heavier all over Tianhe City. Li Xiao looked up at the pitch-black clouds and asked with some concern, "These clouds, they aren't going to keep raining forever, are they?" Having said that, he turned to Suyu and asked, "You were the one who dug them up. Do you know anything about them?" "I only know that they were manifested by a powerful angler, and they have a will of their own. Where they exist, neither drought nor fire is permitted." Suyu thought for a moment and said slowly, "That's all I know." After a pause, Suyu added, "By the way, it might have some connection to the Jialing River, because that powerful figure was fishing in the Jialing River at the time." "Got it, I'll look into it later." Li Xiao nodded, looking at Suyu deeply. Suyu realized he might have revealed a bit too much information. These were hints that only he could see. Other people wouldn't be able to see them at all. It would be nearly impossible for anyone else to uncover this information. Fortunately, Li Xiao didn't say anything more and simply took him back to the city. Back home, Suyu saw off the big black dog and then went to take a shower. Only then did he feel comfortable all over. Standing naked in front of the full-length mirror, Suyu looked at himself with a strange expression. "I was burned by the mysterious yellow flame for so long and I'm completely fine? I really thought I was cooked. My survival must have something to do with that blood-stained white cloth fragment. After all, when I fell into that endless darkness, I saw the white-robed Guanyin." With a thought from Suyu, the blood-stained white cloth fragment suddenly appeared before him. It looks no different from before. Suyu stared at it for a long time without making heads or tails of it, feeling quite puzzled. Time to sleep, time to sleep. Suyu tucked away the blood-stained fragment of white cloth and drifted into a deep sleep. He was exhausted tonight, too tired even to check the news. After he fell asleep, the blood-stained white cloth fragment quietly flew out and transformed into a Guanyin in white. She held a jade vase in her left hand and made a wish-granting mudra with her right, gazing silently at Suyu. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. In the end, she gave up helplessly and raised her eyes to look out the window. Under the night sky, Tianhe City was not peaceful. Buses were busy ferrying the evacuated citizens back home. In the pouring rain, some people were soaked to the bone, complaining endlessly. Others didn't mind the downpour at all, feeling relieved and fortunate that the crisis of the Xuanhuang flame had been resolved. Suddenly, the white-clad Guanyin stepped out, walking through the night. She looked down at the people below with eyes that held a hint of bewilderment and perhaps a touch of comfort. Just before dawn, she returned, transformed back into the blood-stained white cloth fragment, and quietly slipped back into Suyu's body. Daylight broke. Suyu opened his eyes and was about to rub them when he suddenly felt a weight in the palm of his left hand. "Huh?" Suyu took a look, his face lighting up with joy. In his palm lay a heavy stack of treasure maps. "No wonder I dreamed of getting so many treasure maps last night." Overjoyed, Suyu quickly scrambled up and began to count them. This time, the number of treasure maps was enormous, totaling 20 pieces. 20 treasure maps, that's way more than I got from clearing those zombies. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. This must be a reward from the heavens. And the Night Watchers are supposed to give me a reward too. I wonder how much that will be, Suyu thought to himself, feeling a surge of anticipation. It was just that since Li Xiao hadn't brought it up, he didn't feel comfortable asking. "Fine, I will wait a bit longer. If the director doesn't give it to me after one more day, I'll go ask Sister Lin," Suyu told himself. After washing up, Suyu headed out for work. As soon as he stepped outside, the big black dog was waiting there again. By now, Suyu was numb to it. Too lazy to say anything to the dog, he simply locked the door once the big black dog went inside. "Sister Lin, morning," Suyu greeted Lindsay with a smile. "Morning." Lindsay was beaming. It was clear she was in a very good mood. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her left ear and asked softly, "Are you all right from last night?" "Me? I'm fine, just a bit dry in the throat when I woke up." "Probably just internal heat," he replied with a laugh. His throat really had been quite dry when he woke up, though it felt much better after drinking some water. Suyu suspected it might have a lot to do with the Xuanhuang flame. The two went to work together. Upon arriving at the Night Watcher branch, Linzi went to a meeting, and Suyu headed straight for the library. While reading, Suyu had a moment of insight. A while later, a sudden thought struck him, and his inner focus shifted. Instantly, he looked inward and saw 9 shackles. Only one remained. In the next heartbeat, under his control, the Xuanhuang flame descended directly onto the final shackle. Sizzle. The Xuanhuang flame burned. It seemed there wasn't a chain in this world that it couldn't burn through. Soon, under the terrifying high temperature, the 9th shackle snapped with a sound. "I'm already at the 9th stage of a warrior?" As the 9th shackle shattered, Suyu felt a surge of immense power flooding his body, as if a single casual strike from him could demolish a tank. This feeling of power made Suyu feel as though it weren't quite real. Smack. Suyu slapped himself in the face and felt the sting, which made him realize that this was no dream but reality. Now that I'm a 9th stage warrior, the next step is to become a war king. As for how to become a war king, I'm not really sure yet. I'll ask Sister Lin later. Suyu thought to himself, It just so happens that I only have a little bit left of Warrior Ninth Stage. From entry to mastery, I should finish it in an hour or two, and then I'll go ask Sister Lin. Not in any rush, Suyu settled back into his reading. Even as a ninth stage warrior, he understood deeply that there was still much for him to learn. 2 hours later, having finished the book, Suyu went to Linzi's office. "Suyu, what brings you here?" Linzi was working and seemed a bit surprised to suddenly see him. "Sister Lin, I wanted to know how one becomes a war king after reaching the ninth stage of a warrior." Suyu sat across from her and asked with a smile. "I looked it up online, but there wasn't any information on it, just that a war king would condense divine script. I don't really understand the specifics, so could you teach me?" Upon hearing this, Lin set aside her work, stood up, leaned over the desk with her hands on it, and looked at Suyu asking, "Why are you asking this? Don't tell me you've already reached the ninth stage?" She found it hard to believe. It's only been a few days and he's already at the ninth stage? However, even though she was skeptical, she was filled with anticipation. If Suyu really had reached the ninth stage, the implications would be monumental. After all, Suyu was only 18. The stronger he was now, the higher his future achievements would naturally be. For the Night Watchers, for the Great Xia, and for all of humanity, this might hold epoch-making significance. "I only just broke through to the ninth stage 2 hours ago." Suyu didn't hide it, scratching his head and speaking frankly, "The Xuanhuang flame burned through my shackles, and I just sort of stumbled into the ninth stage." "You've got some real luck." Linzi's eyes were full of envy. Then she asked, "Did you finish reading the book?" "Yes, I've finished it," Suyu nodded. "Go home, take the book I gave you, and read it again," Linzi said suddenly. "Why?" Suyu asked, puzzled. "Trust your sister, I won't lead you astray." Linzi smiled mysteriously and didn't tell him the reason. "All right then." Suyu nodded and said, "The book is at home, I'll go back and get it now." "Go ahead, hurry back," Linzi said. With Linzi's permission, Suyu left the Night Watcher branch, hailed a ride, and went straight back home. The big black dog was still basking in the sun on the balcony. Suyu gave it a casual glance and stopped paying attention, instead picking up the copy of Warrior Ninth Stage, From Entry to Mastery that Linzi had given him. He examined it carefully and found that it didn't look much different from the books in the library. What was she trying to get him to see? Suyu couldn't figure it out. Soon, Suyu brought the book back to the Night Watcher branch and started reading it in the library again. "It's identical. What am I supposed to be seeing?" Suyu stared for a long time. He was almost due for his lunch break and still hadn't noticed anything. Just as Suyu was about to give up, he suddenly saw what looked like two people fighting inside the pages of the book. "Am I seeing things?" Suyu wondered, focusing his eyes. "There are actually two little figures fighting. They're using the battle techniques from the book." Not wanting to believe it, Suyu went and found an identical book in the library to check. It turned out to be just an ordinary book. The content was exactly the same, but there were no little figures fighting. Tossing the library book aside, Suyu picked up the one Linzi had given him and began reading again. The longer he looked, the more little figures he saw fighting on the pages. They were practicing the combat skills and breathing techniques recorded in the book. Before he knew it, Suyu had flipped through the entire book. Then, all the fighting figures merged together, transformed into the character for war, and burrowed into the center of Suyu's brow.
Suyu looked inward at his body, and the 9 shackles had already snapped and shattered. This meant that he was already a rank 9 warrior. But at this moment, things were different. A change had occurred within this space. After the war character burrowed into the center of his brow, it actually appeared in this space, hovering above the 9 broken shackles. So this is what a divine rune is. To be a so-called war king means to condense a divine rune of one's own. Once you have a divine rune, you are a war king. Suyu had a flash of insight. He understood everything and knew what a war king was. No wonder Linzi didn't tell him how to become a war king and only told him to read books, because without condensing a divine rune, no matter how much is said, it is hard to grasp. Only after condensing a divine rune can one understand everything. Huh? Suddenly, Suyu let out a soft exclamation. He saw that besides the newly condensed war character divine rune, there were also blood-stained white clothing fragments, the dog-head guillotine, and the fragments of the Dao weapon that resembled a ruyi, all present here. Before this, he knew these things were in his body, but he didn't know exactly where. Before becoming a war king, even with internal vision, he couldn't see them. Suyu noticed that whether it was the blood-stained cloth, the dog-head guillotine, or the suspected ruyi Dao weapon, at this moment they all had a much closer connection to his war character divine rune. If he used them again, he could unleash power even more terrifying than before. When I was just a warrior, using the dog-head guillotine, was enough to slay a zombie king. Now, if a mere zombie king appeared before me again, I could wipe it out of existence with a flick of my finger. Suyu felt heroic, thinking that a zombie king, which is comparable to a war king, was nothing much after all. But then again, how many divine runes can a person condense? Suyu suddenly felt confused, so he picked up the book Lindsay had given him to take another look. But this time, no matter how he looked at it, there were no more little figures fighting. It is time for lunch, time to go eat. With lingering doubts, Suyu put the book down and headed to the cafeteria. After getting his food, Suyu was still pondering about the divine rune when suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he looked up to search for Lin Zi. Soon he spotted her, quickly walked over and sat directly across from her. Suyu, you, huh? Lin Zi's eyes widened, and she asked with some hesitation, "Not quite sure, I feel a fluctuation in your aura. Have you become a war king?"
Yeah.
Suyu nodded gently. "Really?" Lin Zi asked again. How much time had passed? It hadn't even been a whole morning. How did Suyu evolve from a rank 9 warrior to a war king? It was too incredible, too hard to believe. "Really?" Suyu replied quickly. "What divine rune did you condense?" Lin Zi asked. "A war character," Suyu answered truthfully. "So it is the war character. It is the easiest divine rune to condense." Lin Zi nodded, not surprised. But even so, it still felt hard for her to believe. Even the easiest one is only easy by comparison. In reality, the war character divine rune is still very difficult. It is just relatively easier than others. She fell silent, then continued to ask, "Are there any other divine runes besides the war character?" "No." Suyu shook his head, then asked thoughtfully, "Are there more divine runes in the book?" "Yes." Lin Zi nodded and said, "There are 3 divine runes in the book I gave you. For you to comprehend the war character is already quite impressive. As for the other 2, you might need some time to comprehend them. If you can never comprehend them, it means they are not suitable for you. So that is how it is." Suyu thought for a moment and asked with a smile, "Sister Lin, how many divine runes can a person comprehend?" "Theoretically, you can comprehend as many as you want, but in reality, a person's energy is very limited. Even if they comprehend many, most people mainly cultivate only 3 or 5, and the rest are left untended." Lin Zi patiently explained to Suyu. Some people even shatter the divine runes they do not need, turning them into energy to strengthen the others. You must remember, if you want to become stronger, focus on cultivating one divine rune. You could call it being specialized, but if you can push one path to the extreme, your achievements will be greater. Of course, if you have enough resources and extra time, you can cultivate another one. But in the War King realm, right up to the 9th rank, people only focus on 1 or 2. Only after reaching the 9th rank of War King would one consider cultivating a 3rd or even a 4th divine rune. Suyu understood now. He looked left and right, then asked in a low voice, "May I ask, Sister Lin, how many divine runes have you cultivated?" "Me?" Lin Zi gave a faint smile, leaned in and whispered, "I have cultivated over 10, but currently I only focus on 2. The first one is the same as yours, the war character. The second one is a spear character." "So, Sister Lin, are you skilled in spear techniques?" Suyu realized. Lin Zi possessed a purple spear, so it stood to reason that she had deep expertise in spear fighting. "That is right." Lin Zi said as she ate, "Generally speaking, what a person is good at, they are more likely to condense the corresponding divine rune for. For example, Captain Lei Gang condensed a hammer character, and Captain Zhang Tian condensed a blade character. Also, you have met Captain Zheng, right? He condensed the fire character divine rune. Our department head, Li Xiao, just like me, condensed a spear character. These all align with what they are good at. Some people don't know what they are talented in, but once they condense a corresponding divine rune, they know exactly where their strengths lie." Suyu felt enlightened, gaining a great deal from this. This information wasn't available online, so he hadn't been very clear about it. "Alright, stop daydreaming and finish your meal. After you eat, I will take you to pick up some books," Lin Zi said with a smile. Okay? Suyu was looking forward to it and began to wolf down his food. "Slow down, eat slowly, don't rush." Lin Zi couldn't help but laugh when she saw Suyu eating so ravenously, and she quickly advised him. After they were full and satisfied, Lin Zi took Suyu to the library. At the library, after Lin Zi registered, she found a book titled Rank 9 War King, From Beginner to Master, and tossed it to Suyu. You can keep reading Rank 9 Warrior, From Beginner to Master, to see if you can condense the other 2 divine runes. Of course, you can also read this one. There are also divine runes in this book. Whether you can condense them depends on your own skill and destiny. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me, or when the new recruit training starts, you can ask the training instructor. Lindsay said expectantly, "Okay, thank you, Sister Lin. I am going to read now." Suyu was so impatient that he didn't even want to go dig for the treasure map for the time being. He found a corner to sit in, opened Rank 9 War King, from beginner to master, and began to read with great interest. So, the space I saw during my internal vision is called an inner world. So, whether it's shackles, divine texts, or treasures, they are all stored within the inner world. Then, what is the inner world? The inner world corresponds to the outer world. The human body itself is a universe. As Suyu read on, he became completely absorbed, unable to pull himself away. The book lives up to its name, truly guiding one from beginner to master. The content is very detailed, clearly tailored for newcomers. Suddenly, a piercing alarm snapped Suyu out of his trance. Many night watchers were reading in the library, and upon hearing the alarm, they immediately jumped up and rushed outside. As a night watcher, Suyu was naturally no exception. "Sister Lin, what happened?" Suyu rushed out of the library and asked quickly as soon as he saw Lin Zi. Requests for reinforcements are coming from over 100 locations across the city. Someone has unearthed a terrifying danger, and we need to provide support. Lin Zi's expression was grim. At the same time, Suyu realized something was wrong. Yes, at the very same time. Lin Zi said while walking, "We have night watchers all over the city. They can handle ordinary threats themselves. They wouldn't need our help." To have requests for reinforcements from over 100 places simultaneously means either our luck is abysmal or someone is behind this. But I am more inclined to believe someone is causing trouble. Otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence. Lindsay suddenly stopped, tapped on her Night Watcher watch, and said to Suyu, "Suyu, you are a Night Watcher now. Moreover, you are a War King and possess the Doghead Guillotine. I believe in your ability. Now, I need you to go and provide support. This mission is of great importance, so you must be careful, extremely careful." Lin Zi looked very solemn. Without waiting for Suyu to speak, she turned around and continued to assign tasks. The entire Night Watcher branch went into action. Some went to provide support alone, while others teamed up in groups of 3 or 5. There were even entire squads heading out together. Boom, boom, boom. While still at the branch, Suyu could hear rumbling sounds coming from many places outside. Some sounded like explosions, others like buildings collapsing. Suyu didn't dare to delay further. He rushed out of the branch and glanced at his Night Watcher watch, which indicated the target location. As a Night Watcher, one must protect the home and country and safeguard the common people. This is the duty of a Night Watcher. As he sprinted along, Suyu saw cars on the highway crashing into each other one after another, exploding and igniting towering flames. Traffic department personnel were already on the scene, conducting rescue operations. Furthermore, a building in the distance had collapsed for some unknown reason, stirring up clouds of dust into the sky. Suddenly, a monster at least 10 stories high burst out from the dust and let out a deafening roar. "My God! Who dug out something like that?" Suyu was startled. Sensing the terrifying aura on the monster, he felt as if his heart was about to stop. Facing such a terrifying monster, Suyu was about to intervene, but saw the department head, Li Xiao, fly up and start fighting the beast. "I will handle this here. You all head out for support immediately." Li Xiao shouted as many nearby Night Watchers prepared to join the fight. Suyu gritted his teeth and immediately abandoned the monster, sprinting toward his own target location. Passing by the terrifying monster, Suyu suddenly saw a giant shark leap up and land heavily on an overpass. What stunned Suyu was that the shark actually had 7 or 8 legs. Suyu thought he was seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes and looked again. He wasn't wrong. It was just as he saw before. My God, have I gone mad or has this world gone mad? It's one thing for a shark to be jumping around on land, but it actually has 7 or 8 legs. Huh? As he got closer, Suyu saw the shark and his expression changed slightly. He couldn't help but curse. It's a zombie shark. Fortunately, several Night Watchers had already begun to besiege the zombie shark. Only then did Suyu feel relieved. Boom! Suddenly, over 100 zombies surged out from an alley, lunging and biting at anyone they saw. Dozens of them even lunged directly at Suyu. However, as soon as they approached, Suyu raised his hand and terrifying flames surged out, burning them all to ashes in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Suyu sensed something and leaped up, appearing on the roof of a building. Standing on the roof, Suyu looked around, his expression turning terribly grim. Wherever he looked, there were fires, terrifying monsters, and dust covering the sky. The only sounds that reached his ears were screams of agony. What on earth is happening? Why did it suddenly turn into this? Suyu's heart sank. It felt as if the apocalypse had arrived, catching him completely off guard. Crackle! Suddenly, a clap of thunder resonated. Rolling dark clouds covered the entire sky over Tianhe City. Torrents of rain began to pour down. Countless fires were extinguished in an instant. Suyu looked up. This was the storm cloud he had dug out. This storm cloud had a mind of its own. It had rained all night last night, but when he woke up this morning, it was gone. The weather had cleared up, and now it was back to put out the fires. "Thank you," Suyu whispered to the storm cloud. Boom! Suyu jumped off the roof and continued on his way. The task Lin Zi assigned him was a bit further away, so he had to hurry. Finally, after 10 minutes, Suyu reached his destination. This was his former neighborhood. Because someone had dug up a dragon, the entire residential area had become a ruin. As soon as Suyu arrived, he saw a night watcher desperately fighting off dozens of zombies. This night watcher was just an ordinary warrior, still far from being a war king. Fighting dozens of formidable zombies alone was indeed extremely strenuous. Furthermore, Suyu saw several figures lying on the ground nearby. They had already been bitten by zombies and would soon turn into them as well. Among them, Suyu recognized a few familiar faces who used to live in the same neighborhood. "Night Watcher Suyu here to provide support," Suyu shouted. "Move aside, I'll take them on." The Night Watcher was overjoyed and immediately retreated. He couldn't hold on any longer. If he kept going, he would die here. Death wasn't scary, but he feared turning into a zombie and harming his own people. Panting, he looked toward the voice, but his expression changed when he saw that Suyu was only 18 or 19 years old. "My God! I remember now, you're that new guy, Suyu. Are you crazy? You're only a second-rank warrior. What are you doing here? Don't dither. Get out of here. Get as far away as you can. I'll handle this." He didn't have time to rest and immediately lunged back into the fray. He had hoped for an expert, but instead, a rookie second-rank warrior had arrived. Disappointment! But as a night watcher, he knew his duty and was determined not to retreat.
Everyone's duty is to protect their home, their country, and all living beings. In his eyes, even though Suyu was also a night watcher and a rank 2 warrior, he was still someone he had to protect, because Suyu was too small or perhaps too young. If there is any chance of survival, it must be left to the young. As for him, he didn't really want to die either, but if someone had to, he would rather it be himself. Bang! Several zombies swarmed him, knocking his figure flying backward. The next moment, the zombies rushed forward in a pack, intending to take a bite and assimilate him into one of their own. But just then, Suyu appeared, standing in front of the Night Watcher who had been knocked away. "You just joined the Night Watchers, and your strength is too weak. Why aren't you running?" The Night Watcher said anxiously, but soon his eyes widened, his expression filled with disbelief. "Groundbreaker!" Suyu stamped his foot, and the ground cracked rapidly. A terrifying fissure spread out, appearing beneath the zombies' feet in an instant. They immediately lost their footing and toppled in all directions. "Mountain Splitter!" Suyu dashed out, appearing before zombie after zombie, bringing his hand down like a blade. Since he had no sword, he could only use his palm as one. Bang, bang, bang! With every strike, a zombie fell to the ground with a cracked skull. They were clearly dead beyond any doubt. In less than 5 seconds, all the zombies had fallen to the ground, wiped out. "You are only a rank 2 warrior." The injured Night Watcher climbed up, his eyes filled with disbelief, finding the scene incredible. He still remembered that Suyu had only joined the Night Watchers a few days ago with the cultivation of a rank 2 warrior. But now, how could this be just a rank 2 warrior? He had to be at least a rank 7 or 8 warrior. Rank 2 warrior? I'm long past that stage, Suyu chuckled. How impressive. In that moment, the Night Watcher looked at Suyu, finding him incredibly powerful, with an aura of a master radiating from him. "Alright, I need to go support nearby distress calls. Please handle the situation here," Suyu said quickly. There were still some people who had been bitten. They were already dead, but they would soon become new zombies. However, their strength would be limited, so even an ordinary Night Watcher could easily finish them off. Boom! Suyu exerted force into the ground, and his figure shot out like a hunting leopard. Outside the Night Watcher branch, Lindsay was fighting a monster. Suddenly, her Night Watcher watch vibrated. Taking advantage of a moment of defense, she glanced down. Suyu cleared it that quickly? Lindsay was slightly stunned before remembering, Suyu is already a battle king. Handling ordinary dangers shouldn't be a problem. If that is the case, let's assign more tasks to Suyu. With that thought, Lindsay quickly tapped on her watch. Then she resumed her fight with the monster. At the same time, Suyu's Night Watcher watch vibrated, the time disappeared, replaced by a map. The arrow represented him, and there were many red exclamation marks around, representing people calling for help and requesting support. So many? Suyu looked down and saw over 10 red exclamation marks within 3 kilometers. If there are this many within 3 kilometers, who knows how many there are across all of Tianhe City? Suyu wouldn't believe it if someone said there wasn't someone behind this. It was too much of a coincidence. Suddenly, Suyu stopped and looked ahead. A patch of space suddenly shimmered, and a figure as massive as a mountain emerged. Even at a time like this, there are people still digging up treasure maps. And they even managed to dig up such a terrifying monster. The monster walked upright, its eyes as large as a person's age, and one hand was the size of a car. A horrific stench radiated from it, as if it hadn't bathed for countless years. After countless years, I am finally out. Today I shall eat 300 people. The mountain-sized monster had barely stepped out of the rift when it snatched up the person who had just released it, stuffed them into its mouth, and began chewing. Blood flowed down from the corners of its mouth. Delicious. Simply delicious, still the same taste as I remember. The monster spoke in human tongue, appearing delighted. Watching this, Suyu felt his entire body trembling. My spirit is shaking with cold fury. In this world, there are actually man-eating monsters. Someone, come, bring the dog-headed guillotine. Suyu knew the opponent was very strong and beyond his solo capability, so he shouted with a firm voice. His voice rang out like a giant bell booming across the area. In an instant, the dog-headed guillotine flew out, transforming into a massive blade that spanned the sky. 4 figures appeared, 2 of which dashed toward the monster. Get lost. The monster roared in anger, its terrifying power erupting like a mountain-toppling tide. A building collapsed instantly, but soon it was forcefully suppressed by the 2 illusory figures and dragged before the dog-headed guillotine. Execute, Suyu's voice thundered. Splatter. The guillotine blade fell. Blood surged to the heavens. Even as powerful as the mountain-sized monster was, once it was placed under the dog-headed guillotine, it could only face decapitation. Bang! The massive corpse hit the ground, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Suyu gasped slightly, appearing quite exhausted. After resting for a few seconds, Suyu continued toward the next distress location. Before Suyu even reached the next location, he saw people running toward him in a panic, and in front of them there was even a Night Watcher clearing the way. When a car blocked the path, the Night Watcher immediately stepped up and shoved it aside. Seeing Suyu, the Night Watcher was slightly startled and shouted, "Hurry up and run! Someone dug up a lake, and a massive flood is coming from behind." Suyu looked up and saw that, indeed, water was surging in from the front, submerging everything. Not only was the ground flooded, but even the 3rd floors of buildings were being submerged. This lake was not just exceptionally large, and as a result, the deluge was just as immense. If no one dealt with this, it wouldn't just be the entirety of Tianhe City flooded, there would surely be countless casualties. But how could he solve this? Faced with such a disaster, Suyu was for a moment at a loss. Might as well try anything. Suyu had a thought, and the Xuanhuang flame that had been within his inner world trembled slightly. Just as it was about to fly out, he suddenly saw all the floodwater soaring upward, disappearing into the dark, heavy clouds in the sky. You really are a cloud with ideas, Suyu remarked, his expression brightening. He wasn't sure if using the Xuanhuang flame could solve the problem. So now that the clouds had absorbed all the floodwater, it was naturally for the best. In just 3 or 5 seconds, the lake water that had been dug up was completely absorbed into the clouds. My God! What are you doing? Suddenly, Suyu turned pale with fear and retreated rapidly. However, Suyu's speed was still a bit too slow. The clouds in the sky shrank rapidly and then surged into his body. While the veterans focus on outdated sacrifice, Suyu represents a total shift in tactical efficiency. These treasure hunters illustrate the peak of human greed, forcing our protagonist to act as a biological sink for these citywide disasters. The irony of treasure seekers digging up city-destroying monsters perfectly illustrates how human greed often outpaces social responsibility. By absorbing that entire lake, Suyu is no longer just a warrior, he is becoming a walking biological anomaly. The inner world is like a truly living, breathing universe. The Xuanhuang flame transformed into a seed, taking root in this inner world and becoming one of Suyu's mastered powers. But just now, a dark cloud appeared, drifting across the sky, pouring down rain as if determined to extinguish the fire seed formed by the Xuanhuang flame. There was even thunder and lightning roaming through this world. Su Yu's face turned pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood and cursed, "My God, what are you trying to do? This dark cloud has a mind of its own. Sneaking into my inner world like this, it's definitely looking for trouble." Not to mention whether it can actually put out the fire, Su Yu felt that if this continues, he might be played to death by it first. In an instant, Su Yu had a thought, and the blood-stained white-robed fragments in his inner world drifted together, transforming into the white-robed Guanyin. She was dressed in white, holding a jade vase in her left hand, and making a granting wish mudra with her right, being one of the 33 incarnations of Guanyin. The dark cloud shivered slightly, as if it had realized something, and turned into a streak of black light, attempting to flee from Su Yu's inner world. But the moment it moved, the white-robed Guanyin struck. The jade vase flew out, crossing the sky, unleashing a terrifying suction force. The dark cloud immediately lost control. After struggling twice, it was sucked into the jade vase. Only then did Su Yu finally heave a sigh of relief, feeling comfortable throughout his body. But in the blink of an eye, the white-robed Guanyin vanished, and the dark cloud reappeared in the inner world. Good grief! These days even Guanyin is unreliable. Su Yu cursed under his breath, and just as he prepared to activate the fragments of his Ruyi weapon, he suddenly froze. For some reason, he felt that some sort of connection had been established between him and the dark cloud. It seemed he could manipulate the dark cloud just as he did with the doghead guillotine. At the moment, the dark cloud still had its own ideas, and was currently pouring down torrential rain. Stop! Su Yu thought to himself. Instantly, the rain covering the sky vanished, and not a single drop fell anymore. Rain! The dark cloud shook, emitting a feeling of joy, and started pouring down even heavier rain. Stop! The heavy rain stopped. Withdraw. Immediately, the rainwater on the ground in the inner world surged upward and returned entirely to the dark cloud. At the same time, the dark cloud sent a very unsatisfied feeling to Su Yu. It was unhappy, it really wanted to rain. But Su Yu was so mean, refusing to let it rain. Bad guy. Is this still just a dark cloud? It feels like a living person, Su Yu exclaimed as he looked at the cloud. It was fortunate that the white-robed Guanyin intervened. Otherwise, Su Yu knew he would have died long ago. The risks of digging treasure maps are too great. Even if you don't die directly, you'll die indirectly. Fortunately, I'm not simple either, and have many treasures to protect me. Su Shu felt a sense of relief. Why is the flood gone? The people who were running away suddenly noticed with surprise. The night watchman, who was leading the way ahead, looked stunned at the sight. Hurry and take them to a safe area. Su Yu approached the night watchman and said quickly, "You should come with us too. You're just a kid," the night watchman advised. "I'm a night watchman too." Su Yu flashed a grin, his figure already speeding away. My God, so young, could that be Su Yu who just joined? Looking at Su Yu's back, he regained his senses, truly young indeed. "Everyone, follow me. Don't leave the group, and also, stop digging those treasure maps. It's too dangerous right now." He immediately organized the people to head to a safe place. Su Yu followed the marks on the night watchman's watch, speeding to one place after another, where help was being called. Countless people were digging treasure maps at the same time, unearthing many dangers. But wherever Su Yu arrived, he was able to easily solve them. Even if he encountered a peak Battle King monster, Su Yu could summon the doghead guillotine to behead it. However, Su Yu was growing increasingly anxious. Tianhe City was becoming even more chaotic. Initially, there were over 100 places calling for help, requesting support from the Night Watchman branch. But now, there were more than 300 places calling for help. With so many places, it was impossible to support them all. It wasn't that there weren't enough Night Watchmen, but that there were too few experts at the Battle King level. If this continues, the entire Tianhe City might become the next city to vanish in history. Su Yu's heart grew colder and heavier. We must let the department heads free themselves up to resolve the coming crisis. Thinking of this, Su Yu dashed off. Lin Zi was locked in a bloody battle with a monster. The opponent was covered in heavy armor, protecting all its vital points. Even with Lin Zi's unparalleled battle power, it was hard to break through its defense. "Sister Lin, leave it to me, I'll take care of it." Su Yu sprinted over and spoke quickly. Lin Zi was startled, but she immediately realized what was happening, nodded, and retreated quickly. "Bring it out! Bring out the doghead guillotine!" Su Yu's voice was like a bell, resounding with authority. Instantly, the doghead guillotine appeared, crossing the sky. 4 figures stepped out, 2 of which headed straight for the monster. Roar! The monster, clad in heavy armor, looked down upon the world, appearing invincible. But in the next instant it let out a cry of fear. It had been forcibly suppressed by the 2 figures and dragged toward the doghead guillotine. Execute! The blade fell, blood staining the sky. For a moment, many monsters in the vicinity felt intense dread upon seeing this scene. On the other side, Lei Gang held his hammer across his chest, blocking the fierce attack of a monster. The opponent was like a pangolin, yet somehow different. It had thick skin and dense flesh, covered in scales, with mysterious patterns naturally etched onto each scale like divine script, possessing unfathomably terrifying power. The Thunder God had a pair of underpants on his head that could increase his power by 20%, but even so, he still couldn't defeat the opponent. Just then, Su Yu arrived. "Captain Lei, fall back. I'll deal with this monster," Su Yu said. "Bring it out. Bring out the dog-head guillotine," Su Yu shouted in a deep voice, his voice echoing across Tianhe City. Boom! The dog-head guillotine flew out. Soon, the monster that even Lei Gang couldn't handle was dragged under the dog-head guillotine by two figures. "Execute." Su Yu's voice was like a bell, his face indifferent, devoid of any emotion. An invincible monster at the Battle King realm was instantly beheaded. Even with its thick skin, armor of scales, and natural patterns on every scale, it still couldn't escape the blade of the dog-head guillotine. "That is the power of the dog-head guillotine." "Su Yu, thank you," Lei Gang said while breathing heavily. If it weren't for Su Yu, he would probably have died here today. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to die like this. If he could choose, he would hope to die a glorious death in the future. To die now would be just too stifling. "Captain Lei, you're too kind. We are both night watchmen, we should naturally help." Su Yu hadn't finished his sentence when his expression changed drastically. He looked up suddenly at the sky. The firmament cracked open. A giant hand, large enough to cover the sky, reached out from somewhere unknown, clutching a high-level treasure map in its palm. Light shimmered upon it, and the treasure map was used instantly. The next moment, a spatial rift appeared, and a monster with an aura surpassing the Battle King level stepped out. Good grief. A monster beyond the Battle King level. Lei Gang cursed angrily. Someone used a high-level treasure map and unleashed a monster above the Battle King level. This time, Tianhe City is finished, and we're going to die here.
Someone is digging up treasure maps at this hour, and these are high-level ones at that. There's no doubt they're up to no good. What's even more absurd to Su Yu is that the person digging them up might have known exactly what would come out. That is truly terrifying. Beside him, Lei Gang was furious, but more than that, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Someone has unleashed a monster beyond the War King level. How are we supposed to fight this? Lei Gang felt helpless, even desperate. Outside Tianhe City, there were already two monsters that surpassed the War King level. They were cautious, so they didn't dare do anything to Tianhe City. But this newly unearthed monster knows nothing, cares about nothing, or perhaps it is inherently hostile toward humanity. How dare they? In the distance, Li Xiao was fighting, but when he saw this scene, he roared in anger. "Who dares to cause trouble in Tianhe City? Are you not afraid that once found out, your entire clan will be wiped out?" Clearly, this is man-made. From beginning to end, this entire catastrophe has been caused by someone. However, no one responded at all. Only a monster, with an aura exceeding the War King level, stepped out from the rippling space, continuing its slaughter. Su Yu looked up, his eyes narrowing repeatedly. The monster appeared to be 30 stories tall, with bull horns on its head and blood-red eyes filled with hatred. It even had a nose ring on its snout. In its hand, it held a fork about 100 meters long, radiating a terrifying supreme aura. It seemed to have killed powerful enemies in eons past, and their blood was still stained upon it. Boom! Suddenly, its body caught fire, and its entire figure was bathed in flames. It looked like it had crawled out of hell with the fires of the underworld, intent on destroying the human world. The ground suddenly split open, and rolling magma began to erupt like a fountain. People who couldn't dodge in time were instantly engulfed by the magma, dying without even a chance to scream. Slurp! Suddenly, it opened its mouth and its tongue shot out like lightning. In an instant, hundreds of people were swept into its maw, followed by a sickening crunch of flesh and bone, with blood dripping from the corners of its mouth. It was actually eating people. This is a man-eating monster. Too many monsters have been unearthed over the past 3 years, but any monster that eats people, even just once, must be put down. The Great Xia authorities have a zero-tolerance policy for such monsters. Kill them on sight. The two monsters outside Tianhe City are only alive because they haven't eaten any humans. Otherwise, they would have been dead long ago. Suddenly, the sky-covering hand reached out again, holding another treasure map in its palm. The map descended and was activated, revealing another rift in space. Inside the space, a volcano emerged. The massive hand reached into the space and slammed hard onto the volcano. Space shattered, and the volcano descended upon Tianhe City. Endless magma erupted from the volcano, covering the entire city. If no one stops this, Tianhe City will become history today. The tens of millions of people in Tianhe City will also be reduced to a mere statistic. This is absolutely horrifying. It is no exaggeration to say that today is the end of the world for Tianhe City. Do you really think the Night Watchers are just for show? Suddenly, the sky shattered, and a figure in military uniform punched out. The giant hand shattered, and a masked figure was knocked out of the void. General Bai of the 1st Eastern District, why are you here? The person's expression changed drastically. Didn't you enter the cave heaven? Oh, quite well informed, aren't you? So, does that mean you have people inside our Night Watchers? General Bai said calmly, dressed in his uniform. When I'm done here, I'll have to investigate thoroughly. If I find any of your people, I'll kill them and send their heads to you. Oh, and as for you, since I'm here, you should know that you aren't leaving this place alive today. Once I kill you, I will make sure your entire clan is wiped out. General Bai was murderous. Every word he spoke carried a death sentence. Try it then. The masked man, though wary of General Bai, was not afraid. He said, "If I want to leave, you, the General Bai of the 1st Eastern District, can't stop me. Don't think I didn't notice. You've only sent a divine manifestation avatar." Boom! General Bai struck hard, forcing his opponent to retreat step by step. He said, "I may have sent a divine manifestation avatar, but it seems you have as well. It won't be hard for me to pin you down." Boom! The two clashed instantly, their battle darkening the sky and obscuring the sun and moon. "Who is General Bai of the 1st Eastern District?" Su Yu asked beside Lei Gang. He really didn't know. Before Lei Gang could answer, Lin Zi walked over and volunteered to explain, "General Bai is not from our era. He was unearthed." She paused, then added, "You might not know General Bai by name, but if I say Lord Wuan, you should know who he is." "Lord Wuan?" Bai Qi. Su Yu gasped after a moment of thought. "Exactly, he is Lord Wuan, Bai Qi." Lin's expression eased significantly. "Since General Bai is here today, we are safe. Even so, the pressure is still immense. I just wonder if the chief has any other hidden cards. If it's just General Bai alone, it's still very dangerous. I fear the casualties in Tianhe City today will be horrifying." Su Yu's expression turned solemn upon hearing this. General Bai of the 1st Eastern District is currently engaged with the person behind all this. But it's hard to kill them quickly. Right now, a 30-story monster is on a killing spree, and a volcano is still erupting. If this continues, even if General Bai saves Tianhe City, the city will be left in ruins. Is it possible that just a few days after transmigrating here, I'm going to lose my home and become a wanderer? Su Yu watched the scene, feeling deeply distressed. Whether in his previous life or this one, Tianhe City is his home. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Su Yu. The dark clouds in his inner world turned into black light, surged out in an instant, and shot up into the sky. Crack! A thunderclap exploded. The next moment, torrential rain poured down. Endless magma erupted from the volcano, but before it could land, it was covered by the rain and began to cool rapidly. The 30-story monster was bathed in flames, and even a war king would find it hard to get close. But as the rain fell upon it, the flames on its body began to die out visibly. Roar! The monster let out an angry roar at the sky, thrusting its 100-meter-long fork directly toward the dark clouds. However, it was too far away, and its strike hit nothing but air. But Su Yu's eyes widened. He saw the monster take flight and charge straight into the clouds. Boom! Thunder crashed and lightning flashed, as if the heavens were striking down. Dark clouds pressed down upon the city, and within that black gloom, a monster 30 stories tall was stirring up a storm. Fortunately, it ascended into the clouds, which was the only reason countless people on the ground survived. But because of its intervention, the dark clouds no longer had the energy to rain. The volcano continued to erupt. And besides the 30-story monster and the volcano, there were many other dangers that had been unearthed by people. These dangers were already flooding many parts of Tianhe City, destroying everything in their path. Countless people died because of this. Lei Gang, with his underwear pulled over his head, sped off into the distance and began fighting a winged humanoid creature. Su Yu, stop standing there, get moving. Lin Zi left behind these words, clad in purple armor and wielding a purple spear as she darted away to kill a colorful butterfly. That butterfly spread its wings, spanning over 30 meters. It was truly terrifying. With just a single flap of its wings, countless people were sent flying backwards. As its wings swept by, a building was sliced clean in two, the cut so smooth it was shocking. On the other side, Zhang Tian held a blade, its light reflecting across the sky as he attacked a blue-skinned humanoid creature. In the distance, a rift in space appeared, where Captain Zheng, bathed in towering flames, was suppressing a riot of countless towering tree people inside a hidden realm. Years ago, someone used a treasure map to unearth a hidden realm. The entire realm was full of lush trees, which had gained sentience and turned into tree people, wreaking havoc in Tian City. Later, the Night Watchers drove them back into the realm, and since then, Captain Zheng had been in charge of guarding them. Now they sensed the situation outside and were immediately teaming up, intent on breaking out. Many places had become extremely dangerous, far beyond what ordinary people could handle. One could even say that even the Night Watchers were struggling to protect themselves. This cannot go on. Even if we can save a few people, more will surely die. We must find a better way. Su Yu could not help but feel anxious. Suddenly, as if a thought had crossed his mind, Su Yu felt a stir in his heart, and a fragment of the Ruyi weapon appeared in his palm. The Ruyi weapon is a Dao artifact. Su Yu didn't know what a Dao artifact was, but just by the name Dao, he knew how powerful and terrifying it must be. Su Yu could only unleash 1/4 of the power contained in this fragment. The last time he used it, he killed a dragon with a single strike of the staff. Killing a Battle King was no problem. But he wasn't sure about anything above the Battle King level. Yet, Su Yu knew there was only one way to change the situation today, and that was to free General Bai of the 1st District from his fight. Right now, General Bai and that mysterious figure were still locked in combat. It looked like General Bai would win eventually, but the longer it dragged on, the greater the losses for Tianhe City. So Su Yu decided to use the Ruyi weapon fragment to kill the mysterious figure. Even if he couldn't kill him, it would at least create an opening for General Bai. As for the side effects of using the fragment, Su Yu was in no mood to worry about that now. Boom! Su Yu ignited the power contained within the Ruyi weapon fragment. In an instant, the world shook violently as a golden staff materialized and smashed fiercely down towards the mysterious figure. For that moment, the world fell silent. Everyone looked up in terror at that golden staff. It had the 5 golden characters for Ruyi weapon engraved on it. Even the 30-story monster that had been rampaging in the clouds couldn't help but look toward the Ruyi weapon. Its eyes narrowed, and its entire body trembled, as if it had recalled something truly horrifying. General Bai, who was fighting the mysterious figure, looked over as well. "The Ruyi weapon!" General Bai exclaimed in shock. Good heavens! The mysterious figure felt himself being locked onto. His pupils dilated in fear. He poured all the power in his body outwards, and immediately turned to run. The speed was astonishing. "Where do you think you are going?" General Bai realized this was his chance and gave chase immediately. But the mysterious figure was fighting for his life, and he was not, so he fell a bit behind in speed. Suddenly, General Bai stopped, staring at the mysterious figure in shock. The Ruyi weapon slammed down onto the mysterious figure. His form shattered instantly into a divine character for kill, which then also broke apart, dissipating into pure energy. So it really was just a cultist piece of trash. General Bai recovered his senses and cursed, but since it was only a divine avatar that has now been shattered, it is difficult to determine his true identity. General Bai was a bit disappointed, but it was perhaps the best outcome for now. He himself was only a divine avatar, and his strength was far below his true original form. Otherwise, he would have settled this long ago. Tianhe City truly is full of hidden talents. I wonder who unearthed the Ruyi weapon. It could even strike down a battle emperor. General Bai turned around and scanned the area, but he couldn't immediately find Su Yu. An existence capable of killing a battle emperor in seconds shouldn't be staying in Tianhe City. A battle emperor is an existence above the battle king. Just being named an emperor shows how terrifying and powerful the battle emperor level is. Suddenly, the 30-story monster, which had been struggling against the dark clouds, poked through them with its fork and fled into the distance. It was afraid. If the Rui weapon were to hit it again, it would be dead. General Bai looked up, swept a glance over, and threw a punch. In an instant, 13 massive fists descended from the sky. The humanoid creature fighting Lei Gang was blown to pieces instantly. The colorful butterfly fighting Lindsay was instantly smashed into the ground and killed. The multicolored humanoid creature fighting Zhang Tian was likewise blown apart. Inside a hidden realm, Captain Zheng was struggling to suppress the endless tree people when a fist brutally punched its way in, bypasses him, and tore a tree person nearing the Battle Emperor level to shreds. The remaining tree people saw this and trembled in fear, quickly retreating. Su Yu saw this, and even though he felt as if the energy in his body was completely drained, he couldn't help but smile. That strike was worth it. Once General Bai was out of his fight, the situation would change immediately. As expected, even now that I am a Battle King, I can still only trigger the Rui weapon fragment once. Su Yu sighed. A 1-second wonder. I am too weak right now, I must leave here. I need to find a way to recover my energy, otherwise I am done for if I encounter any danger. Su Yu turned and ran. He hopped on a shared bike and sped off. I still have a treasure map on me. Let me see if I can dig up something, Su Yu thought. But soon, Su Yu was forced to stop. 3 zombies blocked his path ahead. Taking a closer look, Su Yu's face turned pale. The ones blocking his way were 3 zombie kings. They were existences comparable to Battle Kings. Last time, someone dug up a treasure map and unleashed countless zombies. He had turned the tide with the hairs of the howling celestial dog, but some zombies had escaped. Among them were these 3 zombie kings. Now they had come for revenge. If it were before, Su Yu wouldn't have feared them, but now he was exhausted, so how could he possibly have the strength to deal with them?
Facing Su Yu, the 3 zombie kings were in no hurry at all. They approached at a slow, measured pace. It was precisely this slow approach that placed even greater pressure on Su Yu. They were doing it on purpose. If you kill someone in a split second, even if they feel terror, they won't have time to fully experience it, because they would already be dead. But if you draw it out, forcing someone to face death as it slowly closes in, the terror intensifies infinitely, and their mind may even collapse. They were filled with hatred for Su Yu, a hatred as deep as the bone, a vendetta that could not coexist. They wished they could tear Su Yu to pieces, grind his bones to dust, and tear him limb from limb. If it weren't for Su Yu digging up the dog fur dropped by the Skyhound, would their entire clan have been wiped out? It could be said that because of Su Yu, their entire species was almost driven to extinction. Of course, they were practically extinct now anyway, since only these 3 zombie kings remained. Seeing the 3 zombie kings, Su Yu's face turned pale, but he didn't panic at all. Without any hesitation, he picked up a shared bike and hurled it straight at them. Taking advantage of that moment, Su Yu immediately turned and ran. His internal power was exhausted, but his physical constitution was still far superior to that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, why would he be called a Battle King? But no matter how Su Yu ran, the 3 zombie kings followed behind him at a leisurely, steady pace. The distance between them remained exactly the same. How dare you? Aren't you afraid that the strong warriors of my Night Watchers will come and slaughter you all? Su Yu stopped abruptly, looked at the 3 zombie kings, and shouted sternly, "Ridiculous! Tianhe City is in chaos. The Night Watchers have their hands full. How would they have any time to come and save you? Just wait to die. For killing so many of our kin, you must pay with your life today. After you die, we will continue to hide in Tianhe City and turn everyone here into our own kin." The 3 zombie kings spoke in turn, placing immense pressure on Su Yu. At first, these 3 zombie kings were dressed in strange, exotic clothing. Anyone could see they weren't from this planet. But now, they wore ordinary human clothes, and if you didn't look closely, you couldn't tell they were zombies at all. And with their Battle King level strength, hiding in Tianhe City, they were nothing but ticking time bombs. Oh, and that's right, not only will the people of Tianhe City become my kin, but you will become one of them too. One of the zombie kings laughed eerily. At that point, you'll be dead, but another consciousness will awaken in your body, and that will be one of our kin. Then you will become a pioneer for our clan, hunting down your own kind, until one day this entire world will completely become our territory. As it boasted, the other 2 zombie kings displayed the same expressions. Clearly, they thought exactly the same. However, Su Yu broke out in a cold sweat. If that really happened, it would be too terrifying. The zombie clan truly deserves to perish. They turn others into their own kind. They are a species that only grows stronger as they fight. In that case, then all of you go to hell. Su Yu stopped running and stood his ground against the 3 zombie kings. Boom! Within his inner world, the divine character for war vibrated, and terrifying power surged out. A terrifying battle intent flooded the area. In that instant, Su Yu gave off the impression that he dared to wage war against the heavens themselves. Huh? The three zombie kings changed expressions. How do you still have power? Stupid, are you? Su Yu replied with a cold sneer. Just now there were too many people around, and I was afraid of hurting them. Did you really think I was afraid of you? I had long suspected that you were the one stirring up trouble. And even if you weren't, I figured you would come to kill me at a time like this anyway. How could I have come without any precautions? The next instant, Su Yu used his own power to activate the blood-stained fragment of white cloth. Boom! The heavens shook, and the white-clad Guanyin appeared, her left hand holding a jade vase, her right hand forming a gesture of blessing. Suddenly, the gesture changed, and she raised her right hand, extending just one finger and pressing it down lightly. The three zombie kings' expressions shifted drastically, and they immediately lunged at Su Yu. But before they could get close, they felt as if their entire bodies had fallen into a quagmire, unable to move. At that very moment, the jade finger of the white-clad Guanyin descended from the sky, pressing down upon them. The three zombie kings resisted with all their might, but this was the white-clad Guanyin. Although it was not the true form, but only a blood-stained fragment, it carried her divine aura, and the blood itself might even belong to her. The power it possessed was not something that three ant-like zombie kings could withstand. The ground cracked and sank, and the three zombie kings fell into a deep pit, their skulls shattered. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the bodies of the three zombie kings exploded, turning into a pile of mangled flesh. Su Yu stepped forward, took one casual glance, and couldn't help but feel the urge to vomit. It was too grisly. At this moment, the white-clad Guanyin turned around, looked at Su Yu with a benevolent gaze, and her lips moved, yet no sound came forth. Just before dissipating, she smiled and nodded at Su Yu. What did that gesture mean? Su Yu felt a chill in his heart. The white-clad Guanyin smiled and nodded at me. Could it be that she recognizes me? How ridiculous. I'm just a mere mortal. How could I possibly know the white-clad Guanyin? Su Yu shook his head, banishing such unrealistic thoughts from his mind. Suddenly, Su Yu felt something, looked up, and saw an arrow streak across the sky, flying straight towards General Bai. The aura on the arrow was as deep and vast as an abyss, truly terrifying. Good heavens! Someone is ambushing General Bai, and it's someone beyond the level of a battle king. General Bai turned his head abruptly, about to dodge, but he glanced back and saw countless Tianhe City citizens behind him. If he dodged, countless citizens behind him would surely suffer immense casualties. At that, he stopped his movement, raised his right hand, and caught the incoming arrow. He caught it, but his form became extremely dim. Faintly, it seemed as though General Bai could no longer maintain his form, as if he might be forced back into his original state as a divine character. Fortunately, General Bai is General Bai. Even if he was just a divine incarnation, he remained immensely powerful, and he finally stabilized himself. Boom! General Bai threw a punch, striking out into the void. A figure with a completely blurred face tumbled out, and with some surprise he said, "General Bai is truly impressive, surviving that, and even having the power to force me out. But how much power do you have left? Today, if I destroy this incarnation of yours, how much of your essence will you lose? Then give it a try and see if you can destroy this divine incarnation of mine." General Bai stepped forward, and in an instant appeared before his opponent. The two of them immediately began to fight. Su Yu felt his scalp tingle. Another being beyond the level of a battle king has arrived? Is Tianhe City destined to fall in this disaster today? No, I have to go dig up the treasure map. Su Yu's spirit was invigorated, realizing that this was the only way to save Tianhe City. There's no other way. The only support from the 1st Eastern District is a single General Bai, and even then, it's just an avatar of his divine culture. If anyone else were coming to help, they wouldn't just watch Tianhe City turn into what it is now. Or perhaps they are still on their way, but Su Yu cannot wait. Besides, the power within Su Yu's body is almost exhausted. Killing those three zombie kings just now took basically the last bit of his strength. Right now, even if he went to fight the enemy, he wouldn't be able to kill anything. To save Tianhe City from this dire situation, the only way is to dig up treasure maps. Only treasure maps can bring about a miracle. Others can't just dig anywhere, fearing they might unearth even more terrifying dangers. But Su Yu is different. He can see the hints, ensuring that whatever he digs up is 100% safe. Finding another bicycle, Su Yu hopped on and sped toward his destination. Soon he arrived at the location. The place was a total mess, with corpses scattered on the ground, a sight too horrific to look at. Su Yu forcibly suppressed the urge to kill within him and focused his attention. Back in the day, a small child who loved drinking beast milk hid a jar here. Drink it, and you will fully recover your strength. Golden text appeared. Beast milk? Su Yu paused for a second, then immediately used the treasure map. A pocket of space opened up, revealing a jar inside. Su Yu reached out, and the jar flew into his palm. It smells so good! Su Yu opened the jar, tilted his head back and gulped it down. The beast milk entered his body. Su Yu suddenly felt his blood boiling, his entire body becoming scorching hot. The beast milk contained a violent power that surged into his inner world and fused with the war rune. I've recovered. I can fight again. But there are too many monsters in Tianhe City. Even with me, I can't kill them all. I must continue digging for treasure maps. Only they can resolve today's crisis. Su Yu abandoned the bicycle and took off running. Now that his strength had returned, his speed was countless times faster than any bicycle. Boom! Suddenly, a violent tremor came from somewhere in the distance. A massive spatial rift appeared, and even from this great distance, Su Yu saw a bone dragon fly out. In its eye sockets, sickly green ghost fire flickered, and its entire body reeked of a thick, undead aura. This creature was infinitely close to the war sovereign rank, and because it was made entirely of bone, ordinary attacks had almost no effect on it. It is no exaggeration to say that any dragon, whether alive or dead, is invincible among its peers. For instance, just 2 days ago, someone dug up a dragon, and even the combined efforts of the Night Watcher experts couldn't kill it. That is what a dragon is. Are you kidding me? Who the hell dug up a bone dragon again? Su Yu couldn't help but curse. Su Yu, where are you? Suddenly, his Night Watcher watch buzzed and Linz's voice came through. She said, "Where did you go? Someone dug up a bone dragon and we're afraid we can't handle it. The chief is tied up and General Bai is also preoccupied. We have to count on you now." After a pause, Linzi added, "By the way, do you still have any strength left? You've only just entered the War King stage. If you can still fight, use the dog-head guillotine to cut it down. If you don't have the strength, don't worry about it. Just protect yourself first." "I'm on it," Su Yu replied. Killing the bone dragon might yield a treasure map or two. That would be a huge profit. Su Yu's heart stirred, and just as he was about to summon the dog-head guillotine to execute the bone dragon, a sudden change occurred. Woof! A dog's bark suddenly echoed across all of Tianhe City, ringing through heaven and earth. In the next instant, the sky darkened abruptly as a massive, bloodthirsty maw descended from the sky and took a bite. Snap! The bone dragon was caught by the gaping jaws, and with a crunching sound, its bones were chewed to pieces. The sickly green ghost fire in its eyes tried to escape, but as soon as it did, a terrifying suction force took hold. "No, please," the bone dragon pleaded, its voice filled with boundless terror. But quickly, the sound came to an abrupt end. The sky returned to normal, and the people could only see a patch of dark clouds. The gaping maw was gone. In the Night Watcher residential building, the big black dog lay limp on the ground, covered in cold sweat. "I overdid it. My strength is completely gone." The big black dog lay flat, its ears drooping, looking exhausted. In its mouth, a shrunken, lifeless bone dragon had already lost its essence. So delicious. If I can't deal with a living dragon, can't I handle a dead bone dragon? That dragon last time wouldn't let me eat it, but today, I'm going to eat to my heart's content. The big black dog began to gnaw on the bones, and with every bite, its strength recovered a little more. My God. What was that bloodthirsty maw? Who made a move? Before Su Yu could even strike, he saw the bone dragon get swallowed. Forget it, I won't think about it. It's giving me a headache. No matter who did it, this is a good thing. At a time like this, if someone is still digging up treasure maps, it means there are still people causing trouble. More importantly, Tianhe City is already in such chaos. If people keep causing trouble, they are bound to dig up even more terrifying entities. If this continues, I fear Tianhe City might truly fall. Su Yu shook his head and continued on his way to his destination. Along the way, there were monsters everywhere. Some monsters rushed at Su Yu as soon as they saw him, but they were all taken care of by Su Yu with a casual wave. Even as a fresh war king with the dog-head guillotine, Su Yu was an invincible existence among war kings. Finally, after breaking through all obstacles, Su Yu arrived at his destination. This was a high-rise building, but right now the building had collapsed, and the area was strewn with corpses. Even beneath the collapsed building, there were many bodies. Su Yu sensed it slightly and realized there were no survivors under the rubble. They were all dead. After a blow from a powerhouse that collapsed a building, how could there be any survivors? Su Yu stood on the ruins of the collapsed building, took out the treasure map, and looked intently. A Taoist whose body has undergone distortion sleeps here. He is a bit insane, obsessed with becoming an immortal. For now, he holds no malice toward the vast majority of humans. Golden text appeared. Su Yu frowned, feeling conflicted inside. This Taoist has no malice toward the vast majority of humans. This implies that for a small number of people, the Taoist does hold malice. So, should he dig him out? Also, if he digs him out and the Taoist doesn't help, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Boom! Boom! The world shook violently. Su Yu looked around and saw many more spatial rifts appearing, from which terrifying monsters emerged. Su Yu knew he didn't have time to hesitate anymore. If he kept hesitating, who knows what a hellscape Tianhe City would become. My god! I'll dig it! Su Yu gritted his teeth and immediately used the treasure map. A spatial rift appeared. A figure walked out. But Su Yu noticed that a pair of incredibly bizarre legs were supporting 3 figures. Or rather, the entity only had 1 lower body, but 3 upper bodies. One was a young man, one a middle-aged man, and one an old man. They were clad in tattered white, black, and red robes, respectively. The 3 figures were entangled together, inseparable, as if they had grown together since birth. More importantly, the faces of all 3 figures were incredibly hideous. Child, thank you for releasing us. In the future we shall ascend to immortality together. The Taoist walked out. Su Yu saw that on all 3 ugly faces there was a terrifying fleshy maw. Inside the 3 mouths were dozens of smaller mouths nested within, all filled with disgusting yellow teeth. The Taoist was dressed in rags, his body covered in organs that clearly did not belong to a human. Bizarre tentacles were also wrapped around his body. Suddenly, the Taoist caught sight of the entire Tianhe city and the endless monsters, and excitement immediately appeared on all 3 of his hideous faces. Su Yu's gamble on the mutated Taoist highlights a grim reality in crisis management. Sometimes, the only way to defeat a predictable disaster is to unleash an unpredictable anomaly, even if that anomaly represents a horrific distortion of human biology. Digging up this 3-bodied priest proves Su Yu is now playing a dangerous game of cosmic roulette. It highlights a terrifying reality where the pursuit of immortality results in grotesque deformity rather than divine enlightenment.
Su Yu couldn't hold it back any longer and threw up everything he had eaten. Is this really the old Taoist? If not for the notification, Su Yu would have seriously suspected that this was just a disgustingly repulsive monster. No, that would be an insult to monsters. Su Yu felt that this old Taoist was even more monstrous than a monster. It was truly nauseating. Kid, just let it all out. You'll get used to it once you've thrown up enough. The old Taoist withdrew his gaze and looked at Su Yu. All 3 mouths spoke at once, completely unbothered by Su Yu's reaction. Finally, after retching for a while, Su Yu stopped once there was nothing left to bring up. By now, Su Yu looked miserable, his eyes watering from the vomiting. The old Taoist shifted his gaze away from Su Yu and back toward Tianhe City, his face filled with excitement once again. Kid, I'll be right back! Wait for me, I'll take you to become an immortal with me, the old Taoist said excitedly. Before Su Yu could even reply, the old Taoist figure had already appeared in the distance. A beast over tens of meters long with a surging aura was infinitely close to the level of a war emperor. Right now, dozens of night watchmen were working together to besiege it, but even so, they were no match for it. Suddenly, the old Taoist descended, his grotesque tentacles lashing out to bind the massive beast. Then, his 3 terrifying fleshy mouths lunged forward and began to tear into it. In just a few seconds, the horrific beast was gone completely. Old Taoist, Su Yu chased after him and shouted, "Don't hurt them, they're on our side!" Kid, I have my own sense of judgment. The 3 ugly faces turned back in unison, grinning to reveal dozens of tiny nested mouths and a full set of yellowed teeth. Ugh. Su Yu couldn't hold it back. He turned and started retching again, though nothing came out but dry heaves. Su Yu wasn't the only one. The dozens of night watchmen who were besieging the beast also began to vomit, tears streaming down their faces as they did. Seeing this, the old Taoist didn't get angry, he just grinned and sped away. In the distance stood a humanoid creature, 7 or 8 meters tall, with purple skin, looking like a giant purple sweet potato. A terrifying aura emanated from it, deep and vast like an abyss. Lin Zi and Lei Gang were working together to take on this humanoid creature. Yet, even with their combined efforts, they were no match for the opponent. Suddenly, the old Taoist swooped in from nowhere, his countless tentacles wrapping tightly around the purple humanoid. The old Taoist opened his 3 terrifying fleshy mouths, revealed his yellowed teeth, and chomped down hard. No matter how much the purple creature struggled, it was all in vain. Su Yu arrived and, watching this, felt like it was as easy for the old Taoist as a lion eating a rabbit. Su Yu, what are you doing here? Linz's expression changed drastically when she saw Su Yu, and she whispered, a much more brutal monster has appeared here. Clearly she mistook the old Taoist for a monster, and was now incredibly wary of him. She and Lei Gang positioned themselves on either side, shielding Su Yu behind them. Suddenly, the old Taoist's three ugly heads turned toward them. He stared at Lin Zi and grinned, showing all his yellow teeth. "I am not a monster. I am an immortal." The next instant, a grotesque tentacle lashed out like a bolt of lightning. "Old Taoist, stop!" Su Yu panicked and immediately stepped forward, blocking in front of Lin Zi. Even though the old Taoist was truly repulsive, Su Yu felt that he didn't seem to harbor any malice toward him. At least, not for now. Sure enough, the bizarre tentacles stopped immediately. "Kid, I'll listen to you." The old Taoist still showed his yellow teeth, but he wore a smile. He retracted the tentacle, turned back, and continued to gnaw on the purple humanoid creature. Lin Zi was drenched in cold sweat. In that split second, she felt certain she was going to die. Moreover, while she wanted to fight back, her body felt as if it had been frozen in place, completely unable to move. Lei Gang, standing beside her, was in the same state, sweating profusely. Even his bald head, which usually shone like a light bulb, was covered in sweat. Even the underwear he had pulled over his head was completely soaked through. They realized that the monster Su Yu, called the Old Taoist, was a presence far more terrifying than a war emperor. As the Old Taoist turned away, Lin Zi and Lei Gang felt a sudden relief as their bodies regained the ability to move. This feeling of having narrowly escaped death was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. "I dug him out." Noticing their puzzled looks, Su Yu explained, "The Old Taoist has no ill intent toward us. Tell all the night watchmen not to attack him." Su Yu worried that someone might mistake the Old Taoist for a monster and instinctively strike at him. If that happened, they would be dead before they even knew it. "All right," Lin Zi nodded without hesitation, took a photo of the Old Taoist, and sent it to all the night watchmen of the Tianhe branch, warning them not to engage. "Kid, you've done very well. Wait for me, and we shall become immortals together." After finishing off the purple humanoid, the Old Taoist turned his three ugly faces back and gave a terrifying smile. "Right." Su Yu felt his scalp tingle, but he had no choice but to respond. Boom! The Old Taoist vanished in an instant. Su Yu saw him reappear in front of another monster. By the time Su Yu caught up, the Old Taoist had already eaten that monster without a trace left. So far, this doesn't seem too bad, Su Yu thought to himself as he trailed after the Old Taoist for a while. The Old Taoist is indeed repulsive, but right now, he's helping the night watchmen take out the various dangers being dug up. And his speed is insane. He resolves a threat every few seconds. Although it's not bad, I still need to keep digging for treasure maps. Su Yu believed in being prepared. Even if the Old Taoist seems fine for now, one can never be too careful. If the Old Taoist were to go rogue, his terrifying power would likely be something that even General Bai in person couldn't overcome. Su Yu turned away. A moment later, Su Yu reached his destination and stared intently. Years ago, the great sage's Ruyi weapon shattered, and one of the shards fell here. Obtaining it will allow you to merge it with the other fragment you possess, granting you even greater power. Golden text appeared. Su Yu was overjoyed. Another shard of the Ruyi weapon, this is fantastic. With this, whether it's for self-defense or slaying enemies, it's just too good. Just as Su Yu was about to use the treasure map, the Old Taoist voice echoed across all of Tianhe City. "Haha! I've made it!" Su Yu was startled and immediately looked toward the sound. The Old Taoist stood in mid-air, his three ugly faces showing a maniacal grin. His internal organs were inverted and hung out, filthy and impure. Bizarre tentacles shot out like lightning, covering the entire city of Tianhe. The Old Taoist priest has made his move. Su Yu felt a sudden tightening in his chest, his hands clenching into fists instinctively. At a time like this, the old priest better not cause any trouble. Su Yu prayed silently. Otherwise, he would become a sinner of Tianhe City, a sinner of the great Xia, because it was he who had dug the old priest out. Wails and pleas for mercy erupted one after another across countless parts of Tianhe City. "I surrender. I am willing to submit. I was wrong. Please, immortal, spare my life." But soon these voices came to an abrupt halt. Su Yu couldn't see the places far away, but nearby he witnessed with his own eyes as monsters that had been dug up were pierced through by eerie tentacles. Boom! Su Yu leaped up, appearing on the roof of a tall building to look around. The eerie tentacles retracted immediately after hitting their targets. Like barbecue skewers, each tentacle had one or several monsters impaled on it. The old priest opened his fleshy, gaping maw and began devouring the monsters on the tentacles as if he were eating a barbecue. As he ate more, the aura radiating from the old priest became increasingly terrifying. At first, Su Yu thought the old priest was incredibly powerful, but no matter how strong, he should still be at the War Emperor level. But now, he seemed to have broken through the bottleneck of a War Emperor and was evolving toward an unknown realm. Kill, kill, kill. Suddenly, a humanoid creature stepped out from a rift in space, its War Emperor aura sweeping across heaven and earth. Someone else must have dug up a treasure map and unleashed an incredibly terrifying entity. Though humanoid, this creature was over 100 meters tall, much like the giants of legend. What made it truly eerie was that it actually had a tail. If it were an ordinary tail, that would be one thing, but it looked strikingly like a scorpion's stinger. Suddenly, the scorpion tail streaked across the sky of Tianhe City, stabbing toward the old priest. Sizzle, a scorpion-tailed giant. Now that is a delicious treat. The old priest's 3 ugly faces looked up, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. 2 eerie tentacles flashed out like lightning, instantly piercing through the chest of the scorpion-tailed giant. The scorpion tail contained potent poison. Even a War Emperor would lose all ability to fight the moment they were struck by it. But right now, its tail halted before the old priest in a display of futile struggle. Delicious! The old priest grabbed the scorpion-tailed giant and immediately began to gnaw on it. This is terrifying, Su Yu couldn't help but exclaim. The scorpion-tailed giant was so formidable. In Su Yu's perception, it was even more terrifying than General Bai's divine text avatar. And yet it was instantly killed by the old priest. And the old priest hadn't even used his full strength, deploying only 2 of his many tentacles. I wonder if it was right or wrong for me to dig him out. Su Yu shook his head. Dwelling on this now has no meaning, because I've already dug him out, and there is no regret medicine in this world. Oh well, let me get back to digging my treasure maps. Su Yu jumped down from the building, returned to his previous spot, and immediately used a treasure map. A rift in space appeared. Inside, a fragment floated silently. The moment the space rift appeared, the fragment sensed something and dove straight into Su Yu's body. In his inner world, Su Yu watched as the 2 fragments merged into one. Now it had become a slightly larger piece. I wonder if I can dig up all the fragments and fuse them together. Wouldn't I have the Ruyi weapon then? Su Yu felt a surge of excitement in his heart. A Ruyi weapon, the kind of treasure every boy dreams of. Now that I have 2 fragments of the Ruyi weapon, I wonder how much power I can unleash. Su Yu lifted his eyes and looked at the other person fighting General Bai. That person's face was blurred and completely indiscernible. It must also be a divine text avatar. Their strength was terrifying, possessing the cultivation of a War Emperor even as a divine text avatar. Su Yu shifted his gaze to the old priest. The old priest was still diligently killing the monsters that had been dug up. Although it was cruel, at least he was on their side for now. It wouldn't be appropriate to target the old priest. In the end, Su Yu focused on that blurry-faced figure, and a thought sparked in his mind. Boom! The world suddenly shook violently. The old priest was the first to react, looking up abruptly. When he saw a golden staff descending from the heavens, his eyes betrayed a hint of intense wariness. Boom! Su Yu swung the staff down with all his might. The blurry-faced figure was terrified to the core and, without a moment's hesitation, scrambled to retreat. Who are you? Why do you oppose me? The person asked in a deep voice. But there was no reply. The Ruyi weapon slammed into him, causing his figure to shatter rapidly and disperse into the air as a divine text. Su Yu had struck down yet another War Emperor with a single blow of the staff. The old priest regained his composure, his 3 ugly faces turning towards Su Yu. Others might not know, but the old priest had been watching Su Yu ever since he was dug out, and naturally knew that Su Yu had delivered that blow. Little one, on our path to immortality in the future, we must look out for each other. The old priest's voice reached Su Yu's ears. Su Yu was slightly taken aback, then quickly nodded and said, "Okay." A look of joy appeared on the old priest's face. Whew. I'm a bit weak, but at least I'm not completely drained. Su Yu took a deep breath and broke into a beaming smile. The feeling of being powerful is amazing. Even if I'm just borrowing strength, it still feels great. Su Yu couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched, and in the next instant, Everything blurred as General Bai appeared right in front of him. "How old are you?" General Bai asked calmly. Replying to General Bai, "I am 18 years old," Suyu replied, startled. General Bai was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "You actually know who I am?" General Bai was somewhat surprised. He was also a night watchman stationed in the 1st Eastern District, but he rarely made an appearance, so very few people actually knew him, especially ordinary people and lower-level warriors. "Naturally, I know. I am a night watchman, and General Bai is a powerhouse of the 1st Eastern District. If you think about it, you are technically my superior," Suyu said with a smile. "Well, so you are a night watchman. That explains it." General Bai glanced at the night watchman's watch on Suyu's wrist and understood. He asked with a smile, "Did you dig up the Ruyi weapon?" Seeing that his secret was discovered by General Bai, Suyu didn't panic and simply said, "What I dug up was only a fragment of the Ruyi weapon." "A fragment?" General Bai sighed upon hearing this. Has the legendary Taoist weapon been shattered as well? General Bai seemed to know something. "Keep working hard." General Bai patted Suyu on the shoulder, then flickered and appeared directly in front of the old priest, smiling gently. "Fellow Taoist, shall we have a talk?"
The old Taoist stopped what he was doing and looked up, his 3 ugly faces staring silently at General Bai. General Bai showed no fear, returning the stare while sizing him up continuously. After a moment, the old Taoist nodded slightly, and his 3 mouths spoke in unison. "Good, but you will have to wait." The old Taoist grinned, revealing a full set of yellowed teeth. He pointed his tentacles in all directions and laughed. "Wait until I have finished eating these, and then I shall talk to you." General Bai took a glance, nodded slightly, and agreed. The appearance of the old Taoist made General Bai extremely wary. If they could sit down and talk things through properly, that would naturally be the best outcome. Otherwise, if a real fight broke out, General Bai felt that even if his true self were to arrive, he might not be a match for the old Taoist. The old Taoist's aura was not only terrifying but also deeply unsettling, as if it had undergone some kind of transformation or had been corrupted. "Then we shall talk later. Farewell." General Bai nodded, his figure flickering as he appeared above the volcano. This was a volcano dug out by someone intentionally. Originally, it had been located in another dimension. But now, this volcano had descended directly into Tianhe City and was situated right in the city center. This thing was far too dangerous. Fortunately, the sky was covered by thick, dark clouds, and a heavy rain was falling, which prevented any scorching lava from flowing even though the volcano had erupted. Boom! General Bai descended, plunging into the crater and sinking deeper and deeper. Finally, he reached the deep underground, and the power within his body erupted outward. The next instant, the volcano lifted off the ground. In the distance, Suyu saw this scene and his eyes narrowed instinctively. Is General Bai really this terrifying? He is actually carrying a volcano while flying. Suyu watched with his own eyes as General Bai carried the volcano out of Tianhe City, not stopping until he reached a very remote location. That place was desolate and uninhabited, so even if the volcano were to erupt, the impact on the citizens of Tianhe City would be relatively minimal. The dark clouds moved along with them, continuing to pour down rain. The entire Tianhe City gradually quieted down, save for the constant gruesome chewing sounds of the old Taoist, which made countless people shudder. Suyu climbed a high-rise building and looked around. No one was digging for treasure maps anymore. The dangers that had been dug up were also being rapidly obliterated. Many of them had become food for the old Taoist. He didn't know if the old Taoist had transformed into a gluttonous beast, but no matter how much he ate, his stomach never bloated. Instead, the aura he emitted grew ever stronger and more terrifying. "Suyu, this is all thanks to you again. Otherwise, Tianhe City would surely have fallen," Linzi said softly as she approached Suyu. "I am a night watcher. This is what I should do," Suyu sighed. Even if Tianhe City didn't fall this time, the losses would undoubtedly be massive. Many buildings had collapsed into ruins. Many cars had exploded. Though the heavy rain extinguished the fires, the vehicles were destroyed. These were all significant losses. Most importantly, the casualty count from this event was likely a horrifying number. The number was so terrible that the Night Watchers might not even dare to make it public. After a pause, Suyu asked, "This incident was definitely not an accident, it must have been man-made. Sister Lin, do you have any leads on your end?" "Some," Linzi nodded, her expression turning slightly grave. "It is very likely that this was the work of a cult." "A cult?" Suyu was slightly taken aback as he recalled checking a lot of information online on his first day after transmigrating here. Among them, cults were indeed mentioned. 3 years ago, the treasure maps descended. Some people who dug up treasures and grew in strength chose to protect their country. But others, after finding treasure, wanted only to cause destruction. especially some criminals who used to fear the law and justice. But once they gained power, the darkness in their hearts grew without limit, leading them to believe that they were masters of their own destiny. These criminals gathered together, forming gangs, which eventually became what are known as cults. There are many cults. Do you happen to know which one this is, Sister Lin? Suyu asked again. The Seven Killing Sect, Lindsay said gravely. Correct, I also believe it is the Seven Killing Sect. General Bai arrived through the air and said, the first divine script avatar that came today was a manifestation based on the kill character. I am very familiar with that aura, for I have dealt with the Seven Killing Sect before. This is definitely their handiwork. Hearing this, Suyu frowned in thought and asked, what is the connection between the Seven Killings Sect and the Seven Killings Stela? According to news reports he found, someone had dug up the Seven Killings Stelae, but it mysteriously disappeared the very day it was unearthed. Its whereabouts remained unknown to this day. Suyu had intended to ask Lindsay about it earlier, but he had been too busy and forgot. As a result, he hadn't asked until now. The public announcement claimed the Seven Killings Stelae vanished mysteriously, but in reality, according to our investigations, and especially now, we can be certain that it fell into the hands of the Seven Killing Sect. General Bai spoke at length. Within the Seven Killing Sect, someone has grasped a supreme art of slaughter from the Stelae, and over the years, they have committed numerous atrocities. The Night Watchers have been hunting the members of the Seven Killings Sect, but thus far, with very little success. General Bai sighed. The Night Watchers, at times, find themselves lacking the strength to match their will. The situation changes every single day. Members of the Seven Killings Sect are digging for treasure maps daily, and sometimes the things they dig up are far too destructive. Over these past 3 years, the casualty count for the Night Watchers has reached a terrifying figure. At this moment, Suyu thought of the drop of ancient expert's blood essence he had dug up, and how he had once seen a towering figure brandishing a blade toward the sky, the killing intent soaring into the heavens. With billions of immortals as soldiers and millions of Daluo as generals. Kill, 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 kill. At the time, it had left Suyu feeling incredibly shocked. General Bai, do you know the origins of this Seven Killing Stela? Suyu asked. There was no information about the origins of the Seven Killing Stelae online. Seeing how much General Bai had spoken, Suyu felt that perhaps the general knew something. General Bai pondered for a moment before saying, the Seven Killing Stelae is a tablet left behind by a forbidden existence from endless ages ago, inscribed with a supreme art of slaughter. Forbidden existence. These 2 words alone made Suyu understand that this ancient expert must have been a peerless and terrifying figure in an age long past. General Bai, do you know what Daluo means? Suyu suddenly asked. Billions of immortals as soldiers, millions of Daluo as generals. Immortals were still understandable, but did Daluo refer to Daluo Golden Immortals? Eh, you even know this? A look of wonder appeared in General Bai's eyes. After a pause, General Bai said, Daluo refers to existing throughout all space, forever free and unfettered. Golden signifies immortality. Immortal naturally refers to an immortal being. A Daluo Golden Immortal, naturally, refers to an immortal who exists eternally across all space and time, immortal and indestructible. Once one reaches the realm of Daluo Golden Immortal, even if heaven and earth are destroyed, the Daluo Golden Immortal remains indestructible and eternal. Suyu suddenly understood. As expected, just as he had guessed, Daluo refers to the Daluo Golden Immortal. However, the description of the Daluo Golden Immortal made Suyu feel a sense of terror. A Daluo Golden Immortal is an immortal who transcends time and space, existing in eternal freedom and immortality. Then, in the phrase a million Daluo serve as generals, even if the word million is an exaggeration, it still suggests that the number of Daluo Golden Immortals is immense. But nowadays, where would one even find a Daluo Golden Immortal? Moreover, the fact that General Bai knows all this is highly unusual. Having transmigrated here, Suyu naturally knows who General Bai is. No matter how you look at history, General Bai was immortal, yet here, he was dug up by someone, and he even knows what a Daluo Golden Immortal is. This only proves that General Bai is no simple person. So-called history might not truly be history after all. Suyu had more questions and was about to ask, when suddenly the old Taoist appeared before him. Now we can talk, the old Taoist said, looking at General Bai with a mouthful of yellow teeth. Suyu had vomited several times, but General Bai looked at the old Taoist with a normal expression, appearing quite unfazed. General Bai nodded and turned to look at Suyu and Lindsay. General Bai, I will take my leave now, Lindsay said, catching the hint and immediately pulling Suyu away. But the old Taoist looked at Suyu and spoke, Kid, you stay here. Suyu felt quite awkward. Actually, he wanted to listen, but it was clear that General Bai did not want him to hear. Let Suyu stay, General Bai said, waving his hand to signal that Linz could go. Once Lindsay had left, General Bai looked at the old Taoist and asked, "On behalf of the Night Watchers, I welcome you to this world, fellow Taoist. May I ask what you are called?" What was I called again? The old Taoist's three ugly faces showed a look of confusion, and finally he looked at Su Yu and asked, "Kid, do you remember my name?" "I don't know." Su Yu shook his head, suddenly feeling that the old Taoist might not be mentally sound. He was the one who dug the old Taoist out. How would he know his name? Sigh. The old Taoist let out a sigh and said to General Bai, "It has been too long. I have forgotten my name. I only remember that I usually refer to myself as Dao Ye. Why don't you call me that?" Dao Ye. General Bai felt quite uncomfortable, so he immediately changed the subject. "Fellow Taoist, you were just dug out by Su Yu, so there are some things you might not be aware of, which I must inform you about." "Please speak," the old Taoist said. "In Great Xia, you cannot kill anyone as you please. This is the bottom line," General Bai said. "If you cross this line, you are going against the Night Watchers, and you will inevitably be hunted down by us." The old Taoist's three faces suddenly turned towards Su Yu in unison, and he asked, "Kid, is he threatening me? Can I eat him?" General Bai's expression changed. Su Yu's expression also changed, and he quickly said, "General Bai is not threatening you. These are the rules. Without rules, there is no order. If we don't follow the rules, the world would descend into chaos." "Kid, what you say is true. In that case, I agree. I was also a human once, so I certainly won't kill my own kind indiscriminately," the old Taoist replied. General Bai's expression brightened instantly. Then he added, "Fellow Taoist, from your words, I can tell you are a good person. This time, during the Tianhe crisis, it was you who intervened to resolve it. Would you be willing to join the Night Watchers?" General Bai extended an invitation to the old Taoist. If such a combat force could join the Night Watchers, their strength would surely increase significantly. As for the old Taoist's appearance, although it was hideously ugly and enough to make one want to vomit, there were already non-human beings within the ranks of the Night Watchers. They too could contribute to Great Xia, so the old Taoist naturally could as well. Joining the Night Watchers? No thanks, the old Taoist refused directly, shaking his head. "I'm used to being free and unfettered. I don't want to be tied down." General Bai couldn't help but look at Su Yu, signaling him to persuade the old man. Su Yu turned his head away, pretending he didn't see. Persuade him? Why? The old Taoist's mind was clearly not normal, and his state seemed off as well. If a perfectly fine person ended up like this, it would be extremely troublesome if trying to persuade him caused any issues. The old Taoist's combat strength was too high. If he went crazy, who could stop him? "That's fine then," General Bai said, sounding disappointed and helpless. He fumbled around his person for a moment, took out a document, wrote a few words on it, and handed it to the old Taoist, saying, "This is your proof of identity. With this, you can go and get an official ID card." "Kid, I'm illiterate. Can you see what's written on it?" The old Taoist handed the document to Su Yu. Su Yu took a look and said, "It's a temporary identity certificate. Name Dao Yi, age unknown, place of birth, Tianhe City, responsible party Su Yu." "Oh my god! General Bai, why is the responsible party me?" Su Yu's expression darkened. "You dug him out, so naturally you are responsible," General Bai explained. "If something goes wrong, do I have to be the one responsible?" Su Yu asked. "Not responsible in that sense, but your salary will be deducted," General Bai said. Su Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. How much could a salary even be? He didn't care about that at all now. "Approved for issuing identity card, approver, East District 1, Bai Chi." Su Yu read out. Then he handed the temporary identity certificate to the old Taoist. "Good," the old Taoist nodded, his yellow teeth making Su Yu almost vomit again. "All right, then there's nothing else. I'll be going now." General Bai nodded, shot up into the sky, and disappeared to the edge of the horizon in the blink of an eye. Su Yu took the old Taoist to the Night Watchers branch and processed his ID card in the lobby. Many beings that are dug up, as long as they are not enemies, must be registered for an ID. This is the rule of Great Xia. People often joke that even if the Buddha himself came, he would still need to get an ID card. After getting the ID, Su Yu ran into a problem. Settling the old Taoist became a major issue. Fortunately, Lin Zi arrived and said, "The Night Watchers branch has designated housing. If the senior doesn't mind, you can temporarily stay at the branch." The old Taoist nodded. After Su Yu followed Lin Zi to get the old Taoist settled, he returned alone to the Night Watchers residential building. He was exhausted and needed a good rest. But, in the middle of the night, Su Yu was suddenly woken up. Sitting up, Su Yu saw that the old Taoist had appeared in his room, his three ugly faces quietly staring at him. This made Su Yu feel a chill run down his spine. What are you doing?" Su Yu asked subconsciously. "Kid, I'm leaving." The old Taoist sighed, his tone sounding somewhat reluctant. "I have found the way to immortality, but I still lack some resources, and I need to go find them. Kid, wait for me. Once I find enough resources, I'll come back and take you to immortality together." After a pause, the old Taoist extended 7 or 8 eerie tentacles. Each tentacle was wrapped around a figure. These people were all unconscious. "This is a gift for you." I saw them digging for treasure maps everywhere and releasing quite a few beings. After speaking, the old Taoist flew out the window and vanished in the blink of an eye. Suyu finally realized what was happening. He almost scared me to death. Suyu had mistaken it for the old Taoist killing people. If he had killed them, the Night Watchers would have hunted him down to the ends of the earth. Fortunately, these people were still alive, and fortunately, these people were indeed problematic. Suyu went out, took a turn, walked straight to room 807 next door, and rang the doorbell. Soon, the door opened. The big black dog opened the door. Suyu stepped past the big black dog, walked in, and saw Lindsay emerging from the bedroom in her pajamas. Suyu began, but his expression froze. He saw that a gap had opened right in the middle of the sleepy Lindsay's forehead. The next instant, the gap opened further, revealing what was clearly a vertical eye.